Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is.
We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black Grassroots for the Black Grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. We should be joined with our other host, Lady Che, hopefully tonight, and then we will be joined with our West Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we had Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced yesterday. Had a great show with Shabaka, so hopefully he comes back. And on this season 6, episode 22, part 3, continuation of part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1 continuation, and that is exposing. That is exposing who's behind the lawsuits against reparations. The Southern Poverty Law Center got federally indicted, the SPLC. Then why the DNC is in full panic mode because of the FBA Grassroots. Latinas filmed themselves being unapologetically anti-Black. Hispanic Houston police officer fired after anti-Black racist rant toward FBA. Colossus failure, Elon Musk data centers face lawsuit for polluting Black areas in Memphis. Then we got Brit celebrates foundational Black Americans receiving backlash, but then gets exposed. Then we got Democratic Shill compares Black ICE agents to slave catchers. Then we got our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News being one of the first, which started at the end of 2020, early 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago, and is also a part of the Frontline campaign, and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News. Frontline Blacc News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Blacc News down again. And there's Shabaka. Welcome back, Shabaka. I'm just going through the intro.
All right, okay.
We got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka and Nkrumah, which was in jail for a week and is now out of jail and is back in the algorithm. And make sure y'all sub to that so y'all can get informed on what's happening at the Denver City Council, the Aurora City Council, and the local Denver and Aurora Black events. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Lady Che be covering topics that we don't normally get to on Frontline Blacc News. Like she covered the data centers extensively. So make sure y'all check her out. Then we got our West Coast correspondent, his YouTube channel, Shabaka, saying Corey, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin or local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi, Kukizi 5100. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. He does a lot of hip hop music out here, so check him out. He usually does the intro track for the Frontline Blacc News, but we're not on a paid subscription, and he's been having issues with the company or whatever that he did the song with. And then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who's out of Virginia by way of New York. Make sure y'all check him out. He be over here sometimes as well. Breeze Omega on YouTube. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, the Church of Black Power, who is supposed to be interviewing me any day now for my campaign. Make sure y'all check him out. His channel is the Church of Black Power. And he's heavy. And he has just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. He should be almost at 3,000 now. And last but certainly not least, we got our young brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FB and B1 businesses alike. Hey, Kahari. We got Kahari in the building. And the link to submit your business is in the description. I just played the ad for the B1 Rolodex, so make sure y'all check that out. And the link to the Rolodex itself is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. That petition is also in the description. Oh yeah, check out Kahari as well, the rap boy Kahari. Them boys are sweet. Make sure you check him out as well on YouTube. Then we got Take Action Now. Brooke, Sister Brooke, who calls me her uncle, so I call her my niece. Her call to action, the link to her call to action in New York is in the description. And then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, with the GoFundMes, we got the 103-year-old elder who was on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. So her GoFundMe link is also in the description. And then we got myself, support me, Jesse Paris, for House of Representatives in Colorado for House District 8, as you can see from my background. And the link to the website is in the description. And then PukeTube, we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. Is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2-3 weeks ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral along with several others. So the link to the ISIS papers, the colors of the code, is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, greetings from the Mile High Income City. Go Nuggets.
Man, you mean them buckets, man. You know what I mean?
We shooting buckets.
Yeah, you mean them buckets, man. I can't go Nuggets, man. Lifelong fan of the Lakers, you know what I'm saying? And once again, if they have a losing ass season, change your fucking name or leave town. Man, get tired of these bust ass so and so.
Y'all playing the Rockets.
I
think y'all are ahead in the series. I think y'all are ahead.
Okay. And the Houston Rockets, you know, and if memory serves me correct, no, I think he went to San Antonio when they traded Robert Horry. Didn't Robert Horry go to San Antonio or to the Rockets?
I think he went to San Antonio. Shabaka, the Spurs is looking good too.
Okay, yes, because when Phil Jackson had his last season with the Lakers, it was a disaster, man. His very last game, where they had, you know, what was it? It was Dallas or San Antonio, man, where they got into a huge fist fight, you know, on the court. going up there into the audience, and the police department was out there and led quite a few of those players off that court with some handcuffs on. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes down here to professional sports, this is why the fans are called fans, short for fanatic.
Yep.
Okay. And then not to mention all the big money that's on it, endorsement deals, trade deals, gambling, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot, you know. The Lakers, you know, I hope you guys do it. And then LeBron, let this be your last season with the Lakers because you did your job, man. You got your son up there entrenched, man.
Yeah.
And go on and pass the reins, brother. You've been up there for 20 years, and I think he's up there, Che, with Abdul-Jabbar and Wilt Chamberlain.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, if I got my figures on that there right, you know what I mean, and whatnot. But however, you know, we all love the human drama of athletic competition, and that there's definitely a field that we should be controlling, as because of the input we put into it, you know, through the labor, meaning the players, the fans, of course, all the products that get sold, the endorsements that they do for these major corporations and what have you. See, so it's about us controlling our own economics. And I was up here debating with some dumb bastard, you know what I'm saying, on social media. Well, you know, black people shouldn't have their own economics, and you know, you guys would know what to do with it. So I told them this. So,
yeah, so I got to shout out who was in here already. We got MD in the building. We got the Heart in the building. We got Fresh always in the building. Salute.
Right.
Mac in the building. He said he had court in the morning. He wanted me to.
And I saw there in there that the homie got a court date tomorrow.
And we got Twin in the building. Yeah, he has a court date tomorrow. Mac does. We lost you, Shabaka. I can't hear you. Shabaka. Earth Patient Shabaka. I can't hear Shabaka now. Shabaka.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Also, to StreamYard, we need to sue your stinking asses as well, too. Okay? Because you are doing this interference deliberately, and I'm just looking at the city that you all are headquartered in, so that tells me everything. And as I stated, and I'm taking personal responsibilities for this statement, the dumpster deserves to go right straight to fucking jail. Next time he gets on Jailbird 1, repeat, Jailbird 1, that the fuck is the land to the closest federal penitentiary, and then they need to pull his ass off of there, put him in his damn shackles, and put him in his goddamn jump chute, and then have him go up there and shower with a whole bunch of men so he knows what it's like to be black in America. Now, and I'm going to say this here, ladies and gentlemen, there's an episode called Little House on the Prairie that Michael, what was the cat's name? Michael Landon used to produce, and it was partly with Todd Bridges when he was a child actor. And he asked the question, would you much rather spend 50 years free, or would you rather spend 10 years as a nigga? You know what I'm saying? So therefore,
come on, Ruru. Come on.
He wants to get on TV. He knows it's time for TV. You know what I'm saying?
He's a baby.
Yeah, say, you know, he wants to get up on TV, you know, just a kitty, you know what I'm saying? And so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it is. Okay. So every time that you all fuck with our algorithms on my page and all this shit, the only thing that kills me is that we're
they've been doing that serious lately. They've been doing that something serious lately, Shabaka.
Oh yeah, it's intentional. And just remember is that the day of the ass scratcher, the Yassa balls, the raccoon is over. So to you Nabiscos, get over it.
Right.
I'll land my plane for now.
Get over it. They're trying to stifle our reparations. So that's our
Oh
first.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Who's behind the lawsuits against reparations? Yeah,
Okay.
We got 3 of them now.
Okay. The B1 kitties. Okay.
Got the little
And
baby
then,
and the 2 little killers.
okay. All right. Yeah, they need to start getting their sparring in the next couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. So therefore, what it is to all you assholes out there, you know, that hit the Sparkers Black Expanse enhanced like page with your vitriol and your hatred, please keep it coming. Tell all your fellow troglodytes to follow it as well too, and I'd be more than happy to sit there and debate with you inbred, miseducated, stupid ass bastards. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
All right, so get into these bastards, Shabaki, like
Yes.
Ed and others.
Mhm.
They're trying to make lawsuits against our reparations. So Professor Black is going to give us an update on that.
All right, going on mute.
Been listening to him for over a decade, and everything he said has come to pass. Damn, it's been more like 15 years I've been listening to Professor Black Truth. Shout out to him. And April is New Black Media Appreciation Month, all month long.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. You've often heard me talk about the Black infant mortality rate, and I know that it's not exactly the sexiest subject to talk about, but the truth of the matter is I feel it imperative to remind you that a people who have no children are also a people who have no future. We also have to remember the Black maternal mortality rate, because when you start slaughtering the mothers of a people, you make sure that there can be no children. This does not happen to Black America by accident. This is an intentional, deliberate policy. And the policy of murdering Black babies and their mothers is being openly defended. There's a group in California calling itself Californians for Equal Rights. They're a group of Asian-led right-wing extremists. Even the name is pure propaganda. It's one of those cynical strategies that the white right pioneered decades ago, where they would take some issue of the left and then they would name some sort of policy or organization after it, like the so-called Clear Skies Initiative or the Healthy Forest Initiatives, No Child Left Behind, etc. All of them were right-wing schemes meant to do exactly the opposite of what their names said. And we see them continuing to run the same play over and over, like Ed Blum, for instance. His front group has almost the exact same name, American Alliance for Equal Rights. That's how you know that there's a program at work here. CFER's website boasts that they've sued or are suing a number of programs and policies in California, and they brag that they've done so successfully. So that tells you everything you need to know about liberal California. And not surprisingly, most of the policies and proposals that they sue have to do with Black people. These guys are not for equal rights. They are against Black rights, starting with the right to live. They don't actually advocate for anything. They're just fighting against what they don't like, and what they don't like are Black people. If they were interested in equal rights, then they would be suing hospitals for what are blatantly disparate medical outcomes, lethal outcomes between Black and non-Black patients. Instead, the CFER organization doesn't even mention it. That's because silence equals assent. They don't fight against the deaths of Black babies and their mothers because they want Black babies and their mothers dead. Attacking a program aimed at reducing Black infant mortality while intentionally not so much as acknowledging that the situation even exists, that is indisputable proof that their goal and their mission is solely to maintain and perpetuate Black deaths. These are not grassroots groups. These are AstroTurf sock puppets for wealthy, mostly white racists. CFER's website also lists their so-called advisors, who are practically all white, and not surprisingly, one of their advisors is Chris Rufo. So that's how you know he's the Manhattan Institute's man on the scene. That's how you know the Manhattan Institute, one of the premier anti-Black hate engines of America, is behind this organization. This is all happening because nothing occurs in a vacuum under white supremacy. It's all connected. The same handful of racist white bigots who prop up the Chris Rufos and the Ed Blums are the exact same ones who are also bankrolling and supporting these guys too. And the goal of these anti-Black racists at CFER is not to have health care for everyone. Everybody already has health care except Black people. This is about making sure that the status quo doesn't change. Everyone knows that Black infants and their mothers die at disproportionately higher rates than anyone else because they're intentionally ignored and dismissed no matter how serious their condition. People like CFER understand that too, and they're determined to keep it that way. We see this group, by the way, is also suing San Francisco over their admittedly empty reparations proposal, merely a proposal. Now, before we go any further, I should remind you what we're talking about. San Francisco passed a local measure that they claimed was a so-called reparations fund, except it was all a lie because the mayor said that the city wasn't going to contribute even 1 penny to it. Instead, he said that if private interests wanted to donate to this reparations fund, then they could do so. So the city sets up a reparations fund and then doesn't fund it. This was a huge nothing burger, and yet this Californians for Equal Rights group sued the city over it. But look at the grounds that they were using. They claim that the fund is discriminatory on the basis of race and ancestry. Now, that's a point that the white right understood that they needed to reach, and the white left wanted to help them to reach. This is an attack on the principle of lineage-based reparations. That's what this is. Someone's trying to get out in front of it, and this is what this effort looks like. They understood that the whole talking point about, well, you can't support reparations on the basis of race, that's precisely why lineage-based reparations is the word. Now they're trying to say, well, you can't do it based on lineage either. Now what this CFER group does is they recycle the old white right talking point of, well, we need a race-neutral solution. How do you have a race-neutral solution for a problem that is race-specific? You cannot remedy race or lineage-specific harms without lineage or race-specific policies. When harm is done to a specific group of people based entirely on their race or lineage, you cannot make restitution to that group through race-neutral anything. The very idea is ridiculous and would be laughed out of any court that operated on the basis of law or justice. Apparently, CFER would say that if someone gets ripped off by a Ponzi scheme, then everyone in the country has to receive some sort of payout if you take them to court. That would be their logic. And we never hear this race-neutral gibberish dragged out, except when someone's proposing something to remedy harms done to Black people. Then all of a sudden, well, whatever it is, it needs to be race-neutral. It needs to be for everyone. In fact, there were and are large amounts of money specifically for Asian businesses, and a bunch of funds set up specifically to give money only to Asian businesses, and yet you never see Ed Blum and his pals suing those organizations, and you don't see the conservative Asians of California for Equal Rights suing them either. That's because this is not about equal rights for them. This is about unequal race. This is about anti-Black bigots carrying out a lawfare campaign targeting only the policies or proposals that are seen as potentially helpful to Black people. The idea of ancestral-based reparations is what most mass compensatory measures are based on, from giving Red Indians tax-free casinos and other giveaways to Japanese Americans in Manzanar and the descendants of the Holocaust. Legally, lineage-based reparations is rock solid. It is on totally solid ground legally, but as we saw with how the courts illegally and arbitrarily denied compensation to the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre, for these white supremacists and their white supremacist adjacent pals, this isn't about law. It's about maintaining white fiat, and there's a lot of people not classified as white who are trying to help do it. Because I'm sure you probably also read that a white Hispanic woman in California is suing the Pasadena Public Health Department because her white baby wasn't eligible to be in the Black Infant Health Program. White citizens who have the most births, who the hospitals actually take care of, and who are not targeted to be denied medical care or to be neglected by medical apartheid, people who are not kicked out of hospitals when they're going through labor, and yet these individuals who are allowed to deliver healthy babies because the hospitals make sure that they do, they go to court claiming they should be treated the same as people who are being systematically discriminated against. Now, you're probably wondering, who is it who's bankrolling or otherwise enabling these asinine nuisance suits? Well, there's one group in particular who's behind both CFER's lawsuits and this white Hispanic woman. They call themselves the Pacific Legal Foundation. They're the ones who put up the attorneys for both this white Hispanic woman's suit and for Seifer's lawsuits too. In fact, in the news articles about their lawsuits, you even see quotes from the exact same attorney for the Pacific Legal Foundation, a guy named Andrew Quinio. You need to start to learn the names of these organizations who are behind these lawfare campaigns, the names of these white right-wing think tanks and foundations, these big donors putting together these manufactured lawsuits. Because when you merely pay attention, you immediately see the exact same names over and over and over and over again. You're not going to be seeing the white leftist media on MS Now or CNN or any of these white outlets or podcasters talking about this because they're quiet as it's kept on board with it. You need to make sure that you know who your enemy is. So that's how you know this stuff is not grassroots, it's astroturf. These are lawsuits that are being manufactured by wealthy white interests. These are a bunch of extremists who have decided that since they couldn't shove their policies down the nation's throat through the legislatures, they're instead trying to bypass it through the courts. That's what this is all about. Because just for the record, the Federalist Society has a large number of its members who are in Congress and who hold political offices throughout the country. It's not as if they don't have policymakers, but even so, with the enormous advantage that they were given, they still couldn't get any of their policies through the legislatures. They know that they've lost the culture. So the courts are their last ditch. That's why you see them betting everything on it. These lawsuits that you see, this doesn't represent some groundswell of popular support. It never has. What it represents is the same wealthy white interest, a handful of very wealthy individuals who prop up one or two individuals like Ed Blum, fund them to go ahead to throw together and manufacture and fabricate a lawsuit, usually with some of their staff members or family and friends. I've documented this for you. And then those lawsuits are put in front of a judge who those same wealthy people paid the politicians to put on the bench. And then they say, look, as you can see, the courts are clearly against this. Yeah, because America has a pay-to-play legal system. That's the reason why. These lawsuits are not a manifestation of what the people want. What they are is a manifestation of what a handful of corrupt, racist, wealthy white people want. But both the Republicans and the Democrats have been supporting these lawfare campaigns. They certainly couldn't be successful if the Democrats were actually trying to fight against them. Groups like CFER and Ed Blum were created by rich white racists to push a bigoted legal double standard, one that is meant to deny only black people what we are owed, and also to make sure that black people are ignored by the law. That's meant to give a wink and a nod to it. That's the purpose that they serve. And they know exactly what it is that they're doing. They're all about a racial double standard, and that it has to be a blatant one because they are the ones who need it. White power handed these people every crumb of their daily bread, and in a country with a level playing field, they would shrivel up and blow away. White power thoroughly controls the policy landscape right now. So they have to take this opportunity to set up sock puppets to pretend like they're fighting when in reality it's just political theater. And they know exactly what they want the outcome to be from the very beginning. The city of San Francisco and these racists at this so-called Californians for equal rights are not opponents to each other. They're actually working hand in hand. The city of San Francisco announces that they're setting up a reparations fund, but then they don't put any funds in it. And next, these guys come along and sue the very idea of reparations, but specifically the principle of it. They can't sue on the basis that they have somehow been deprived of their tax dollars wrongly, because the city admitted they haven't used any taxpayer dollars to do anything. This is all just something that exists solely on paper. And the next predictable step is that this phony baloney lawsuit will be put in front of a judge, usually a Federalist Society whore, who is going to rubber stamp it. And that way they can claim, see, reparations have been deemed illegal by the courts without ever having paid a single penny. And it's not like this is the first time something like this has happened in California. They are very sophisticated when it comes to carrying out anti-Black racism in that state, especially when it comes to doing these bait and switch maneuvers on reparations. Remember Bruce's Beach? Gavin Newsom himself was out in front of the cameras lying through his fake veneers that they were righting a historic wrong by restoring Bruce's Beach back to the original heirs. But as the black media told you, this was just a thin ploy to manufacture some quickie headlines for themselves because both state and local restrictions in California made it where although the land was valuable, it was also illegal to actually develop it. even though that's exactly what the white residents around them had already been allowed to do with their property in the past. They knew from the very beginning that the only thing the heirs of Bruce's Beach could do with that land would be to immediately sell it, which is exactly what they did. And that was the entire plan from the very beginning. California understands itself as being the front line in the war on reparations, as we saw with the so-called Black Assembly Caucus, who openly mocked their own Black constituents as they banded together with Gavin Newsom to block a Freedmen's Bureau at the state level. Don't kid yourself. The same white liberals who claim to be so colorblind and non-racist are the first ones who want lineage-based reparations to be stopped. Groups like CFER are doing their dirty work. White supremacy has fed a lot of bottom feeders over the decades, and its recipients know it. They stand to lose a lot when we talk about leveling the playing field. They know their position was handed to them. They sure as hell could never have earned it. And now they're willing to do anything to keep it. There's no honor among thieves, but that's not to say that there's no cooperation. What we're seeing from the CFER group just goes to show you that there's a whole lot of people who are not classified as white who will do anything to maintain white supremacy and anti-Black racism. And by the way, we saw this kind of uniformity with the college admissions scandals. Who was it who was paying people big money? And who was it who was cheating on an industrial scale to get into these schools fraudulently? It was almost entirely white and Asian students and their families who were responsible for those scandals. And these are the same people like CFER who we see using the word merit in their online propaganda. Well, the CFERs and the Ed Blums, they don't believe in merit, never have. They use that word as a punchline. The goal is, they hope, to be part of the system of goodies, giveaways, and most of all, guarantees that are given to the dominant society. These people are so opposed to anything that is race-specific, and yet, I wonder, did Frank Zhu and his pals at CFER sue when Congress passed a hate crime law specifically for Asians? How about COVID money for Asian businesses? This was actual racial preference, not the phony made-up lies that these guys traffic in. They don't want equal rights. They want racial privilege for white supremacy and, in their case, white supremacist adjacents. Obviously, this group is not about stopping discrimination. They are the defenders of discrimination. They're about attacking anything with the word Black in it. This is a clumsy right-wing front for lodging racist lawsuits aimed at Black citizens. They create the conditions that harm Black people's opportunities, that harm Black people's access to the money that Asian immigrants are given right off the boat, and even Black people's lives. And then when there's pressure to put measures in place to address these harms, they come in and file some nuisance suit against it. But understand, the white left, the Democrats, they want these lawsuits to happen because they were never serious about change in the first place. Even with Hakeem Jeffries as the alleged House Minority Leader, he's not laying out how these attacks on leveling the racial playing field have to be stopped, or how Democrats have to make stopping these lawfare campaigns the forefront of their political platform. And Chuck Schumer in the Senate, he's not doing anything or saying anything either. In fact, not one Democrat who has any sort of visibility or prominence is saying a peep about this. They talk about the racist policies from Trump, but they don't talk about how they're going to be restoring or reinforcing any of these policies or any of these programs that have been attacked or knocked down. Right. They don't talk about how there must be a Democratic hyper-aggressive pushback through policy and how breaking the backs of these right-wing activists on the bench must be the Democrats' top priority. The reforms of the 1960s were admittedly modest. They had a minor impact on the racism that we face, but what went unsaid is that potentially it could have led to changes down the road if a group of Black people emerged who were on code. That's the reason why, since at least the 1980s, you had the white right constantly saying, we only have a short window to try to undo these policies. We got only a short window to do something. Because they correctly interpreted that sooner or later, some Black people who were serious were going to come along, and these bootlicks would be pushed aside, and these new Black people would use those policies that were in place left dormant to actually make the system do things it wasn't designed to do, starting with produce justice. It's like having a wrench that somebody bought and then some incompetent mechanic let it sit around and let it get a whole lot of dust and rust on it and forget about using the thing for what it's actually meant to do. Instead, they decide that they're going to use it to make peanut butter sandwiches or something. But then one day a new mechanic comes along and he sprays some WD-40 on it. And even though the wrench is not as strong as it used to be, in the right hands, he can make it still fix some things. See, that's the scenario that the white right understood could happen. This was always the fear that white power had, that the policies of the 1960s, while not necessarily meant to be effective, could be made to be effective on some level or another. It was not necessarily the laws at the time that they were terrified of, but of what could come next. Remember, things like the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, these were modest measures at best. And in many cases, some of the same segregationists who opposed civil rights were eventually persuaded to vote for these measures. Not all of them, only a few, but it proves that these measures weren't as threatening to white power as the white media would lead you to want to believe. The racists could, to an extent, stomach the reforms of the 60s because they knew it wasn't going to be enough to bring them down. But what they ultimately feared was what policies could come next. That's why on every January 15th, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, I make sure to play that interview where he says that the civil rights reforms up until that point were merely the opening salvo of his war on white supremacy, that he planned the next phase that would be about the money, and that he recognized that this was where they were getting their stiffest opposition from white society. Dr. King knew that the slate of policies he was advocating for next would make his opposition to Vietnam look tame by comparison. And the white supremacists knew it too. Shortly after that interview, he was assassinated. The struggle is not just against the enemy, though. The struggle is also to get black people on code and keep them on code. In order to do this long term, you require institutions, and institutions require resources. This is what the enemy is fighting against. Anti-Black racism is global. Everyone has benefited from it. So they're determined to stop anything that promotes Black empowerment because they're as helplessly dependent on white supremacy as the white supremacists. Some of the worst anti-Black racists aren't even classified as white. This is how white supremacy uses buffer groups to do its dirty work. This is a political offensive taking place through the courts. They couldn't possibly try these stunts through the legislature because they would fail. The good news is that the enemy has put together a strategy with a single point of failure. But the bad news is that both political parties are determined to protect that single point to the death. And you have a lot of non-Black people who are helping them do it. This is the reason why the Black fill-in-the-blank alliances were always damned to failure. And this is why you should be on the lookout for people from outside the community who want to see if they can come into Black enclaves and get us to vote for them. You notice that times like this, the DNC shills go quiet, because they would have to tell the DNC to speak up about this and to put pressure on lawmakers, especially in the AAPI community, to oppose groups like this, but they don't, because they actually agree with what the white right and its sock puppets are doing. In the 1960s, the civil rights activists spoke loudly enough and long enough that they came to dominate the conversation eventually, or at least they had a voice loud enough to be heard. White society and its politicians tried screaming and yelling against racial justice, but as Lee Atwater pointed out, that backfired. White power recognized it wouldn't work. This is why I keep reminding you of Antonin Scalia's infamous ruling in Shelby v. Holder, where he admitted in open court that the lawmakers were scared of the voters punishing them if they attempted to repeal the Voting Rights Act. So the right-wingers on the Supreme Court had to do it themselves. He openly admitted he was doing it to protect certain politicians from suffering the wrath of the voters. He admitted to what the Constitution calls political high-handedness. But what needs to be remembered is that the Democrats are on board with this too. Look at what Kamala Harris said, what Rahm Emanuel said, what Bernie Sanders said, what Joe Biden said. The Democrats' position dovetails perfectly with the Ed Blums and others. They pretend that they wish it wasn't so. Well, this is just a problem of political feasibility, you see. I am sympathetic to you. But in reality, if they really wanted justice, they would be talking about ways to make it happen, not telling the party base that it's unfeasible or that it's just too difficult, because they never tell that to any other group when talking about issues those groups care about. This is a deliberate Democratic strategy. Act helpless, don't propose to do anything, and then tell Black voters, well, you got to vote for us anyway because we're going to do, well, something. Yeah, just not anything for Black people. Any anti-Black hate crime law of a necessity must encompass medical apartheid. There must be legal tools put in place so that these hospitals where Black people are dying more than any other group and their physicians are monitored, documented, and punished. And when I say punished, that means prison time, not just taking someone's medical license away. This is what racists like the Seifer group fears. How many of the physicians in California would you say are in the same ilk as a Frank Zhu or the rest of these guys? Quite a few. And were laws put on the books to punish them, how many doctors who were like these guys would wind up stripped of their medical licenses and their freedom? These creeps always claim that they want transparency. We want legal transparency. Yeah, well, do you see this CFER group going to court to sue hospitals in order to force them to disclose how many Black babies, or babies of any sort for that matter, have died at their facilities? You see, that's a race-neutral policy that would shed light on the medical apartheid. And that's the reason why these people who are so interested in equal rights want to make sure that nobody's allowed to see who's killing these infants and their mothers in the first place. So much for wanting race-neutral remedies. Know who the enemies of Black life are, who the people are willing to tell any lie, promote any evil, and kill as many Black people as they can in their effort to hold on to whatever minor crumbs white power may have given them. And do not listen to anyone who tells you that you shouldn't fight for reparations. There are those who want you to stop fighting white power, and they use their sock puppets to sell the soap. Anyone who tells you reparations ain't gonna happen, you are supposed to automatically ask that person to tell you what policy for Black people are they fighting for. Don't let somebody sit there and get away with that. Because if you ask that question, you'll find that they're not fighting for anything. They're not advocating for anything for Black people, because there is nothing, no matter how minor, no matter how insignificant, no matter how pointless, that you can advocate for Black people that will not face a barrage of opposition. It doesn't matter how minuscule or meaningless it is. The moment that you mention Black anything, there's going to be a tsunami of opposition to it. And that's the reason why the people who sit there saying, man, reparations, that ain't gonna happen, these people do not advocate for Black people at all. That's the entire point of them attacking the very idea of reparations. The goal is to keep the spotlight on the enemies of Black empowerment, and to make sure you see through the lies, to not let the enemy redefine what qualifies as reparations. Remember, these exact same people in the past, they said that slavery would never fall. Right up until the moment it did. They said Jim Crow would never end. Right up until the moment it did. They said that police would never start being sent to prison for murdering Black people. That qualified immunity is too strong. Right up until the moment they started being sent to prison. Not in the numbers or with the sentences that they should be. But the numbers now are greater than they've ever been. The enemy wants to demoralize you, because the enemy understands how fragile their position is. What they don't know is whether you're aware of this. Look, this fight is not going to be quick or easy. The enemy is deeply entrenched and has huge resources. But history has shown that when we fight, we win, if we are relentless and persistent. The enemy is down to their last ditch, believe it or not. This is why the Federalist Society specifically targeted the federal courts to be infiltrated by their members. They tried pulling these stunts at the legislative level, and it didn't work. They have lost 2 of the 3 branches of government on this front. Their own citizens at the state level don't support them. Not on stuff like this, they don't. So they recognized they needed to find a way to bypass the ballot box, bypass the voters, and just shove their ideology down the nation's throat without the people having any say over it. And this is where the courts come in. I've been telling you for the longest time that these judges have got to be held accountable and punished. These judges are blatantly ignoring the law at every level, whether it be when someone harms Black people in criminal court or civil suits. Democrats are not so much as saying that they're going to do anything about it. Hell, they won't even acknowledge that this is happening, because if they did so, that would require them to say what they're going to do about it. So in closing, family, understand the enemy is scared because we've given them reason to be. They're desperately trying to get out in front of lineage-based reparations because they understand that that is going to be what brings them down. Also understand, reparations cannot and should not be redefined as anything other than cash payments. But most of all, understand, white supremacy is being supported, propped up, and promoted by a whole lot of people who are not even classified as white. That's the political reality that's at work here. But if enough Black people are on code, if we are persistent, if we stop listening to these liars who are ignoring their own laws and their own policies so that they can have a double standard, if we start doing what we're supposed to do and we are relentless about it, then we will be able to change that reality. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Samora Morris, Sakina Collins, DSC Bland, Brent Olive, and Jerlene Harris. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what the professor just said
Exactly.
about these
Everything he said was
trying to get ahead of reparations because we're pushing for lineage-based reparations, not race-based reparations.
right. Okay, now I got a question on that, there, brother Shay. So, because I argued with some bastard man on my live page, and this motherfucker gonna tell me, man, but what about reparations for the Irish?
Oh
said, fuck you and Irish. And the reason being is because none of you bastards never answer the question is, how come you got so many black people with Irish last names that we went over before that simply meant that they were property for these Irish people? So I told him to go fuck himself and that he was full of shit.
You told him right, Shabaki. The hell the Irish need reparations for?
Yes, sir.
They got $1 million worth of whiteness. The hell is they talking about?
Yeah.
And indentured servants.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the same thing as a chattel slave.
Exactly.
What the hell?
You see what I'm saying?
Reparations for? It's just like everybody, oh, I need reparations. I need reparations. Oh, if you're going to give it to them, then you should give it to me. No.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You don't do that shit with no other. You don't do that shit with the small hats. Y'all don't do that with the so-called Native Americans and $5 Indians. Y'all don't do that with these Asian groups. Y'all don't do that with none of these other groups, but yet you want to come after us because we're demanding what is rightfully owed to us.
And then keep in mind is that another thing is like this one clown I was debating with, is that they do not want to recognize the fact that our free labor, like the man did with the sugar cane,
exactly,
contributed greatly to the gross national product. Now, for those who don't know what the gross national product is, I'm not the most brilliant person there is. All that is just an account of money.
You're breaking up, Shabaka. It's something underwater or something.
Hold on. Again.
Say something. It's still doing it a little bit. I don't know if it's the headset.
Switch over to right here. So the gross national product, ladies and gentlemen, is the total amount of spend on goods and services, which is an indicator.
Okay, Shabaka's gonna go out and come back in because I don't know what's going on with this sound. But yeah. What does it say? Do you think FBA biracial kids deserve reparations? If they're of the lineage, yeah. I mean, if they have a parent that's FBA, then yeah. But then it gets kind of goes into a slippery slope there, Matt, because then it lets in all kinds of people. That's why a prerequisite for it is you have to have identified as Black for at least 10 years. So we don't have all this racial confusion going on. Yeah, I can understand that. But I mean, if you had at least one FBA parent, then you should be eligible for the reparations. But then it kind of does open up the Pandora's box to like all kinds of people saying, well, I have Black relatives, so do I qualify? You know, open businesses in the Black community. Nope, they don't. They go out to the suburbs. Oh, that's understandable, Matt. Yeah, so you see, they're trying to jump ahead and stifle our efforts at the lineage base, because we already know we can't do the race base because they're already going to bring the lawsuits, because they're going to say, oh, you're discriminating based off of race and all of that shit. So we say, okay, well, we got a way around that. And now they're trying to find a way around that, talking about ancestry. Oh, you're going to say that we're discriminating based off of ancestry? Like, are you serious? And then that one that was trying to get reparations because her baby wasn't allowed in the Black child program. It's just ridiculous. The entitlement is just on a whole nother level. And these be the same ones that talk about, oh, I pulled myself up by the bootstraps and ain't nobody ever helped me, when all these motherfuckers get is help from the government. Yeah, they are technically tethers. Yeah. I mean, if you have one Black parent that is FBA and another parent that was African or Caribbean, you either have dual alliances or you made yourself known that you are FBA first, you're Black first. I don't know, it's kind of slippery slope with that. Okay, Shabaka's back. All right, Shabaka, try it again.
Yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, what if the mother's white? That's true. Well, then we got Lady T's situation. Lady T's mom is white, but she's still eligible for the reparations.
Okay, still. Okay, look at when it comes to that question right there, Mac 285, look at a film called The Imitation of Life. Okay, and then keep in mind that during slavery, when the mother was white and had a Black child, they wouldn't kill every Negro and castrated him for doing that. You see?
No, I was just bringing it up as a white mama too. But she still qualifies. She still qualified for the auction block. She still qualified for the reparations.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. See, this is the part that they don't talk about. And so my recommendation on people on that have issue with that, you got to read the autobiography of Malcolm X. And he had went off into that, as well too. You say, and then keep in mind, on a plantation system, where I argued with a sociology professor, when I was in college in my younger years, this is what they would call, quote unquote, a natural union. And I told the sociology professor that he was fucking crazy. And that's what I said.
That's not a natural union.
Right. And then keep in mind, they'll never, ever want to bring up the fact that it was the white woman that would tell the Black man that if he does not fuck her, she will cry rape. So he's damned if he do, damned if he don't. And Muhammad Ali had brought that up against Ken Norton, and made a picture called Winning Dingo, and they made a sequel to it called Drum.
It's happening again, Shabaka. I don't know what it is, if it's your headset or the internet connection, but you're still coming in choppy.
No shit. All right, it's the damn hold on. All right, it's the internet connection, man. It's because this is the shit that they do. You see what I'm saying? This is the shit that they do.
Whatever you just did, it sound clearer now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the idiot box on in the other room, and I just closed the door to it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Max. Okay. Yeah, that's the bad.
Okay, Mac 285. You know those biracial girls I'm talking about, Jesse. They may be married to white men by choice almost all the time. Okay, Mac 285. See, this is what I was talking about in regard to the film called The Imitation of Life, where it takes all that there into consideration. Okay, it's because I've had bed wenches come up on my damn wall talking a bunch of shit, well, I got a black wife and all that. And I says, Nabisco, but you got a bed wench. You know what I'm saying? Then I said some other things to him that I'm not going to say here on the air.
Yeah. I don't know. It gets really, really starts that route. Because then you got to factor in biracial children. Is it? How many of them are going to be eligible for reparations?
Right. The ones that got sold on the auction.
Yeah, but what he's saying is like these modern day bad wenches, they're biracial and they're married to white men. Should they get reparations?
Right.
If they're of the
know
lineage.
What, brother, that is a very, that is a very, very interesting issue. So this one bastard comes up on my wall and says, Chewbacca, you're a GD black racist. And I says, idiot, tell me what stock market I control, police departments that I control, what major industry or agricultural products that I control in the land, okay, to implement racism of what you're talking about. Oh man, no. I says, with shit like that, this is who you go see. You go see Uncle Remus, you go Uncle Tim Scott, okay, because I'm not one of those ass scratch house Negroes and Yasbas. I'm sorry, people, I can't be there due to my consciousness. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, then I get off to Ali being a coward and all that shit, and they go down that type of rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Oh man, this internet is really bad. Hopefully, he can get his internet connection under control because it sounds really bad. I apologize for that. I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that is the Southern Leadership, or excuse me, the Southern Poverty Law Center is being indicted federally. So the first clip wasn't gonna be Tariq; it was gonna be somebody else. I think it was going to be the actual news story on it. Yeah. Sorry, this queue was like out of order. I'm gonna keep messing my cues up. Damn, Pew 2, get it together. Hold on, Shabak, I'm about to bring you back in. Okay, let's try this again, Shabaki. Say something.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as you see,
yes,
yeah. Okay. And StreamYard researching putting a lawsuit, what I quote unquote right to free speech.
It's the internet connection, Shabaka.
Exactly, but you see, but doing this shit on purpose with an internet connection. Because notice that I've taken a lot of men know is that when on these subjects, okay, all of a sudden we have this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So what happened to the freedom of speech? When you see black man and woman, you don't have the right to free speech.
Yeah, it sounds horrible.
Whatever you
I can make it
again. Okay, you're in as well.
Yeah, it's like going in and out, Shabak. It's like real choppy. So I don't know if it's, you said it's the internet.
And they're doing that shit on purpose. Yes, the internet, man, they doing that shit right there because I got a full signal right here. Okay. All right, and that's that technical issue bullshit. Okay. And the technical issue is some motherfucker, man, that's sitting up here monitoring the podcast and is killing the key of things that we want to say. And I'm willing to the donuts. It's gonna happen. 5 more times before we end this podcast.
But you just said there's a storm, right? It's like windy or something. Yeah, he's on Bluetooth. I don't know. He sounds like that. Sounds like he's underwater. We'll move on to the next topic. Like I said, the Southern Poverty Law Center is being sued or has been federally indicted. So I'm going to play the news clips. First one is from Face the Nation, and the other one is from Cincinnati News.
The Justice Department announced fraud charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center over its non-profit investigations into extremist groups. CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen has the details.
A federal grand jury in Alabama indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center on 11 counts of wire and bank fraud-related charges on Tuesday, the Justice Department announced, accusing the group of paying members of extremist organizations as part of its efforts to investigate them without disclosing the practice to donors or banks. The SPLC has denied the allegations. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said at a news conference announcing the charges that the SPLC is, quote, a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling them. But, quote, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups, it was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. The acting attorney general said the group was charged with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. The SPLC is a nonprofit that tracks white supremacists and other hate groups across the U.S. and has been a frequent target of President Trump's allies. It is best known for its work investigating the Ku Klux Klan. The charges came hours after the center's interim president and CEO Brian Fair said in a video that the organization was being investigated by the DOJ in connection with the now defunct program that used paid confidential informants to infiltrate these far-right groups. Blanche said that the paid informant program at the SPLC went through at least 2023. He also claimed that the investigation into the group started years ago but was shuttered during President Joe Biden's term until the Trump administration revived it again. He alleged that in one case, the group paid the leader of the group that planned the far-right Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. And during that protest, anti-racism activist Heather Heyer was killed after a white supremacist drove his car into the crowd. In a statement, the organization's CEO said the group is, quote, outraged by the false allegations in the indictment and will, quote, vigorously defend ourselves, our staff, and our work. The indictment also alleges that more than $3 million in donations was, quote, secretly funneled to individuals associated with far-right hate groups, associated with groups like neo-Nazis, the Aryan Nation, and Ku Klux Klan associated groups. Back to you.
During that news conference, Patel addressed claims made in the Atlantic about his alleged erratic behavior and excessive drinking. He also sparred with reporters over their questioning.
I've never been intoxicated on the job, and that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
The computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate?
You asked the question. Let me answer it.
No. Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into
the problem with you and your report? Don't cut me off. You asked the question. The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie.
Okay.
So Patel went on to say that he was never locked out of his systems and that anyone who said the opposite was lying.
Talking about. Okay, we already had right. Didn't I say it before times? Okay, so we had
state and federal offenses totaling over $3 million.
All right, because they don't
our
believe,
investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They
plug it into your router
around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center.
I've got worse.
Yeah, it's gotten worse. Shabaki, you might have to restart the computer or something, 'cause it's still coming in real choppy.
Okay, I just restarted. Yeah, I just restarted the.
Perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful for the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people and legitimate entities, we at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in the state of Alabama, were able to comb through a decade worth of material, a scheme that took a decade to build, so that we were able to follow the money, because money never lies, and they got caught. As the Attorney General said, these charges are varying, they are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today, we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Director Patel. With any questions?
I'd like to know why individual people are not mentioned in this indictment. Is that something that's going to come down the pike? Is this just an indictment of the entity? Can you kind of explain, could people face charges here, or is this the indictment and you're done?
So, yes, I mean, as we said, the indictment, this investigation is very much ongoing. And today, the grand jury returned an indictment against only one entity, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and we'll go from there. But as you'll see from the indictment itself, it should be obvious from the indictment that the investigation is ongoing.
And I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So the Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they call them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
I was wondering if this is going to expand perhaps to more groups. Perhaps there's been a lot of accusations about particular groups like the Patriot Front that get a lot of traction. And more so, is the government, or is this indictment, I should say, making the case that some of these matters where they've tried at great lengths to sort of make connections to people on the right, per I mean, Charlottesville was very much associated by the media with being sort of like part of a right wing kind of thing. They're like good people on both sides type of thing. I mean, are we seeing a sort of the Southern Poverty Law Center was trying to create narratives using these types of groups to shape American public opinion?
Look, I think what the Southern Poverty Law Center has said over the years is available for the world to see. It's on their website. It's in other forums. The indictment speaks for itself. I'm not going to talk outside the four corners of the indictment. It lays out what the grand jury found, and obviously there's a whole body of public information around what the Southern Poverty Law Center has done over the past several decades.
I mean, in some of these instances, these are groups that have been either their membership has been dismantled or they've definitely fallen out of public view. I'm just wondering the legal theory of how, these payments allegedly went on to actually benefit the groups. Did you see the money go to the groups themselves rather than just the individuals who were paid informants, essentially? And then I have an off-topic after.
So look, I want to be careful to keep any comments that we make inside the indictment. And so what the indictment lays out is payments to individuals who had leadership positions within these organizations. If that's what the grand jury found.
Yeah,
and so
this is this bullshit. I had to change phones.
Received over
okay, it sounds much better.
million, okay, to the extent over several years, to the extent that there's any link
Okay,
between
who's that talking?
receiving the money and benefits to that organization.
One of the FBI directors under
Oh,
Cash.
yeah. Oh, wait. So they found that drunk motherfucker, huh?
But because again, it's not
Oh,
that
he
that
looked good
individual
and
who's
fucked
charged
up.
with a crime. It's that individual was a informant or what have you, and it's Southern Poverty Law Center that made those payments to the individual. But it wasn't, look. The payments were not made to these individuals in exchange for a service separate and apart from their work within these organizations. So, that's I think speaks for itself.
Just on an off topic, obviously you've read the Atlantic article that's now a subject of a defamation lawsuit.
I absolutely did not read that article, but go ahead with your question.
I just, without, obviously it's up in litigation now. Have you separately just heard any concerns given your supervision over?
Oh, so these motherfuckers trying to get their lives straight. Okay.
Drinking.
I have a lot of concerns, and my concerns are completely around the anonymous reporting that comes forth constantly. That reporters have an obligation to report, and they have due diligence that they're supposed to do. And when an entire article is based on anonymous sources, and there's things in the article suggesting, for example, apparently that senior DOJ personnel were informed of something. That's me. I wasn't informed. No one called me about that. So, listen, I did not read that article. It is a subject of litigation, but I've already spent too much time talking about it. Next question. Go ahead.
On that, Todd, I'm sorry. The FBI director's on camera with the U.S. Olympic hockey team chugging a beer. I mean, do you think that that's appropriate conduct for the FBI director?
That has nothing to do with the article. I mean, look, there's
Go on, get your lies straight, you lying motherfucker. Get your lies straight.
Are in this business, and you know what they look
Get your
like.
goddamn
And
lies straight.
You're asking repeated questions about them, almost as an admission of such.
Yeah, that's all a motherfucker doing is getting his goddamn lies straight. Now, who is Travel 189 Q7S? Come on up.
Article that are blatantly false because
Shoot him a link to come on up.
Wasn't. It's suspicious. In the back.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General. Can you explain again what the fraud is here exactly? Are you saying it's illegal for the SPLC to pay money to people that are in hate groups, or something about the way this was done makes it illegal? Because it's not automatically illegal, is it?
No, that's right. It's a good question. So again, I summarized the indictment, and it's now public for everybody to read. But the Southern Poverty Law Center is a 501c3. Okay, they're required to, under the laws associated with a nonprofit, to have certain transparency and honesty in what their donors are going to spend money on, and what their mission statement is, and what they're raising money doing.
Oh yeah, tell that bastard to come on up here.
Now I'm choppy. Can you hear me now?
Okay, now you sound perfect.
Okay.
It's probably because you turned off this lying bastard up here behind this podium right here with that drunk motherfucker right there on his right side. Look at how crooked old boy's tie is. That motherfucker's drunk. That cross-eyed parrot-nosed drunk ass motherfucker. Fuck him.
So, as the indictment points out, there's different ways that they raise money, and no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan. So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud. So, and then the bank fraud part of it is you have KYC, you have an obligation to tell your financial institution what the corporation or the entity that you're opening an account for does. And the allegations in the indictment are that these were fictitious companies that were set up, and so there was certain information sworn to by SPLC executives.
Okay, sound far away, like you're underwater.
That we allege is false.
Can I just follow up on? Can I have one follow up, Mr. Go ahead.
I said we're in the algorithm, so we're gonna start getting weird trolls.
Okay, let them idiots come on up, man. You know what I'm saying? They'll get cussed out. And during like, hey, trolls, you see our connection right here. Bring your funky, stinking asses up here if you know good bastards there. And if you can't, then shut the fuck up. You're just a buster.
40 years.
So, I mean, look, I think that we everybody in this administration, whether it's Department of Justice or elsewhere, we're always looking for good people. And he's somebody who has a deep bench. As you said, he's been in this business for decades. And when we had the opportunity to ask him to join the team and help, we readily did.
I have an on-topic and an off-topic, if you'll allow me. Are you able to explain a little bit more about what led to this investigation? Were you guys tipped off by a former employee, or how did you guys discover this?
No, I can't talk about that, but it's been going on for a long time. There was a time that it was shut down for a while during the last administration. I don't know why, and it was started again over the past year or so, and that brings us to today.
Sorry, you mean the investigation began before this administration and then was shut? I wanted to ask about the Brennan and the John Brennan investigation. If you can explain why the career prosecutor who had been leading that investigation was removed, and if you have or had concerns that investigation is not moving quickly enough.
I don't have any concerns about that investigation. And again, the reporting around that really is just a source purely from leaks.
Hi, Jesse. Hey, how you doing?
Just
going
to Southern Poverty Law Center being federally indicted by Cash Company.
Oh well. Well, anyways, I just want to say, yeah, I'm sorry I came a little late. Just want to say hello to you guys. Yeah, because I have a client in the morning, but I just want to check in with you, very quickly.
Okay.
Hey, Sabaka. Hey, yeah. So Sabaka, Jesse, I emailed you guys the recording from the meeting yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And now let me ask you this here, Michael. Okay. So what lies were they trying to get straight? You know what I mean by that?
They were talking Shabaka. They was talking crazy.
Crazy. Especially congressional staffer yesterday. I was, that was unexpected I didn't expect the congressional staffer, to be so rude to American freedmen, as Jesse told you earlier. I had to defend Caroline Essex, Terry Gaines, Lode, and then and then Jesse joined in a little later, right? Because I just didn't feel like the staffer wanted to take, American freedmen's claims for limits-based policies very seriously. He kept talking about HR 40. Oh, Congress Iron Oppressors. He's been working on this legislation for several years, right? We need to make this.
John Conyers, that's not interrupting you, Michael, but John Conyers introduced that bill way back in 1980.
Right, exactly. Right, 87, right? And yeah, and so the staffer, was trying to dilute what Terrence, Carolyn Essex, Lode, or trying to advocate for limits-based policies without any studies, because the data's already there, right? The only thing that's lacking is the political will, right? And when I saw, his name is can't remember his first, but last name is Johnson, right? When I saw him interrupting back to back, within the first, I think maybe 10 minutes, first 10 minutes, that's when I realized that okay, I need to step in the middle and correct the staffer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the staffer didn't like the way how I was, I guess you could say, correcting him when I was being very intentional and direct.
Right.
Yeah. And so Mr. Johnson decided to leave the meeting when I was
okay. Now let me stop you right there. 1 second there, Michael. What you did right there on the intellectual basis is that you got inside of his offense, okay? And then what he was doing is, this is where you hear me saying, well, get your lies straight. So what he was doing is you made him feel very, very uncomfortable. So he tried to react as opposed to speaking with you reasonably. Now, I had some bastard come up here, and I think we kicked him off the show, Brother Paris, about 2 years ago. Well, that there happened so long ago. You people weren't a slave. And then just like Brother Che has said it better than me, like I told you, Michael, when I went through the South, crossed Alabama where my ancestors are enslaved at. I could hear the brutalization. I could hear the screams. I could hear the whip of the taskmasters, right?
Right.
That's what they would call ancestral memory, right? Now, get a load of this. And where you really fuck them up at, and like I would tell this bastard right up here at this podium, okay, when they ended World War II, right? Okay,
Right.
they were fighting the Germans and they was fighting the Japanese, right?
Right.
Okay, they dropped 2 atomic bombs, as you know, Michael, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, okay?
Okay.
Then they had stated that if the Japanese did not surrender, they was going to drop the 3rd motherfucker on Tokyo, right?
Right.
How come they didn't drop that motherfucker on Berlin and Munich?
Exactly, because all those European countries were trying to maintain white supremacy and obviously control Black people globally, right? So they didn't want to
Exactly.
make themselves look bad. So the only target they saw was unfortunately Japan, and I wish Japanese people I wish Japanese people were cognizant at that time and be aware, never trust the enemies outside. And unfortunately, Japanese people and Asian people collectively, I'm not saying individuals, but collectively, they have not changed. And they still, most of them worship the Zungus, the Karens, Beckys, and they're not willing to, challenge the status quo or even accept the economic power from the top to the bottom, right? Especially for American freedmen. But anyways, so in the meeting, right, so Mr. Johnson kept referring back to HR 40. Oh, we got to be inclusive of all Black people. And he said to Terrence, especially, as Jesse listened, oh, we need to make slavery is not only just happening in America, it's global. And Terrence corrected him. He said, Mr. Johnson, we're talking about American chattel slave. We're not talking about global transatlantic slave trade.
Right. He was diverting. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, because he was on the inside of his offense on the intellectual plane. See?
Right. And I just got so mad today at the meeting. Usually I don't get mad at during the reparations meeting. I was trying to keep my calm, collective, but something told me that I had to defend Carolyn Essex, Terrence Gaines, Lode. Of course, Jesse came, towards the end of the meeting, right? Because it was just a lot of disrespect from a staffer. Usually staffers are not supposed to interrupt constituents in a congressional staff meeting. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Regardless if the staffers agree or disagree, it's about courtesy, right? And when I spoke, I just went off. You guys, I kind of went off cold, right? Because I was talking about the pursuit of life and liberty and happiness, to tie it into lineage-based reparations and mentioning Jesus, as Jesse heard what I said earlier, right? I borrowed the line from a Gridiron Gang. Unfortunately, another staffer had to cut me off as well, and I was just very frustrated. And then Miss Carolyn Essex, who's running in the state assembly in California, Long Beach, had to calm me down because I was getting a little teary-eyed and I was getting very, you can say I was growing frustrated with the staffer.
Okay, that's very, very good, Michael, because I have to remind myself that every day you can go pull up past episodes of Blog Talk, past episodes of Streamers where I go off on these dumb bastards, you know what I'm saying? Because you have those who are ignorant that don't know any better. Like I'm ignorant to fly the space shuttle because I don't know any better, right? But then you have those who choose to be willfully ignorant, and the way you could tell is that they divert. So what you got to do is you got to, cut off their escape. You see what I'm saying? And it's very interesting of how the philosophy and technology or the science of sports also applies in everyday life, because you have the spiritual plane, you have the spiritual plane, the mental plane, and the physical plane, right? Now, what it is that these assholes right here, like this lying bastard up at the podium standing next to this drunk motherfucker right here, okay? This is what I mean by getting a lie straight. You got a drunk right here on the right in that picture with his pointed parrot nose, cross-eyed, drunk ass. And you know what gives it away? Look at his tie.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his tie. You could tell, man, that he bum rushed putting that shit on right there without tightening the button tie, without buttoning the top button on the shirt to put the tie on. Now,
Right.
the dude here on the left with the blue tie on, you see how his is perfect?
Yeah,
That's
I noticed. Very
Yeah,
perfect. Whereas
okay.
Kas Patel, he just like I could. You probably. I think you're right because Kas Patel's like, oh, I don't want to be in the press. I really don't want to.
Because he drunk.
address the
Of course
press.
he don't. Of course he don't. Son of a bitch looks like Otis on the Andy Mayberry show. You remember
Yeah.
Otis the drunk who come up there, man, and lock himself in the jail cell?
Yep.
Mhm. Yep.
That's
And
what he
it,
looks like. So I'm gonna start calling that motherfucker Otis.
Otis, perfect. Sabaka. I was asking. Today I was asking. Yes, I was asking Jesse. Oh, where's Sabaka? Is he going to come to Congress with me? And Jesse told me to know Sabaka had an appointment. I told you, Sabaka, you would have ousted the congressional staffer very fast and put him in his place.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then the sad part, apologies on that, is because I thought I had the appointment this morning, which I did, but then I find out on my paperwork it's optional for me to go in. You'll say, okay, and had I would have known that, I would have went on and did the appointment. No, I would have came on the air, you see, because I'm gonna go to the appointment tomorrow. You see what I mean? And then I gotta. Yeah, so therefore I gotta focus my mind because they had me talking to the shrink, and I says, "Okay, Doc, let's talk about Sigmund Freud. Isn't he one of the greatest people in psychology? Yes, he is. Okay, explain to me why he was a practicing homosexual and a dope fiend."
Right. Yeah.
Okay, which is his business, just like this drunk bastard right here on the right. But don't come up to me with this drunken ass, Otis looking motherfucker right here telling me I gotta bow down to him.
Right, yeah.
See, because when you're in these type of positions, okay, you're supposed to be up there with the utmost of courtesy, the utmost of representation. Now, if somebody pisses you off, man, and says, saying something you don't dig at the time, just say, okay, get back with me. And then, of course, you go grab your notes, do your research, psych yourself up to like I used to do, Sarge, Jesse. Yeah. Michael, was you with us, Michael, on Blog Talk when Sarge used to come up there?
Oh, Sarge, as a matter of fact, I don't think so. I think I found about Jesse So I think a couple years later.
Yeah, he came
Okay, because me and Sarge used to go back and forth at it, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Sarge would rant and rave and carry on. And I say, Sarge, calm down. We all know you're tough, man. Just sit back, man. Smoke you some weed or whatever. Have a sip of your coffee, man, and relax. But we all know you're tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need Sarge, and Earth calling Sarge, you lying scoundrel, you giving me a bogus email address to get in touch with you.
Yeah.
Right. Scoundrel. And I'll never forgive Sarge for that. Only thing Sarge had to tell me is like, Shabaka, fuck it, fuck you, fuck what you're talking about. Fine.
Right.
Okay, at least you're honest.
But he saw
You see what-
I saw a number from him. But he saw it call from a block number.
Oh, yeah, from a block phone number. That's how we would know it was him. And then to Michael, and I'm just saying that you already know I'm going next, Jesse. So I'm just saying this here for Michael's information. Is that we was on Blog Talk, man. One of the good old boys called me every black SOB, every NGR term and stuff like that. And I says, right, you are expressing of how truly white America feels about black people. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not coming to me with sugarcoated bullshit. Okay, so hold on.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse.
Yeah.
I'm not. Oh, go ahead, Sabaka.
Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I want to mention to both of you and Sabaka. So Terrence told me in the text message, because I asked Terrence, have you contacted your representative about reparations? And you know what Terrence told me? He waited for a while. When he told me that, I was like, let me contact Congressman Steve Cohen's congressional district office. So I did. yesterday because I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I was very upset, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
At Steve Cohen's staffer. I was like, how dare you have my colleague who's a constituent in Memphis, Tennessee, wait several months to several days and no response, no follow-up. And
Yeah.
the intern tried to at first try to cut me off. I said, ma'am, let me finish, please. Like
Right.
I was like you can say I was like on a like I had my A game, literally, right? So I got her to like she was forced to apologize to me when she interrupted me. And I said, ma'am, did I interrupt you? No, you don't interrupt people, right? And especially I was not having a great day after the meeting. And she said, okay, I'm sorry. I'll help you to schedule a meeting for your colleague, right? I said, no, don't apologize to me. Apologize to my colleague whom your office did not contact for that meeting. So she did help me to schedule for April 29th, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time / Sabaka 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Jesse
Oh,
10
that's a good
a.m.
date. That's the perfect date to have the
Yeah.
reparations conversation.
Yeah, but this is going to be for Terrence, and also are there to support Terrence because this is very important for Steve Cohen.
Okay.
He represents 60% of his constituents are Black Americans in Memphis, Tennessee, especially a Jewish guy.
Really?
Go ahead.
Really? Okay, well, that's a double whammy for us right there, Brother Che, because as you know, Memphis is where Dr. King got assassinated. Okay.
Right.
Also, too, April 29th was the start of the rebellion in Los Angeles in 1992.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the perfect date.
Yep. It's going to be virtual. However, the meeting's still pending because the schedule has to confirm. So I just made this arrangement yesterday, but the intern's name is Okela. She has to talk to the scheduler, and I just emailed the scheduler immediately, and I told Terrence about it, but still pending. Hopefully, we could get the meeting by next Wednesday, April 29th, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time / 10 a.m. for Jesse's time, New Sabaka 9 a.m. And I'm hoping Miss Carolyn Essex can come as well.
Okay, that'll be the perfect date.
Yep. Because Carolyn Essex too, right? You know, she's running for state assembly in Long Beach, California. She's also FBA too.
Yeah.
And
Hold on. Stop a minute, Michael.
Sorry.
You said, okay, I don't mean to interfere. You said this woman is from Long Beach, California?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Carolyn Essex?
I think I've heard the name, but I am familiar with Long Beach. It's because, Brother Che, that's Los Angeles County.
Right.
That is perfect.
Yes.
That is perfect. And then that they will set up to sting like a bee combination, man. Because the first thing that what I'm going to ask this person is, how old are you? And then when they tell me that they're under the age of 40,
no,
and I says, okay, she's older
like
than me.
60 something years old, but she's very like.
Okay, so she was a young woman, like I was a young man at that time on that day.
Yeah.
Okay, so which means is that she's going to remember the verdict that came down, right? Okay. She's also going to remember when the newsman was out there, I think it was a local news station for LA, that was asking a young white woman who brought her daughter from Granada Hills, okay, who was appalled at it. She's also going to remember when they spoke to the gangbanger who was standing next to her that grabbed the microphone and stated these exact words. What the fuck do you mean that it was just? And then he told the gangbangers to unite.
Yep.
That was a problem for Los Angeles.
Yep.
Okay, it's because Daryl Gates was the bastard that caused this through his vitriol of hate throughout his how many years was that bastard with the LAPD? I think 42
until
years.
1992, probably like over like 30 years, and then he was
Yeah.
resign.
Yeah. Now, Michael,
by
here's something for you. Okay, there was a LA City councilman by the name of Michael Wu. The last name is spelled W-O-O. Okay, he was the first one on the LA City Council that came out and said it is time to get rid of Daryl Gates. You see, because you see the LAPD under Gates, okay, during his tenure of coming up through the LAPD, because he was a cop in 1949 all the way to 1992, he came up through the ranks, right? Okay. And he stated that he was, quote unquote, a disciple, repeat, a disciple of William H. Parker, who was one hateful son of a bitch against Black people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow. Yeah. I'm surprised when you mentioned Michael Wu. That's at that time in the early 90s, very rare for like Asian city councils to really side with Black Los Angeles. Very rare, you know what I mean? Because I know Asian
Yeah.
people are pretty much very conservative, collectively speaking, if not individually.
Right.
But I'm surprised you
Mhm.
told me that, because I don't think I've met so many Asian politicians, whether it's at the city, state, or federal level, really
Right.
advocate for Black Americans, and that's just very rare.
Right.
Right.
Or,
But however, I appreciate their culture of keeping to themselves. And just like I told you, Jesse, I don't know if I told Michael this, where I was in San Francisco asking an Asian woman who was a utility worker for PG&E directions of how to get somewhere. She was very polite and told me in perfect English how to get there. Then one of her people came up speaking Chinese, and the way how she flipped in speaking Chinese was incredible. Now, I do know they have different dialects of
Right.
Chinese. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but she was courteous, she was respectful, and I don't give a damn if they called me every Black son of a bitch that they was, you know what I'm saying? But
Right.
the woman was respectful to me. So I have to give Mr. Wu his respect on that, is because when they had Gates before the LA City Council addressing him about that, Mr. Wu went up there and cornered Daryl Gates intellectually, and then Daryl Gates went off on him. Now get this. You're going to love this. Then I'm going to yield. Daryl Gates had made the statement during a crack epidemic that casual drug users need to be taken out and shot, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you know that Daryl Gates' son was a major dope fiend in LA?
Oh, I didn't know. Not aware
yeah.
his son was a
Yeah, you can pull it up, because for his dope, he went out and pulled a robbery. You see what I'm saying? It hit the headlines, and that son of a bitch had to sit up there and eat cheese while he can't get no help from me. But you could tell, man, it was a knockdown for him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But all casual drug users, meaning Black folks, be taken out and shot. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, on that basis right there, Paris, and on that basis right there, Michael, that's why I identify as diasporic African, is because if we were truly American citizens, this activity would not be happening.
Right.
And just
Right. Right.
and me and Jesse agree on, which is a fact, is that the police are policy enforcers. Policy, and they evolved from the slave patrollers.
Yep.
So because of the treatment that we receive, that's
right.
Child slavery, Shabaka, you throw all that out and just say that you're an African descendant.
Okay, all right, wait a minute. Say that there again, Brother Che. Okay, you faded out, man. Now, okay, yeah, you were saying something very vital. Okay, please say that again, sir.
You said that you identify as a diasporic African.
Yes.
From the United States.
Okay, but so many of our other people, Brother Chad, as you and I discussed before, were born here. So that's why they would, when they had the law, what was that? The law was if you're born here, you're made a citizen.
That was the 14th Amendment.
14th Amendment. Yes, 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Right. Okay. And so some asshole is going to sit up there and tell me, well, you know, we did you a favor and all that. And I says, Nabisco, it's 100 degrees out here in Las Vegas. Go sit in the fucking sun and fry.
Did us a favor. They wouldn't have been able to get the first colony off the ground if it wasn't for us.
Right.
Right. And then also too, Che, who was that lady that was a congresswoman who says that she thanks God for slavery because if she was still in Africa, she'd be worshiping a tree?
That Tether Winsome.
Yeah. Okay. Don't you know that a tree is to be worshipped? Because you know what the indigenous people say about Brazil?
That was
they say that the go ahead, Jesse.
That lady was the one that said that slavery, that we should be thankful for slavery.
Thankful for. Right.
Yeah.
And that slavery was a choice, but when slavery was actually a system created by white supremacists, and then they spread slavery across the globe.
Okay, now also too, Michael,
Mm-hmm.
the woman also said to really show you her ignorance is that I'm so glad to be here because if I was in Africa, I'd be worshiping a tree.
Right.
And I said to myself, you stupid bitch, a tree is to be worshipped is because it gives off oxygen and it inhales where we exhale. So it's a fair exchange of nature. So the true savages, like what they were saying out of Brazil, Brother Che, I forgot the name of the group, but they lived in the Amazon. And their philosophy is that the savage is not the one who lives in the jungle. The savage is the motherfucker who comes along and destroys it.
Yeah. And that's what we're dealing with, savages. We've been dealing with them for...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You see, exactly. So I get
Baca,
all this
I know who
hate
you
mail.
Baca,
Ahead, Michael.
I know who you're talking about. The lady who made a comment that a black foundation of Black Americans should be think for slavery. It was a Asian woman in Tennessee, in the Tennessee State Assembly, and Justin Pearson called her out for it, but he never forced her to not only apologize but to pay restitution and demand reparations.
Right. You see. So then, and then in California, Brother Che, on that Gottlieb show, Gutfield or whatever.
Yeah.
I would love to kick Gutfield's ass. Because he had a bastard up there is going to say, to pay a nigger reparations is like paying for child support of a child that's not your own. And a son of a bitch like that, Michael, I would take great pleasure in beating his ass to a pulp. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is why I always keep emphasizing, if you ever get a chance, Michael, and I know Jesse have seen this film many times, and you know where I'm going at, Jesse. Yes. Go see The Imitation of Life, man. And Michael, and if that movie does not make you cry, sir, you are not human.
Imitation of Life.
Yeah, it was made in the year 1958. And then as you Google it, be sure to put in the names Juanita Moore and yeah, and who was the white actress in the movie? Lana Turner, who was a real big deal in the late 50s. Okay, and it was made in 1958.
Okay.
You say,
yeah, I'll definitely check it.
Yeah, check it out and prepare yourself, Michael, and prepare yourself. Prepare yourself, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know. And then the cold part about it is when the Biscos come up and tell me, well, we're all the same. I say Nabisco. At the time that my ancestors were building pyramids, circumnavigating the globe, and as Jesse was saying, is about them making the what was that we was discussing, Jesse, the ship charts, you know, the charts where they chart the oceans and stuff like that.
The maps.
Yeah, the maps, right? Okay. You all were living in caves, crawling on all fours, eating raw meat. Oh, and then too, by the way, Brother Chad, I came across some clips off the continent, man, where they were showing the beauty of the black woman, man, from the ancient times of African royalty. It's dynamic as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm willing to bet it's AI. Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. So technically I have to go like right now because I got a client. Okay, yeah, just wanted to stop by very quickly, you know, to give you guys an update from the reparations meeting. And by the way, the reason I defended Sarah McAfee at the meeting because the way how Mr. Johnson, especially how he talked to Miss Carolyn Essex, was just very rude, hostile. So I felt like I had to step up and called him out for it. You know, I didn't mean to yell at the meeting. I know Miss Essex told me to like, you know, calm down, but she understood, you know, my frustration because for a staffer to talk to an FBA candidate running for state assembly is like was very disrespectful. You know what I mean? Miss Essex put a lot of time in developing reparations materials. You know, emailing to us. I'm sure you received her reparation materials as well. And I just felt like I had to, you know, stand up. It's not the first time. Even when Lady Che experienced hostility from Congresswoman Sarah Alford's staffer, you know what I mean? And I didn't feel like it was right from the staffer. I'm not sure why Miss Essex, maybe she was used to it, hostility, but for me, it's like, no, I can't see, you know, Sarah Friedman get disrespected by congressional staffers when American Freedmen were trying to make their case or propose lineage-based policies for American freedmen of chattel slavery. And at the end, I had all the talking points prepared, materials, and I felt like I just felt towards the end I didn't mention, like, if the staffers are not going to cut the check, no vote. Otherwise, I was kind of like being too,
Right.
too, I don't know what's that term, I guess too intellectual for the staffer, and not enough, not enough. What is that, guys? I'm trying to think of. Like, I'm almost losing my train of thought. Like, being the pressure point. I'll put it this way, like, at that, like, no, if no vote, if no reparations, no vote, like what Melrose said, and that was a line I think I said towards the end, to be effective ally. So obviously I was ineffective towards the end, because I knew Terrence was like, Mike, it's not that you did anything wrong, it's just that you didn't mention the critical line: no vote, no reparations, as as demands,
Right.
critical
Exactly.
No
conditions.
Right.
Yeah, because I emphasized
Right.
too much about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, because I was trying to tie those conservative principles for American freedmen to make a case for,
Yeah,
let's say,
right.
reparations. So you definitely can understand where I was coming from, because I wanted to make effective, tie reparations to conservative values. So that way to put pressure on the staffers. Obviously, I I barely could hold myself today. I barely could maintain my composure. I barely could maintain my composure
Well,
yesterday.
yeah, Michael, it's rough, man. It's rough, and I really do appreciate, your input on what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then another thing, too, right,
Right.
is that they always keep trying to drive a wedge within the Black community. Okay, and this is when just where you have the street organizations, the brothers loving others, or brothers loving ourselves over them, and the community resources of independent people. You see what I mean? Okay, and then also too, Brother Che, I still was looking for that footage from Wattstack's 1973, not 1972. Wattstack's 1973, where it turned into a huge gang fight. It's nowhere on the net.
Yeah.
Oh, of
Yeah.
course.
Well, so I'll keep
Yeah,
you. I'll definitely see you guys pretty soon. Don't forget to mark the calendar for April 29th, virtual meeting at 12
Okay,
p.m.
hold on,
Eastern.
Michael.
Yep.
Okay.
But the meeting's still pending, so I still have to await the schedule to give the green light. But I'm definitely gonna follow up as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then let me see too, Brother Che. Hold on, let me do some math here. Okay, Michael, you got a calculator with you readily available?
I think I do. I think I have a calculator. Yeah.
Okay, please take 2026.
Okay.
And minus it by 1992, and that there will give you the
34 years.
Okay, so it'll be the 34th anniversary of the rebellion, Brother Che.
Yeah, because we did the 33. We did
Right.
the 33rd and the 32. We did the 30th.
Right. And that there, when I was a younger man, if you see pictures up there of me up there, just ask who that young man was, And then I want to say this here, Michael, and during that day, I went to a 7-Eleven, before the curfew, when they brought in the National Guard with banana clips, you know what I'm saying, which is 40 rounds in a clip, for the M16, all right? And so they told me, I says, well, man, how long is this curfew going to last? They says, we don't know. And they said, sir, only thing we know is that when sundown happens, we're going to be shooting motherfuckers and people are going to be going to jail. Okay, so he says, whatever you need, man, I suggest you get it about this store right now. And it was like about a good 90 minutes before sundown.
Sundown.
You see what I mean?
Wow. So, and this was during the LA riots at that time.
Yes, sir. Or we commonly refer to it from LA as the rebellion.
Rebellion. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then also too, for Reginald Denny, speaking to some of the homies, Brother Che over there off of Florence and Normandy, they said Reginald Denny came through there honking an air horn saying, good for you niggas. You know what I'm saying? You got what you deserve. So they went there and gave him that work.
Right.
I saw I think I saw that clip. Right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. This, when Reginald, went after the white truck. I'm surprised that they became friends at the end. I think about many years later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, man. Hold on a second, man. You just brought back a memory. Anybody remember In Living Color?
Yes, you can be.
Okay, they did a skit, man, with Damon Wayans and dude Reginald Denny, and Damon was doing Rodney King, and then he was standing there, and both of them was beat up, and he says, "Can we just all get along?"
Get along, right? I know what Rodney King was saying at that time. He was like, "Can we just preach what MLK said? Let's move beyond color." But obviously, colorism and racism were still there. We're not going away at that time. So he really didn't.
And to prove your point even further, is that Dr. King has said shortly before he was killed, and I get a lot of arguments, and we should have trolls on this, is that Dr. King had stated shortly before his death, right? He says, "I'm afraid I led our people into a burning house with immigration."
Yep.
Yeah.
And be our own firemen and ambulance workers, because nobody's coming here to save us. And what he said back then is still relevant to today's, immigrants, Mozungus, or the Karens Beckys, being very intentional and still practicing anti-Black racism to this day in 2026. So in other words,
yes, sir. And Dr. King also too, Michael, not cutting you off, just please bear with me. Okay, is that also too, Dr. King came out to Brother Che and supported Muhammad Ali's refusal, man, to go to Vietnam.
Yeah, it was a big anti-Vietnam protest.
Yeah. And then also too, Michael, I argue with Nabisco's on my like page when it comes to Ali. And he was a draft dodger. And I say, Nabisco, be sure to go tell that same bullshit that you told me to all white who were burning their draft cards and fled to Canada.
Right.
Then I hear critics.
Of course.
Of course, yeah.
Michael,
that's my
point. Give us your thoughts on the Southern Poverty Law Center being sued.
To be honest, I didn't see the clip, but if I had to take a guess, I know the Southern Poverty Law Center, has real data on what's going. Has provides, I would say, accurate information, if not perfect, but mostly accurate information. And I guess Patel, and Cass Patel, and the white guy in the blue necktie, they don't want the two facts to come out and expose that white supremacy is very big in this country. And to Cass Patel, he feels like, I guess he feels very nervous what the Southern Poverty Law Center is going to reveal. And Cass Patel said, the Southern Poverty Law Center, it is a suspicious organization. We need to cut funding. But the Southern Poverty Law Center is not even about that. Unfortunately, that's why Trump, when Trump emphasized we shouldn't have DEI, well, President Trump, that's your DEI pick, Cass Patel, making erroneous information and not really having a lot of experience working in law enforcement or dealing with people, who come from different backgrounds. And yes, Cass Patel is definitely racist, even though his parents come from Uganda, but he still practiced, of course, white supremacy.
Michael, listen to me very carefully when I tell you this, okay?
Sure.
That son of a bitch is not a Ugandan. He is a Brahmin Indian, okay?
Yes.
It's because what had happened was during the colonialization period of Africa, and me and Che, we had went on this as well too, is that they were coming there to get the resources over there, right? And this is why Idi Amin, that they mock him, is because Dada, nobody fooled Big Daddy. And as you know, Brother Che, he had them damn white European evangelists bowing down to him. You see, and this is why he called himself the conqueror of the British Empire. You see what I'm saying? And then his son, Idi Amin Jr., or what have you, that came up there speaking on behalf of his father. And then not to mention the fact too, Michael, and I'm saying for the sake of our listeners, is that who was the damn guy that Biden sent over there, man, to force the LGBT agenda on Museveni? And the guy told President Museveni, says, well, if you can embrace LGBT, we'll take your funding away. And he says, motherfucker, take your goddamn funding and get the fuck up out of here. We don't do that here. Then he looked at it 5 seconds later with his mouth open. He says, motherfucker, you still here? Oh, he got out of there real quick.
Yeah.
See, this isn't hatred. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Yep.
You see, what it is because me and Jesse was on a plantation together, right?
Right.
And Jesse whispers to me, hey, man, let's get away from this mess. You know what I'm saying? I says, okay, but we got to watch out for that house nigga there that you saw in Django that Samuel L. Jackson played, Steve. You see, he would have been the first one we had to knock off. Okay, because sure shit stink, he'll get one reply, and then he'll go tell Master. That's why we appreciate Sister Harriet Tubman. And she would tell him, once you get on this Underground Railroad, there ain't no turning back. And I'm pretty sure Sister Harriet had to kick a whole lot of these Tim Scott assholes off the planet, because you see, Sister Harriet carried that double-barrel shotgun with her that they commonly refer to as a street sweeper in the hood.
Yeah.
And she says, motherfucker, you're either going to be free or you're going to be dead. And you got like, say about 40 seconds to make your mind up.
Right. Especially, right.
That's horrible and ugly that this is, people, to our audience out there. Okay. If you're all going to talk about some damn racial healing, then you're going to have to address these issues. Now, these bastards out there, well, you know, your own people sold yourselves into slavery. Yeah. But they got captured also. And that there was that piece I did by Lerone Bennett, Brother Che, where they came up there with the trinkets that you pointed out. They also came up there with alcohol and whiskey. You see.
We keep saying they got captured too, but we don't know who they were that got captured too.
Right.
We don't know any of that stuff because none of us were there. So it's all
okay. No, I don't think it's hearsay, Brother Che. Just looking at the history of the brutalization of it, man, I would have to bet my money on it. Now, keep in mind, it's still a gamble, Brother Che. But if I was to bet my money on it, I would have to go with that based on what Lerone Bennett said. And then also, too, I was trying to look for some information, man, through Henry Skip the Truth Gates. That dude is all fucked up in the head, man.
Yeah. I'll catch you guys later.
Okay,
thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you so much.
And that Shabaka was Randy Berry.
Who?
Randy Berry.
Okay. All right. Now, what do you? Okay, hold on, Brother Che. I'm making a note. Research Randy Berry. Okay. What's Mr. Berry's story?
That's the one that old Sambo sent over to Uganda.
Okay. Randy Berry. Okay. All righty. Okay. Okay. All right. Noted on my clipboard, sir. My memory ain't what it used to be, so I got to write shit down. Okay. All righty.
Yeah, that's who he sent over to push that alphabetized agenda.
Okay. All righty. And okay, so moving right along, Brother Che, because we're approaching 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah, so Tariq got his take on the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Right. Okay, you're getting tired, bro. Okay, you're getting tired. Write down your notes, man, before we sign off so we can continue. And then my phone keeps pinging.
Like and subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Respect to the family. FBA all day. Glad y'all in here. Sorry I'm starting so late. I've been really crashing down, working hard on the film. In the next couple of weeks, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be doing, I'll try to do a live every night. I'll try. But I really want to focus on getting the movie complete, because sometimes when I do these lives and then I put the videos up, that takes a lot of time. And I want to spend a lot of that time completing the film. So I'm still going to be doing some lives, probably just not as much in the next couple of weeks because I really, really, really want to get the film done. The film looks great so far. We're like right over the halfway mark. So I just got to hunker down and just get it popping because I really want it out for the summer. So I just got to really hunker down and get it popping. Because, yeah, this film is very, very much needed. All right. Before I get into the conversation, well, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Look at all the people coming in. That's great. Share the space. All right. Everybody share the space. That'll be great. Listen, join me at the Hidden History Museum May 23rd. That's Memorial Day weekend, ladies and gentlemen. May 23rd, Memorial Day weekend. We got the Memorial Weekend mic drop. We got so many great comedians. We got my boy Dwan B hosting Mike. Anime, we got Memphis Will performing, Kevin Tate performing, the legendary Shang performing. We got a lot of great, great comedic talent. It's going to be a vibe. The tickets are selling very, very fast. So y'all definitely want to be in the place, ladies and gentlemen. All right, get your tickets at
What's up?
Hey, ma'am, how are you?
I'm blessed. How about yourself?
I am good. What part of what city you in? What state you in?
Southern California.
Oh, okay, I'm out here in Southern California too.
Okay, would you like to run a battle?
Yeah, let's do a battle real quick. We'll do one real
let's
quick. Have a conversation while we chopping it up. Let me see what kind of.
So I like to worship in battle at the same time. If you don't mind, are you okay with putting me on? If I put you on mute?
You like to worship?
Mm-hmm. I like to sing.
You sing gospel?
A little bit of everything. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say gospel. It's just Christian music.
Oh, okay. Now, where's your family from, man? Where you from? Where's your family from?
My dad's from Honduras and my mom's from Guatemala.
Oh, okay. So you're a Latina.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody's double tapping the screen. Y'all already know how we do quality over quantity. Everyone double tapping, family. We got this. Triples right here. Whatever y'all send will multiply by 3.
So now what's your name, by the way, ma'am? Natalie?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So do you sing? Do you have like demos out? Like what's happening?
No, I don't have my music. We're sitting on angel numbers again, Ghosty. Thank you.
He's trying to get a little smoke. I guess we got to turn up on. We got to turn up on her. All right, let's turn up on her. Show her how we get out, fam. Let's turn up a little bit. All right. Let me do some praise. All right. We're gonna.
All right. I'm finna put you on mute. Okay.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go, family. Let's go. Thank you for the.
Okay, let me mute her. Okay. You got a lot of stuff going on. All right. Well, let's show Mama Sita how we get down over here. All right. We're gonna get an early battle in. We got 3 minutes and 25 seconds left with Mama Sita. All right. And that gives us an opportunity to let folks come on in the room. All right. Yeah, she can be a little bit loud. Yeah, she's a little bit loud. What's up, Ron G? I see you, player. I see you, player. Oh, man. But like I said, man, y'all need to come on down to the Hidden History Museum Saturday, May 23rd. It's going to be a vibe, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see your face in the place. The tickets are going very fast, ladies and gentlemen, so come on through with it. Come on through with it, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Come on through with it. All right? Let's get it popping. We got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Is she singing? Hold on, let me see something. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Oh, family, young.
Oh, they're trying to get her turned up. Okay. What kind of music is she singing? Is she singing Selena Gomez? What's she singing? Hold on, let me see something. What is that?
I'll be your shelter.
Okay. Lord. Okay. We're doing the most. Okay, she's singing some white people Christian songs. That's interesting. Okay, bless her heart. Yeah, let me mute that. Okay. Lord. It's like some of them people who get off the narcotics and then start going to church hard body. She's giving that kind of energy. Not saying she is, but that's the kind of energy I'm getting. Bless her heart. All right. She's singing some Christian songs. It's just like a women's prison. She get out of women's prison and then go, yeah, it's like a 12-step program. It's giving 12-step program. You got to find a new hobby and it's church. Okay. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. But let's get this smoke turned up on her. We got less than a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we got less than a minute going on here. All right. Them AA meetings, they got free cookies in there. Yeah. Okay. What is this woman singing? Hold on.
I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true.
$1 meta. $1 meta. Okay, it's giving that. Okay. $1 meta. Okay, good Lord. Well, they starting early with the bullshit. Hold on.
Night, it's true.
Suavemente, hallelujah, suavemente, suave, dum 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 suave, dum 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 suave. All right, good Lord.
Familia, somebody snide.
Watch out for the snipes.
Get up for yourselves.
There you go. There you go, Nat. All right, that was a cool battle.
Clay, Amanda, Sharon, Afro, all my double tappers. Thank you, thank you. Thanks. What's your name? Tariq?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have a good one, all right?
Thanks, you too.
All right. All right. Okay. All right, let's chop it up with the family. Here we go. We had to get the bullshit out the way early. I thought she was just a red bone sister, but okay, she's a little Latina. All right. Yeah, like Lumundy, yeah. See, it was giving that. All right. All right. All right. Now let's get it in. We got a lot of folks in the room, man. Respect to y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Good Lord. All right. Let me talk to the family. Okay, let me pause because I don't want all these people. I'm getting a whole bunch of requests, all this stuff. Somebody said Cardi flee, hilarious. You know what I want to talk about, man? You know what? The feds, they put an indictment on the Southern Poverty Law Center. Did y'all see that? They put some major indictments on the Southern Poverty Law Center. For those who don't know, the Southern Poverty Law Center, that's like a legal advocacy organization that got started in the early 70s. They got started in the early 70s. And they, how did they get started? I know Julian Bond was kind of connected with them, but it was white. It was like a white-run organization. All right?
It was.
It was a white-run organization. And he came out of Montgomery, from what I understand.
It did.
It was lawyers Morris Dees and Joe Levin. And they were basically supposed to ensure the legislative victories of the civil rights movement. But, over the years, they've been basically using our civil rights gains to advocate for a lot of other groups, a lot of this immigration, a lot of the advocacy for these immigrant groups and LGBT groups, that comes from the Southern Poverty Law Center. All right? So that's the thing. A lot of people have kind of been complaining. They've sued the KKK and things like that. They list white supremacist groups. Here's the problem. All right? Here's the problem. And I've been on that bumper for damn near a decade. I retweeted something. Southern Poverty Law Center, they had like a list of hate groups, and most of their damn hate groups were Black. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. No, y'all can't do that now. Yeah, most of their hate groups here this was like almost a decade ago, and I was calling them out for that. They actually changed it. They actually took down they had a category for like white nationalists, anti-Semitic groups, and Black separatist organizations. They had a whole segment for Black separatist organizations, and most of the hate groups were so-called Black separatist groups. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what the hell? And we called it out because when you start looking at who they're calling a hate group, a Black separatist group, or a Black hate group, they were just doing some I'm white and I say so. They were listing like bookstores, like a Black bookstore was listed as a hate group. It was that type of shit. We're like, no. Y'all not gonna besmirch the civil rights legacy. You're running your organization off the fumes of the civil rights movement, and you're gonna pull a whammy bammy. You're not gonna do that. So we were calling them out almost a damn decade ago, and they changed it too. They ended up, changing that Black separatist bullshit. They were literally naming just bookstores. Yeah, they like a lot of the Israelites, they list them as hate groups. They have the Nation of Islam listed as a hate group. Like, no.
And the Black Panthers too.
Y'all doing the
and
damn
the
most.
Black
So they've been
Liberation
funny
Army,
style.
Tariq.
They've been kind of funny style.
That was after they had already.
So what happened with these indictments, man? Yeah, this is heavy. Basically, it says they got 11 counts of 11-count indictment, 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of false statements to a federally insured bank, 1 count to conspire to commit concealment of money laundering. So what they're saying is the feds are saying that since the 80s, they've operated a secret network of paid informants who are already associated with violent extremist groups like the Klan, the Aryan Nation, neo-Nazis. And they were saying that the Southern Poverty Law Center raised millions of dollars from donors by soliciting contributions to fight hate and dismantle extremism. And they're saying that they funneled like $3 million through these informants using disguise methods and all that. So they're getting on their bumper for having, paying off informants. It's like they're saying one informant got $1 million. So they were paying informants to infiltrate some white supremacist groups. Okay. And they probably got some people infiltrating some of these so-called Black separatist groups. This is what I'm saying. They're paying these infiltrators to come around Black folks too. If they're paying all that money to infiltrate white organizations, how they got a budget of their tethers and trolls all in our spaces too. All right.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not, the indictment didn't say nothing about that. All right. So they got all types of money for people to come around our spaces to try to infiltrate us and do little janky stuff to us. But you know what this is? This is, these charges, they're bogus. I think they're bogus. I still, even though I feel a certain way about the Southern Poverty Law Center, I think the charges are kind of bogus. Because if you're going to put it all out then. Show what they're doing with the Black people too. Show what Black groups are being funded too. Show that. They're not showing all of it. You know what this is? This is like some kind of retaliation because the Southern Poverty Law Center has gone after some of the white supremacist organizations. And a lot of conservatives, they've argued that the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate map, it unfairly smears white right-wing organizations. And since Charlie Kirk has been assassinated, the right-wingers, they're really on alert right now. They're on a warpath because they had, they featured Charlie Kirk's group Turning Point USA in one of their reports on the hard right. And they were kind of talking about them on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. They were going after Charlie Kirk and those guys. So now they got their FBI director, Kash Patel, who's clicked in with the right-wingers and all that. They're going after them right now. Trump administration is going after them right now. This administration is trying to legally weaponize the DOJ to basically get the Southern Poverty Law Center out the pain.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And they're trying to get their money tied up. They're trying to mess up their donor money, getting them tied up in this, all these legalities. Also, they want to see basically, probably the right wingers, they want to see who the informants are. I want y'all to feel me. I think they want to find out who the hell the informants are. If all this money has gone to informants, you put some litigation on the Southern Poverty Law Center. Now they got to give up all the books. They got to give up the paperwork. Now you about to see who's who. They about to clean house in them right-wing circles. They about to get the dossiers on who the hell their informants are running around in them damn organizations. They about to shake the tree. They about to see who their moles are, you know? They about to see who all the confidential informants are. Oh, it's a dirty game out here. Yeah. And it's basically a preemptive indictment to basically decapitate major institutional opponents before the upcoming political and legal battles that's going to go down. Because, you know, the Southern Poverty Law Center, they do a lot of advocating for these immigrants, so they're stopping them. This is going to stop them in their tracks. And also, you got to understand, when Trump gets out of office, you know, these people are going to try to turn back up on him with indictments and civil suits and all that. And they're preemptively striking some of these left-wing organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center before they can get their weight up when Trump gets out of office. So it's a cold game. They're playing chess out here. It's a cold game. Oh yeah, somebody asked me about the guy down in Georgia. Y'all know that Nigerian dude who went on that unaliving spree, unaliving people? They said that dude ended up he was found unalive in his jail cell. What happened? Where my Georgia people? What happened to the guy? Anybody in Georgia? What happened? Yeah, boy, and the headlines, let me show y'all what the headlines say. Hold on, the headlines are vicious. Hold on, let me show y'all what the headline says about old dude. Well, this thing is cold. Hold on, let me show y'all the headline. Hold on. Let me move my flyer. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Where am I? Hold on, what am I doing here? Trying to show y'all something. Hold on, where am I? Hold on, there with me. How do I change? Hold on. Okay, I'm having an old Negro moment. Where we at? Where we at? I just flipped my damn camera. I hate when I have old Negro moments. Okay, damn it. Flip camera, there we go. Think this works, hold on. Okay, there we go. Look at this headline right here. Criminal immigrant, damn. Well, that delineation ain't no joke. The New York Post said this. Criminal immigrant naturalized by Biden who allegedly pew-pewed DHS employee and 2 others
73, how you
found
doing?
unalive in jail cell. Damn. It's a cold game out here, man.
Damn.
It's a cold game. What happened?
Okay,
Was
how'd
it
you homestead? Who are you?
suicide? What happened? Do
Do
anybody in Georgia know what happened? What exactly? I don't know what happened. All right.
They're in the algorithm, Shabaka. This is what I'm talking about. So we're
okay.
The trolls.
Okay, all righty, okay.
They're on
and
the
trolls, please spell our name correctly and share it. And please spell the name correctly.
But yeah, they called him a criminal immigrant. Well, this is why folks hate delineation, man. Oh, this is why people hate delineation. Oh, y'all ain't throwing that on black folks no more. Oh, they're not throwing that nonsense on black people no more. That's why they don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. They got him out the paint, whatever. I don't know what happened. I would like to know what happened. Also, yeah, y'all know that situation up there in New York where the 15-year-old got unalive. He got pew-pewed out there in Queens. They got a name for a suspect. What's the guy's name? It was an 18-year-old kid that they're looking for. And Zahir, something, I forgot what his name was. But this is an 18-year-old kid. And Zahir, right. And people are saying that dude is Caribbean because they gave an address to the kid's wherever, the 18-year-old's crib. And they go, it's in Brooklyn, literally next.
Oh my God.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Hold on. Oh, okay, these weirdos. But yeah, like I said, they gave his address, and it's literally next door to a Jamaican jerk chicken spot. So that dude might be the suspect might be a Jamaican kid. Yeah. Oh, you got info? Oh, Brooke, hop on, Brooke. Where's my sister Brooke? Where's my sister Brooke? Yeah, let me get Brooke in here. Because Brooke is out there in that area. Yes, Brooke, make a request, beloved. Let me get you in here. Where you at, Brooke? Where's my sister Brooke? There she is. Oh, God damn it, got the wrong person. Hold on, Nanny. Hold on, I tried to get Brooke. All right, Sister Brooke.
Yes, it's so funny because I'm just now editing a video right now about that.
Yeah.
So yes, he's definitely Jamaican, and the reports are one that she was lying. She and the father of the child they lied about him unaliving himself. And to give him time, and even the news is saying, because I'm about to post it right now, the news is saying that that they think that he fled to Jamaica.
Wow. Wow.
They orchestrated this whole plot, telling everybody that he unalived himself so they could give him time to get out of the country. So, you know, remember when I was up here the last time, I was telling you about the African gang member that was giving all of these children pew-pews.
Yeah. Yes.
In this area over here. And so yeah, and then where that address is, yes, that's the address that's an address in the neighborhood of where I grew up, and that is East Flatbush, and it is very heavily Caribbean. Yes.
Oh yeah. The address that they gave is like literally next door to a jerk chicken spot. I'm like, this dude's Jamaican like a motherfucker. Man. So
reports are coming out and saying.
Oh wow. Well, thank you so much, Sister Brooke. Thank you, dear.
Oh boy, Capon.
Oh,
Another frivolous case that isn't going nowhere.
I knew that was some tether shit.
Chair troll. Come on up, Cat Wands, or otherwise get out of here.
That's why and they couldn't catch the dude. I'm like, this dude. Yeah, this dude is on some undocumented shit. That's why they couldn't catch him.
So I don't know how to get them to come out.
Yeah, they didn't got this dude up out of here. Yeah, the family done got him up out of here. I knew that. I knew something was strange. This dude, you do a pew-pewing and an unaliving in broad daylight, and they can't catch your ass.
Yeah, the Bushmeat Bank.
Come on.
Damn.
That means there's some undocumented people who's off the grid. There's some undocumented people who's off the grid in your family. That's how they can get away with that. You can pew-pew somebody in broad daylight and they ain't catch you.
So probably lost.
Man. Yeah, this dude got a network of people who's not on the grid. That's a tether. Even
you're showing somebody like that. Where did you get your law degree at Capon?
Basically, we don't do
and
that.
You can't say that, man.
Unless you're mentally ill or something, yeah.
Because you're interfering with our production.
Yeah. So that's why when everybody, even the kid who got unalive, and bless his heart, respect to the family. His last name is like a French Caribbean last name. His last name is Pierre. That's like a French Caribbean last name, like Haitian or something. You know what I'm saying? He from Flat. Yeah. Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. When this happens, all of a sudden,
it was an echo chamber.
Everybody start talking about the black community got to do better. The black people, black man. I'm like, hey man, you miss me with all that shit. Y'all better holler at the Caribbeans. This look like some Caribbean shit. Don't put this on us.
Right.
This look like some Caribbean shit. We ain't responsible for every melanated person coming over here doing something janky and then bouncing. We ain't responsible for that. We got our own riffraffs. We got to deal with the riffraffs in our own community. That's fine. We deal with our own riffraffs. You deal with yours. We're not going to deal with ours and yours. I don't want to deal with everybody's riffraffs.
Right.
Damn that. When somebody does something janky, the black community has to bear the burden of it. Damn that. That's tether shit. Flatbush is nothing but Caribbean. Dude, I'm telling you, look up that poster. They got a wanted poster and they have an address for Brooklyn. They said the last known whereabouts of this dude was at such and such in Brooklyn. And it's literally, the address is right down upstairs from a Jamaican jerk chicken shop. Yeah, come on, man. Man. Yeah, so yeah, that dude might be somewhere in Montego Bay chilling right now. All right. Let me get some of the family in here. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. All right. Man, come on, man. Y'all raise them hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise them hands. Raise them hands. Let me get y'all in here because we do have a lot of people in here. And I ain't going to be on here all night. I'm going to tell y'all right now because I got work to do. Who's this, Bupo? All right, Bupo has was that a Cape Verdean flag, Bupo? Bupo?
Oh, what's going on, Tariq?
Hey, Bupo, how are you, man?
Man, I've been following you since like 2013, bro. I finally got to talk to you.
I love it. Now, where you from? Where's that flag from?
Oh, that's just like a little Australian flag. I don't know why I put that down there.
Oh, okay. Now where's your family?
Just random stuff. Oh, we're from like the Oklahoma area, like Oklahoma City and stuff like that.
Okay, y'all Hispanic? What are
y'all? Black, FBA.
Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I got to get out to Oklahoma, man. I really got to get out.
You really do.
Yes, indeed. So what's on your mind, brother?
Capons, don't even bother
I was just listening to what y'all were talking about with the stuff with the
don't even bother
tethers and stuff, man. It's wild.
We're dealing with intelligent conversation. And right now, man, you fucking up my podcast right now because you got me talking over our presenter that we have here. So get your ass up out of here, you stupid bastard. I'm laughing at your trick ass now, trick. Shake the spot.
I actually was hip to this before and spending time in Japan and like just kind of the Nigerians over there walking around. I kind of
you ain't stating facts, idiot. You stating lies.
Yeah, it's happy. How long were you in the military?
Facts, trick.
I just did foreign bounds.
Oh, cool.
So you can get the fuck up out of here,
benefits and roll up on out.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Oh man, well, thank you so much, Bupo. I appreciate it.
Yeah, brother Che.
Right,
this
let me
is
see
a
who
troll.
we got in here. Who's this?
And
Mara?
be sure to spell our name right, Capons, and go to your next clan meeting and tell them about the podcast. And get your funky ass out of here.
Right.
Mara? Yo, Mara. Mara, you all right over there? Mara? I hear your bra strap rubbing up against the phone, Mara. Mara, you all right? Okay. Mara, what? Okay, she hit the button by mistake. Okay, let me get the thing on because her nipples are hitting the phone. Fighter for Life. What's up, Fighter for Life?
Tariq, you're a married man, bro. What are you talking about her bra for, bro? You're a married man.
Oh God, yo, all of Rohan's accounts. Everybody report all of Rohan's accounts. All right. Okay. All of Rohan's accounts, we're going to need everybody to report them. All right. Because he has so many, report all of them. Can y'all do that, please? I think Jimmy is Rohan too. All right. Y'all gotta report all of Rohan's accounts. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Cow dog.
Good Lord. Let me
Yeah,
see who
cow
else we
dog,
got.
that's it, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Y'all raise your
Exactly. And then
hands.
cow dog, we invite them to come up, man, but they don't want to take our invitation.
Well,
Why?
Sassy
Because they
Rohan.
know they'll get roasted here.
All right. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Who is this? Who is this? I wish y'all raise your hands. Well, let's try Poppy somebody. Let's get Poppy somebody. FBA. Who is that? What's that MSNBC link? FBA really means Foundation Black American Explain. Okay. Kate, what is that article? I would like to know when that article come out on MSN. Yeah, somebody posted up an article from MSN talking about FBA. Is that the one from Baller Alert or something like that? Yo, Cade.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Is that the article from Baller Alert?
I'm not quite sure, Tariq, but it came out yesterday. I did send it to your inbox about 10 minutes ago. I'm actually at work right now, so I really can't be on long. But check it out, man. It goes into great detail about what FBA is and all the special things we got going with it, and how we're up against a lot of disinformation from the other side and stuff. But it's a real interesting article. I advise everybody to check it out.
I mean, it just came out. When did it come out?
Yesterday, a day ago, 1 day ago.
1 day ago. Okay, let me look it up and see what they're talking about. Let me see. Okay, thank you, brother. I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking it up now because there's a lot of articles about our lineage now. 1 day. Okay, let me see. What is this? I'm looking at something. Oh, I can't find it. Okay, because there's been a lot of articles coming out talking about the lineage. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Okay, I'm trying to see because Baller Alert did something. So everybody's talking about what do I mean? Okay, I think that might be the same thing that's connected with MSN and Baller Alert, but I don't know. I have to look it up later. All right, let me see. Jimmy, okay, that's clearly Rohan. FBA for life. What's up?
Sassy punk. How you say that, bro? Teach me. Sassy punk.
There you go. That's Rohan. That's one of Rohan's accounts. FBA for life. Let's block.
Report me, everyone.
Report that. Report that one too. Report that one too. All right. We got to report all of Rohan's accounts.
Exactly, cow dog. But
All
they
right.
never got to talk shit about them PDFs in their community.
For life. Report that one too, ladies and gentlemen. All right. They got to really do better. TikTok really got to do better when people just come in here just being lame under multiple accounts. More L, what's up, More?
What's good? What's good, peoples?
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
Man, I know it's all good. I just wanted to let you know that if you didn't hear, or did the family hear about what happened with the SPLC today?
Yeah, I just talked about that. Yo, yeah.
Oh, okay, you did. I just got in. I just wanted, I just got to weigh into it too, because with coming to the more stuff, those are the people who like to call us sovereign citizens for enforcing the Constitution and calling these KKK members out on their treason against our people here in America. But it's cool. Okay, so you talked about it. That's good, man.
Oh yeah. I talked about how most of the damn hate groups at one point most of the hate groups were black on the damn website.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I called them out a decade ago over that shit. They were just calling any black person who basically challenged white supremacy. They were calling them hate groups.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly. Anybody who is enforcing any kind of pre-state administrative, what they call them ALJs, right? ALJ courts, administrative legislation jurisdiction, aka state courts. So we try to keep it family administration, your trust and all that, which is supposed to be constitutional.
Yeah.
Which is supposed to be our rights here, but they call us sovereign citizens for doing it, which is crazy. They say if you put a lien on a state official, you're a sovereign citizen. But you have all rights under the Constitution to put liens on state officials. So when you actually act as an American, you get labeled a foreign terrorist. And that has been the group since how long they been around?
Since like 70, 71.
Right, since the first white supremacist group started. See what it was, they started off with a real white supremacist group. Then they said the ideology of separatism is supremacy. And so anyone who practices separatism, they label that under supremacy. But that's more self-preservation, and our preservation as a people, which they deny us all the time. But I'm happy to hear you talked about it, though. I don't know if you talked about it or not, but yeah, that's one of the biggest things, because they're right before the feds. Because it's
Texas
police, police write an investigation, then they look at it.
What president are you talking about? Now, when you answer Texas Jane, please be sure to get your lies straight.
They've been funding the KKK and all the other. And so, yeah, man, we know we've been fighting, man. So it's good to be waking up. But that's coming off of what happened in the April the 1st case, because they labeled us lawfully domiciled. So again, what Moore's be talking about, all the paperwork and stuff, that's trying to establish domicile, to be in trust, to be in inheritance, to be protected politically, protect your property, things that
hey, Texas
the
Jane.
lawful side is your genealogy, actually showing.
Why don't you go take a flying fuck through a rolling donut with your inbred ass?
Right? That's the lawful domicile part. So the court said that, right? They slipped up and said,
you probably Trey Brewer's twin brother.
Means foundational, because that's the foundation of citizenship. So they said that in the courts. And that's where everything's really pipping out. If you really see what's going on, it's a lot about to change, man. I don't want to talk too much, but I'm just gonna keep it on the
and we want to make that
the Southern Poverty Law Center. Them
exactly, brother Trey. But don't, as in human shit, Texas Jane.
All right.
And I want to make that perfectly clear. Okay.
Appreciate you. That is
he's lower than shit in the toilet.
Thank you so
like
much.
You are.
All right, Mr. Morel.
He right on, cow dog.
That plane. Boy, that plane. I need to get some wrap up music for my brother.
Right on, cow dog. My man.
Good Lord. All right.
Cow dog, you're on the mark.
All right.
The wrench on.
There we go. He was circling around the airport and he finally landed that plane. We had to put a little music on to help him out, but he finally landed the plane. All right.
We got mods.
All right. Let me get some more folks in here. And while I'm looking, y'all raise your hand. And don't forget, we got an event at the Hidden History Museum Saturday, May 22nd at the Hidden History Museum. We got the Memorial Weekend mic drop. Oh, it's going to be a hot one. Oh, it's going to be so fly. Y'all got to come out. This is our first museum event, because we've had other private events at the museum, but this is our first event for the year, and it's going to be a banger. So y'all come on out. Y'all come on out. Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. Hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Yeah, they got the Nubians on. They had the Nubians on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. They got them as a damn extremist group.
Yep.
Yeah, they had them on there too. Man. Friday is May 22nd. No, our event is Saturday, May 23rd. It's Saturday, May 23rd. All right. Saturday, May 23rd. So get those tickets.
Good way. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, they had the Nawapians on there too. That's the followers of Malachi Z. York. Shabaka, are you still there? Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Okay, so what I'm doing is, man, I'm trying to go get this troll, man, and bop him upside the head with the wrench.
Oh, they're in the other vertical chat. Okay.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, cow dog. Okay. Okay, he says they're in the other vertical chat. Okay. Cow Dog, could you bop this trick upside the head?
I think you can.
Okay.
It's in the vertical too.
Okay.
All right. Sabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay. All right. Well, man, you know, they trying to say that, you know, you got black separatist hate groups and stuff like that. And as I've told people over the years that you've witnessed, Brother Che, we are in no position to be a hate group because we don't control no police departments. We don't control no major banks. Okay. We don't control no major social media. We don't damn sure don't control no military.
Right.
So how the fuck can we be a hate group?
Right.
I mean, we don't have the essentials to be a hate group.
Right.
They say, so, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Look who created this. The Nabisco.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You see, you know, just like it was the Nabiscos that created the Democratic Party. It was the Nabiscos that created the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
You see? Okay. So then these trolls, you know, they want to come up here because they can't stand this heat. And we really don't give a fuck if they can or not, but we're just going to give them the business.
Right.
You know, and we're going to give them the business, Cow Dog. You know what I'm saying? And come get with us sometimes, Cow Dog. Be a pleasure to have you, man. You know? And the cold part about it is, as you have pointed out, Brother Che, over the years we've been doing is, if it wasn't for us, man, the damn U.S. economy would not even fucking exist. Yeah, you see. And then on top of that, what you said there, Brother Che, the black exploitation films that saved Hollywood. You know what I mean? You see, you know, and then you had a lot of white actors who, you know, was playing in those movies as well too, that saved and launched a lot of their careers. You see?
Yeah.
Okay, Cow Dog says he 86 their asses. And Cow Dog says he is square from Delaware. Sure, you're right, Cow Dog.
Yeah, he got a wrench, so he can put the bop on him.
Okay, yeah, he's there, so he bopped this motherfucker upside his head. Okay, man, go on and let him go talk bullshit someplace else. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay, all righty. Okay, so
on your way out, you already said what you said about the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Right.
Closing thoughts on your way out.
Okay, my closing thoughts on that, man, is like I said, man, you know, we got to get our own people, man, for ourselves. You see what I'm saying? Okay, and we got to be very, very conscious of our own existence over these other groups, because these other groups come and steal shit from us and use it to enhance themselves, such as Fat Joe with that bullshit that he was talking about. Well, his crew invented rap, you know, and as the Queen Mother said, may she rest in power, Assata Shakur, rap is nothing but rhythm and poetry, but it was used for a real positive influence, you know. Then outside forces that be, they came and contaminated it. You see what I mean? Say, but I think we'll prevail because, you know, we've been through a lot and we're still here, man. So that is definitely some type of divine intervention. You see what I mean? And this is why these other groups come up, talk about this group, talk about that group. Hey, that's not our concern. You see what I'm saying? Because I remember there was an old TV show called The Facts of Life when Kim Fields, you know, before she did Living Single with Queen Latifah when she was a child actress.
Yeah.
And there was an episode of where she was talking about the Black experience. And so the white woman she was talking to says, well, there ain't nothing I could do because the Black experience is not my experience, which is a fact, you see. So all you integrationists out there trying to incorporate all these other groups of people into our shit, and I think, what's the word that you use, Brother Che, delineating? Okay, they want, and I think you said it best, they want our rhythm, but they do not want our blues. And this is why, Cal Dog, I don't know what age group you're in, brother, but during Muhammad Ali's reign as the heavyweight champ, right? He would go up there and he did tell these mighty whiteys about themselves. Yeah, you know, all them saltines turn everything organic to GMO. Right. And then, Cal Dog, glad you brought that up, big homie, is because there was Dr. Ken Adams, brother Che, don't know what happened to him, saying that those GMOs were definitely targeting, you know, the women's health issues in the Black community, Black women. Okay, and then just like Margaret Sanger coming up with Planned Parenthood, you know what I'm saying, to exterminate us first. But Nabiscos, ask yourself this. If you Nabiscos hate Black folk so much, why the hell do you want to have sex with Black folks, but yet though you hate us so much? And I think the majority of you Biscos look like that inbred, pointed-haired individual by the name of Trey Brewer. I sent you a picture of Trey Brewer, brother Che. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Now, don't that motherfucker look inbred, man? He look like he's from them damn backward ass hills of Kentucky and West Virginia and all that shit. We're up there fucking their first cousins. And then not to mention the case that we need to bring up. And I don't know if Cal Dog heard about this one about the sheriff who went and shot the judge.
Oh, yeah, that was in Kentucky.
I rest my case. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, okay, Cal Dog says he's from the 70s. Okay, Cal Dog, that was a very, very dynamic decade that you were born in, sir. It really was. Okay.
Dog, you it's my mother's age range. My mother was 71.
Yeah, you see, okay, and 71 is, as you know, was where they had the infamous fight of the century between Ali and Frazier. And then Cal Dog, remind me to tell you, man, about when I was in elementary school, the day of that fight on a future podcast. But what it is, though, man, is like when guys like us, Tariq, Irritated Genie, you know, various individuals with our, how should we say, our philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we agree, we disagree, but at least we try to disagree agreeably. Is because, see, the enemy is not us no more. The enemy is not us. That's why they want to keep us so divided. They fear our unity. But then you had all these, what did brother-in-law tell me? These white liberals who want to come up there with it. And as Dr. John Henry Clark had stated, their purpose is not to enhance Black organizations. Their purpose is to tear it down from within.
I was having this discussion with the MD earlier. I hope he's still here.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about how FBA needs to get organized. And I said, what's to stop the Nabiscos or the OTBs from coming in and, you know, infiltrating the organization, dismantling the organization, changing the
narrative
of the organization? Was to stop that. And he said I was being cynical and pessimistic.
No, that is a very, very good question, man. Is because once again, man, like the trainer for the fighters in the ring, he's telling the fighter what he's getting hit with. You know what I'm saying? UT deleted Irritated Genie's Dear Obama.
Yeah, they didn't like that.
Yeah, okay, but speaking with Irritated Genie that I did one time, brother Che, you know, I asked him to come up, and Irritated Genie told me the real. He says, man, I'm controversial as hell, so please think about it long and hard before you have me come up. It's because, you know, he was going to these damn city council meetings.
Yeah.
And telling them, no, you're not going to have that alphabetized agenda, you know, with our children in school. He also had brought up of how that they was using these experiments with the frogs, brother Che, about how they putting shit in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that? Yes, see? And then, of course, whoever made this movie must have had a hell of an insight. You remember the movie 3 the Hard Way with Jim Kelly, Jim Brown, and Fred Williamson?
Yep.
And they said, yeah, they out to kill us, and how they gonna do it was through the water.
Then you look
It's
at
through the water.
And RIP to Eric Mays, because he stood up against that as long as he could.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And then that damn governor of Michigan, hopefully that bastard would have gotten life with no parole because, you know, he let the damn water get contaminated in Flint, Michigan.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. Adazine Tyrone Haynes discovered it. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
ascertain.
Yeah. Atazine. Okay.
That's
yeah.
aspartame, but there's another one called aspartame.
Okay.
I think that's how you say it. And it was making the frogs gay that were
right. Yeah, man. And the cold part about it is, Cow Dog, it prophesies, man, like about 40 years of the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. It was before its time, 50 years.
Yeah. Because I think they made the film, Brother Che, anywhere between 73 to 76. It was Jim Kelly, Jim Brown, and Fred Williamson was in it. You know?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Watching it, at least. I don't remember that time, but I remember.
Yeah. I remember when the film was out, but I never got a chance to see it. You know, oh yeah. And it was in the Roundup Weed Killer too, Cow Dog. You're right, because I've seen, you know, over the net that if you was a victim of around that stuff, they want to join in a class action lawsuit. Now we all do know what a class action lawsuit is good and bad. Okay. The good of it is bringing attention to a serious case. But the bad part about it is when you join into a class action lawsuit and you got a million motherfuckers filing it and they award $1 million, that means everybody only gets $1 million a piece. You said, I mean, only gets $1 a piece. I'm sorry. You say, so got to use the discretion, you know, on a class action. You say, but it would be more effective if everybody was filing on their own accord, you see, because that would really hit them in a pocketbook real bad. That's probably why they invented that class action lawsuit, to minimize, you know, the damage that they will be hit with. You see what I'm saying? And this is why, as we've always stated, Cow Dog, that we must do our own economics and become self-sufficient. You see, because all our great scientists, man, all the great Black scientists, you know, all the, oh yeah, Cleopatra Jones, yeah, she made 2 of them, particularly the Casino of Gold. Yeah, Cow Dog. You're talking about our girl Tamara Dobson, who transitioned. Yeah, she was 6'1". Yeah, say. Yeah, she was an Amazon. You know what I'm saying? And then in that movie with Cleopatra Jones, one of her homeboys in that movie was the one and only Mr. Albert Popwell, Brother Che. And Albert Popwell, he was a friend of Eartha Kitt's. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And all to find out that Eartha Kitt became a tether, you know, based on what you was telling me.
She became a bed, not a tether.
Bed wench. Yeah, okay. And I don't understand it, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that touch on the heroin in the community. Yeah, Cow Dog. And also, too, look at another movie called Panther. Okay, Kadeem Hardison in it, that they did that right there at the end. That's how they neutralized the Black Panther Party. Okay. Yeah, and them Black movies were powerful, Cow Dog. And the Black movies saved Hollywood, but the one, Cow Dog, and Brother Che knows where I'm going with this one. But the movie you got to see, Cow Dog, who will bring tears to your eyes, is because it was so powerful. That was Sounder with Cicely Tyson.
Yeah, Sounder.
Yeah, that was Sounder. You know what I'm saying? And to give you a hint, Cow Dog, Sounder was the name of the dog of the family. You see what I'm saying? So pull it up when you get a chance, brother, if you haven't seen it already. You know what I mean? And what have you. But in closing, what I'm going to say here, Brother Che, basically it boils down to us, man, of shoring up our defenses economically, scholastically, physically. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Then also, too, go ahead.
When you say us, who are you referring to, Shabaki?
I'm talking about black folks in America.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know, black folks in America. Okay. These damn tethers, I am going to continue to put them on blast. You know what I'm saying? You know, off the research that I've done. Okay. Panther, you know, we were at the movie Deep in the Bay. Oh, yeah, Cal Dog. I started Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced of the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party. You see what I'm saying? Back in 2016, I did a live feed walking down San Pablo Boulevard in the middle of the night, paying homage to the party. And I'm saying, Black family, listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago. These are the actual streets of where they did it. You see, also too, Cow Dog, I went over there to Defirmary Park many times over there on 16th and Adeline. And for those of you who've never been to Oakland, definitely visit, you know, Defirmary Park. Also too, Cow Dog, as you know, over there off the Telegraph and Broadway, they have the, Bobby Seale finally did get his street. Yes, he did. Okay. And it's over there, man, off of Telegraph and Broadway. You say West Oakland, yes, sir. Yeah, West Oakland, yes, sir. Brother Che will tell you, I've been through it. And then the mural that they painted over there in West Oakland off of Mandela Parkway and 10th Street, I believe, Cow Dog. I was in Sacramento. Brother Che called me up, said, Shabaka, you got to get down there to Oakland. How far are you away from Oakland? I said, about 80 miles. I can make about an hour and a half. He says, brother, please get down there because they're painting a mural to the Black Panther Party, which they did. So I took the picture. And Brother Che, do you still have those photographs by any chance that I sent to you?
I did that on the Google Drive.
Okay, if they are, man, we need to post them up. You know, it was beautiful artwork and what have you. And then Cow Dog, and the way you're talking, I could tell, man, that you've been through Oakland. And what I do, brother, there's an ancient African proverb. Go through there. He's from what?
He's from East Oakland.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. International Boulevard. He's 14th Street. Sure, you're right. Okay. All right. And I'm sure, Cow Dog, that when you walk through those streets in East Oakland and West Oakland, you could hear, you know, the power that they had on that and raising the awareness. Now, also, too, Cow Dog, as you know, Oakland, you know, that was headquarters. That was the national headquarters. And as you know, they had branch offices in Los Angeles. They had branch offices in New York. They had branch offices in Chicago, Denver, New Orleans, Louisiana, definitely Seattle, Washington, because me and you know, Jay Dizzle, we had spoke about that, you know, when him and I met, you know, years ago and what have you. So keep the spirit going. Now, we're not going to sit up here and talk this Jesse Jackson shit about keep hope alive. Fuck that. The Black Panthers are about self-sufficiency, Black family. You see what I'm saying? They did not hate any other group, okay? They was basically talking about our self-sufficiency. And then Cow Dog, and I'm going to say this here for Cow Dog, Brother Che, I already told you this. Cow Dog, I was in Defirmary Park at the 50th anniversary, right? So I was speaking to an older sister who was an original member, you know, had on her leather piece, had her frosty fro, black and proud. I told her what I was doing. I says, I feel like I'm being watched. So the sister looked at me and like a boss, she said, say, man, are you going to die on your feet or live on your knees? And stated that she'd lived with it for 50 years, turned around and walked away. Okay. Gave me something to think about.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And I met the brothers of Brother Che, you know, that got off into the shootout over there off of 45th and Compton in Los Angeles. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, Felix Mitchell. Yeah. You was in Oakland when they was fucking with Felix Mitchell. Yeah, and the other dealers in Oakland as well, too. Yeah. And then also, too, Cow Dog, I know you're familiar with the movie The Mac. Oh, that was made 1973, I think. No, the Mac was 73. It was one of the Black empowerment movies, Jesse, along with Shaft.
Yeah, I seen it, but I'm trying to think of the year. I thought it was 76, but it might have been 73.
Right. And you know the scene where Carol Speed came out there to Max Julian, said the trick stole my money, and he said, I don't give a shit about you. That day was right there on the corner of 27th and Grand. No, 27th and San Pablo. Yeah. Yeah, 27th and San Pablo. You know what I mean? So I had a homie of mine, you know, we looked at Come On Man was filmed in West Oakland. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cal Dog. Yeah, it was up there on San Pablo. Yeah, that's West Oakland. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Without a doubt. And then I remember I had a homie who's going to show me the movie of the Mac, right? And he said, hey, Shabbat, I already showed you the movie of the Mac. I said, big homie, I took you to the city where they made the film at. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. 73. April 4th, 1973.
Okay, that's when they released the film, The Mac.
Yep.
April 4th, 5 years after Dr. King's assassination.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, Cal Dog. It's been a stroll for centuries, man. You know what I'm saying? It was a stroll for centuries, man. You know, and I'm doing my live feed, man, paying homage to the party, man. The sister come up to me, well, you know the business, Cal Dog. I says, no, sis, I ain't one of them cats with the T's. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that kind of guy. If I can't talk up on it, I damn sure ain't gonna pay for it. Why? Because what she was selling is like water. It's everywhere. No disrespect to the women, because I got a lot of hate mail on that. You know what I'm saying? You know, on my inbox, on my page and stuff like that. And then I always remember this here, Cal Dog, and I already know you know. And this is going to be my last line, Brother Che. You already know where I'm going through with this. Gentlemen,
here we go.
It takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, and it only takes 1 woman to put him there. To quote you, Brother Che, where's the lie?
Right.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Where's the lie? So with that there being said, tricking is against the law in the Bay, laughing out loud. Cal Dog. Tricking, man, boost the local economy there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's that old saying for these stupid ass rapists, you sick bastards. If you can't catch you no fish, you can always buy you some. You ain't got no reason to go out here and rape no woman, man.
Shabaka, what are the 3 P's that Oakland is known for?
The 3 P's that Oakland, California is known for, and Cal Dog gonna love this: pimping, prostitution, and the Black Panthers. Panthers pimping, and prostitution. Yeah. And then also too, and who was that there? Cal Dog, the Ward brothers up there. And I ain't got no comment there on one of the Ward brothers, because one of the Ward brothers, from what I understand, was unalived. But I'm going to leave that alone, and our sympathy do go out there to the Ward brothers on the loss of their relative.
Yeah.
But out of respect, I'm going to leave that issue alone. Okay, so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, here at 12:27 a.m. in the Pacific time, this is April 23rd, 2026. This is Shabaka San Corey. Yeah, the 4 P's. Powder, the city of dope.
It's 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the 4th. That's the 4th P. Yeah, powder. Yeah. Panthers, pimping, prostitution, and the powder.
Yeah.
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 And the powder, you know. But however, I do appreciate the history of Oakland, California, and the significance that it had on our people's history here in the United States, you know. and what have. And then, of course, too, the city of San Francisco, which is due west of it across the Bay Bridge. A lot of Black history is there, too. And keep in mind, Black family, Frederick Douglass, when he escaped slavery, he came through San Francisco Bay.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And they even got a housing project named after the great Freddie D. You know what I'm saying? And
in the Fillmore district.
In the Fillmore district and what have you. Fillmore Slim is still around. I missed his last, but man, Cal Dog Fillmore Slim, man, got to be damn near 100, man. He got to be damn near 100. Fillmore was doing this thing in his 60s and 70s. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still alive. God damn.
And then he said, and Cal Dog said he mad as hell, man, because he missed his last birthday party. Yeah. Okay, Cal Dog, it's always a pleasure having you, brother, and welcome. And he said he's still kicking it. All right, okay. All right, it feel more slim, okay. All right, Cal Dog, so come on up with us sometimes, brother. You know what I'm saying? Be more than happy to have you. And then, of course, you know, feel more slim when it comes to the Black experience and Front Line Blacc news. It ain't never a dull moment here. You know what I'm saying? Man, we did have some of the idiots that came through that got bopped upside the head, and that wrench will glide gracefully upside your heads, trolls. You know what I'm saying?
He was 1934. He's 92. Yeah, he's damn near 100 years old.
Damn, boy. Okay. All right. So I'm sure he got him some of them OG mamas, you know, still pushing them around off in that wheelchair. You know what I'm saying?
The West Coast Godfather.
And yeah, I ain't mad at Fillmore Slim. You know what I'm saying? Damn. But he's still kicking it. You know what I'm saying?
He's 9.
And then, of course, yeah. And then shout out there to the Ward brothers as well, too. You know, on the loss of their brother Frank. You know what I mean? You know, many years ago. And I'm quite sure everybody saw the movie that made Max Julian a star called The Mac. You know what I'm saying? And then also, too, Brother Che, but you know our girl who played Lulu in the Mac, Carol Speed.
Yeah.
She transitioned about 4 years ago, and I think the sister made it up there to 76 years of age. Very, very nice looking sister, the one and only Miss Carol Speed. You know what I mean?
I think we did a show about her.
Oh, yeah. And then also, too, who we need to do a show on, too, that transition. Oh, okay. You went to school with him. Okay. So did you go to McClimate's, Cal Dog, or did you go to Oakland Technical High or Oakland High? Wait for him to respond to that one. And then Oakland Tech, Brother Che, is where Huey P. Newton graduated high school in 1959. And I think, man, when we was with Blog Talk, man, you was hosting it, and I was riding through the streets of Oakland, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. You know. And then also, too, Cal Dog, that's what Shabaka's Black Experience and had started at, was in Oakland, California. And then the way how me and Brother Che got acquainted is that I was talking about, what was I talking about? One of them crazy movies in Hollywood, Brother Che, and you were called up.
Yep.
And then we was on another network that we're not going to mention, because they banned us from their network and crumb bombed on us, kicked us off the platform. We don't hate them, but they no longer around, and we still going strong.
Right.
You know? So get with us, Cal Dog. You know what I'm saying? If you would like, sir, and you could be our Northern California correspondent. No. Oh, okay. He said he went to Castleman High. Okay, so he was in junior high with them. Okay, Castleman High, that's over there in East Oakland. Yeah, that's over there off of Foothill, if memory serves me correct. Yeah, because my significant other, may she rest in power, went to Castleman High as well, too.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got history, black peoples. We got history. We got history all over this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But they want to come in, hate on us, and all this old type of stuff. But remember, black family, they hate us because they cannot be us. Okay. Look down there on Hollywood Boulevard, man. This place called Frederick's of Hollywood has been there from the 1960s, where the Nabisco girls go get them BBLs and what have you.
Yeah.
See, Hollywood and Beverly Hills is known for three things: the crazy movies they make, psychiatrists, and plastic surgery.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm busy.
All right, man. Okay. All righty. Okay, brother Chad, we got off at a decent hour. And then, get with us, Cow Dog, brother. We'd be more than happy to have you. You know what I'm saying?
Still
and
then, still topics to get to, so I'm going to continue on, but you said you had to go.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay. All righty, y'all have a nice night. This is Shabaka Sankoy for Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Signing off from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack. I'm out.
And join us this Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. All right, so moving along, we got this Hispanic cop that thought it was cool to go on an anti-Black rant. So we're going to put them on the Summer Jam screen. But first, we're going to get to these damn Democrats. So, why is the DNC in full panic mode? Because of FBA's Grassroots. So, Tariq going to give us an update on that as well.
You going to demand something from somebody ain't in office. Their events, when they have these public events. What's up, Nikki the God? What's up, Re-Ups? Y'all share the space. Everybody share the space, please. That'll be great.
Pull up at all them events.
But family, they are having meetings at the DNC.
Oh, yeah.
They are having meetings. They want to get in front of this. It's too late.
Right.
They really want to get in front of it. Because now they can't do all that trolling online and then think they're going to walk out here and everything is going to be all Kool-Aid and gravy. It's not. People are running them down, putting them on blast in person at their events. When they have these public events, the Grassroots is showing up on that ass.
Right.
They don't know how to get in front of that and demanding tangibles. So what they're doing now, they're sending more of their sassy tethers online to try to discredit the Black Grassroots. I've been talking about this for a few days and they have not learned. Have y'all noticed just an influx of sassy punks getting online, caping for Kamala, using the same exact talking points? It's coming from a central location. What's up, Brother Marcel? These talking points are coming from a central location because they all sound the same. We've all heard variations of, well, why them FBAs running down on Kamala? How come they ain't running down on Republicans? How they gonna run down on Kamala? She ain't even in office. How you gonna demand something from somebody ain't in office? So these are talking points coming from a central location. And then they try to throw the old, FBA, that sounds like they Russian bots. FBA, they're like MAGA. They're trying that old nonsense. Y'all want JD Vance to win, I guess.
I guess.
Is that the case? Let me get Conservative Chris in here. I ain't spoken with you in a minute. Conservative Chris, hop on, sir. Let me get you on real quick, Conservative Chris. Because I know you. Where you at, Chris? Did I get you out? Let me hold on. Let me get you invite to speak. Let me get your take on it, Chris, as a conservative.
They can keep people.
If you don't mind, Conservative Chris, if you don't mind. I sent you an invite, sir. You can take it or leave it. All right. There you go, Chris. You here? Mr. Conservative Chris.
Well, I was on a pre-mute before I even started.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, I hear you great.
Okay. How do you feel about how the DNC is acting right now because of the FBA grassroots running them down?
I think it might be it's not an approach I would use, but I can understand why it may be effective.
Well, you mean them? You mean the DNC or what? What approach would you not use?
Running down and screaming out the audience.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a perfect response because it's working. It has them shook.
Yeah, I actually went on Jesse again. You can check that out. I gave a good argument for reparations.
Okay. When did you go on Jesse's show?
Probably about a month ago.
Okay.
I tried to come up to the museum, but the answer machine was taking messages. I didn't know how to get out there.
Oh yeah, just come on through. We're Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. We got an event on Memorial Day weekend. Just come out. I'll put you on my guest list. Come on out.
That's what's up.
Yes, indeed. All right, but thank you so much. Let me chop it up with the family.
Yes, sir.
But listen, man, the DNC, they are in panic mode, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Because the Black grassroots, they're not asking for symbolisms. We're talking transactions at this point. See, that's what has the DNC nervous for a long time. The Democrats, they've been able to rely basically on emotional language and fear-based messaging and celebrity surrogates. You just bring Megan the Stallion out there to pop ass, and we just gonna run to the polls. You go out there with some catfish nuggets, we just gonna run out there. Those days are over. All that we gotta save democracy. No, the FBA grassroots are showing up. They're letting them know it ain't gonna be no easy ride. We're the tangibles. This is changing the whole game.
Yep.
You're not gonna get no smooth photo ops.
Nope, them days are over.
All right, and we see that the Democrats are trying to win back Black voters who didn't turn out last year. They know what happened. They know they lost because of the FBA grassroots. This is why we've been attacked relentlessly by the DNC. And they're panicking because that old smear package, that's all they have left. They can't answer real questions, or they don't want to answer. They can, but they don't want to. So when the grassroots start making direct lineage-based demands, here comes the old Russian bots, MAGA bots, disinformation, division. You must be helping the right. You see?
Yeah,
all of these are admissions of weakness, because the party, if they had real answers for why we should be loyal to the party, they would give them.
Thanks for coming.
Notice they're not telling us why we should be loyal to them. They never tell us, okay, you should vote because of this. This is the policy that's going to be right up your alley. They never tell us that. It's always, you stupid fool, y'all dumb as hell. If you don't support us, you're a Russian bot, you MAGA, you brainwashed, you the CIA. It's always some weird projection. That whole disrespect campaign, that's not working right now, because see, there's a FBA renaissance that has instilled or reinstilled pride in lineage. And it has let us know exactly who we are without a shadow of a doubt. They want us generic and confused. See, when you're generic and confused, you can be manipulated. They can play on you. They can play on you emotionally. They can manipulate you. They can tell you, well, you're part, since you don't know who you are, you're a part of this minority coalition. So we're all in this together. So we're going to come down to the church and give y'all some hugs around election time. Oh, we're going to sing some Negro spirituals. We're going to be your friend. Oh, we're going to be your best buddy during the election cycle. We'll do like Bill Clinton and come play the sax. We're going to send Kamala out there to tell you her collard green recipes. Oh, it's going to be so fun. We're saying enough of that. Keep your goddamn greens in your bathtub.
Right.
Keep your catfish nuggets. Keep your Bammy. Keep your bush meat.
Right.
Where's the damn money?
Exactly.
Where's the tangibles? No. We don't need hugs. No, we're good. We're clicked in with each other. We love each other. So yeah, we don't need a hug from you.
Show me the money.
Where's the money?
Right.
And the ops attacking us, boy, it's always the same play. These Democrat or Republican shills, because you got, some of the Democrat shills used to be Republican shills, just like that amazing Lucas. He was shilling for the Republicans for a long time. Now he's shilling for the Democrats. He was attacking our brother Arthur over here. Shout out to brother Arthur here. Attacking me, attacking the FBA Grassroots, just really going in on us. Did y'all see the pictures I posted of that punk? His old softcore homoerotic ass images. It's always something weird with these dudes.
Always.
Oh, I done uncovered some pictures of amazing Lucas sitting up here with his eyebrows arched, with his clothes off, and some tidy whities. Clearly there's a dookie stain in there somewhere, looking over his shoulder at the camera with his ass tooted up.
Oh, wait. Amazing dude.
This is who the DNC sends at us. Sassy, bussified punks.
Yep.
Trying to shame us, telling us we shouldn't go for tangibles, we're stupid and we're dumb. We don't let people disrespect us like that. All the roll-ins, that's another one. There's always some bussy meat somewhere with these dudes. Y'all remember Roland was up there doing a Zoom meeting and they caught that screen that he had a video up of some bussy.
Wow, man.
They never explained where the bussy came from. So this is what they're throwing at us, man. It's always a pattern with these folks. It's always a damn pattern. But we're not going for the disrespect, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new day right now. It's a new day. The smear tactics are not going to work. The DNC, they're crashing out. They know that Black political independence is more dangerous to them than Republican opposition. See, the Republicans just being Republicans that's built into the fundraising script. But independent Black grassroots, oh, they're not used to that. They're not used to what's happening right now, family. This delineation, they don't have a response to that. This is why it's whooping their ass. They didn't expect us to delineate and just get on code around our lineage. They didn't expect that. They don't have nothing for that. Their thing is they're going to just try to throw more tethers at us, which makes us further delineate. They're going to try to shame us, which makes us further delineate.
Yep.
You understand? They don't have a response to this. This is whooping them in the ass. They don't know what to do.
Yep. They're losing it.
So them running around, them trying to attack me, that's fruitless. All that Tariq is the leader of it, that shit don't work. DNC operatives, that shit don't work. It has not been working. Y'all been trying that play for 7 years. It don't work. You know why? I'm not the leader. That would only work if I was running around like strapping them, talking about I'm the leader. I've never done that. That's why it will always fail. I have to go out here and claim leadership. The fact that I have not, which I am not, and nobody has claimed me as their leader, that shit ain't that shaming tactic and discrediting tactic won't work. You can't prop me up as a fake leader and then attack my fake leadership that don't exist. Y'all look crazy. That's why this delineation movement is whooping your ass. Ain't no leader. Y'all didn't expect millions of foundational Black Americans to just get on code and wake up and say, hey, enough is enough. We need something.
First question, tell me where
there was no central location. There was no meeting nobody had. Everybody just woke up and said the same thing. Hey, man, why all these other groups getting shit and we ain't? We just woke up and just said, hey, does this look right to you? No, it don't look right.
My people.
We all realized collectively that shit don't look right. Y'all kept telling us what the hell you can't do for us. And then we see people just getting over the damn border, living in damn luxury damn near. There's a cachet of money sitting over here waiting on them while you're telling us what you can't do. Yeah, you think people don't see that? You think, well, I tricked people? You think I did a magic Majara spell on niggas? No, it didn't happen. People see you. They see you're full of shit. They heard Kamala say she ain't gonna do nothing only gonna benefit Black people, but roll out the red carpet for Hispanics, Asians, and other people specifically. People can see you. Y'all not as smart as you think you are. You know what it is? The tether class, because there's a lot of tethers that has infiltrated the DNC. They think them being lying tethers makes them smarter than us. I want y'all to feel me on this. That's a thing with tethers. They think that because they have the ability to lie,
incessantly, they think that makes them smarter than us. That makes them more cunning and strategic. Tethers think lying is a form of intelligence. It's real deep, man. See, these people come from environments where the government and the economy and all, basically daily interactions, or people are trained where truth-telling gets you nowhere, and the best liars get to eat.
Damn, baby Bob.
You understand what I'm saying? Y'all been to some of these countries. They be lying and scamming the minute you touch down. I'm gonna put that footage up of me over there in Senegal. Where was that? What was that? Senegal.
It was in Senegal.
I'm gonna post that footage to show you some of the scams in real time. But over there in some of these people's homelands, man, survival meant you gotta hustle and lie all the time.
That's right.
Overpromise, underdeliver, gaslight everybody. You see? So when they come here, they have that same mindset. And they assume us standing on business, us being straightforward, they think that's a weakness. You understand? There's some real twisted logic.
It is.
So in their logic, if you can lie incessantly and get away with it, then you must be operating on a superior intellectual level, because that's how the white supremacists think. The white supremacists think the same way. They think being liars and being deceptive is a form of intelligence. And it's not. See, we as foundational Black Americans family, yeah, we got scammers here. We got liars and scammers.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
We've never developed a normalized culture where pathological lying is normalized, which is a part of that's not a part of the culture. It's still looked down upon, because see, our survival was forged in the fire of visible, brutal honesty against white supremacy. So we had to stand on truth, whether it was in the cotton field, the civil rights marches, building our own institutions, because lies would get us messed up. You see, but these certain tethers, their culture treat lying that's like a chess move to them. If I can fool you, I'm smarter than you. They come over here and they say all the opportunities. Oh, you're not taking advantage of the opportunities. You FBA niggas don't take advantage of the opportunities. You know what that means? That means we ain't scamming enough. That's what they mean. We created the goddamn opportunities, legitimate. We've created them, so they can miss me with that. When they say we don't take advantage of opportunities, that means we ain't scamming like, well, y'all not scamming? Y'all see all of these good scams? Y'all see all these medical scams y'all could be doing? All of these diploma scams y'all could be doing? All of these handicap special needs scams that you can get from the government, like they were doing up there in Minnesota? Money meant for special needs kids, they're scamming the shit. We don't think like that. We don't want to do shit like that. It's not like we don't have the ability. We don't roll like that. That's some low-level shit that we just don't want to be a part of. They look at us as crazy. Look at all of these scamming opportunities. The scamming to the left, scamming to the right. We can have bush meat forever, nigga. No. So we got to understand the mindset of some of these folks. And that's what's running the DNC right now. That's who you got as the Congressional Black Caucus. Congressional Black Caucus is tetherfied. It's tethered up. We got to be very real. And everywhere we always turn around, they got these tether politicians sitting up here trying to cosplay. Will not do anything for the lineage. They give us every excuse in the world, but do everything for their fellow immigrants, because that's where they came from. Wes Moore, Byron Donalds, Kamala, Obama, all of these people. So it's a new day. It's a new day. So we're holding these people to account, as we should. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get a couple of folks in here, because I ain't going to be on here too long. How many folks we got in here? Shout out to everybody in here. By the way, we got an event, Memorial Day event at the Hidden History Museum. Y'all need to come on through. We got a lot of great comics. It's going to be a very fun vibe. It's Saturday, May 23rd. Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody come join me. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. Where are the DNC shills now? Where y'all at now? Where are the DNC shills? All right. Let's get foundational American. All right, foundational. Unmute your microphone, sir.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Tariq, I have an idea that I think that you should do
Okay.
with Professor Smalls and 19 Keys. I think you should. I mean, I'm glad that you kicked them off of Hidden Colors, but I think you should just put their what they talked about, just put it on YouTube so the people could hear it.
Mm.
And you can name it for the Africans and everybody that's rocking with Two Keys and Professor Smalls. Here's what they think about you.
Mm. I don't know. Thank you, brother. I'm so focused on getting the movie done. We're halfway through. Got a lot of. It looks very good though. The movie looks phenomenal. I'm rushing to get it done by the summer because I really want it to be released this summer. So it's a phenomenal piece, man. I can't wait. Brother Black Alpha is in it, kicking ass. Brother Marcel, who's here, he's kicking ass in it. Dave Vanderson, Dr. Kaba, Shahrazad Ali. So it's a vibe. All right, T.S. Giselle, Democrat Shill. What's up, T.S. Giselle?
Good evening. Now, I want you to know that, now, Tariq, I'm not going to let you pull what you usually pull with me because you've been coming for my party. You've been coming for Kamala, and I'm here to set you straight.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
All right.
And then I did not appreciate that stunt you pulled. You stole my content, then would not even let me on stage. If you're afraid to have a discussion with me, Tariq, then say it. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid to have an intellectual conversation with any of the people that believe in the indoctrination of foundational Black American and what it means. But what I will not allow you to continue to...
Well, we ain't going to say falsehoods. There's no indoctrination. You can't say that about our lineage. Giselle, you cannot say that. Now, what conversation do you want to have? All right? Because all of that indoctrination, it's too late for that. The world has moved on. Everybody recognizes the lineage, which is foundational Black American. It is a lineage only. There's no indoctrination or nothing. And it's whooping everybody's ass. Now, go ahead, Giselle.
Okay, so, and speaking of whooping ass, and let me get to this first. That little stunt, that little short man, Black Alpha Network, and that ugly man.
Okay, we don't disrespect Black Alpha, and I know you're not calling anybody ugly. Are we doing that? T.S. Is there a mirror in there? You look like Baby Bop with a quick weave. How dare you call anybody ugly? Are we doing that? We don't do that.
And you look like Jermaine Jackson with a porcelain face.
Ooh. And you look like Action Jackson. You look like Carl Weathers with breast implants. But go ahead.
With your peg leg having ass.
All right, the peg leg is between your legs. It's your dick, all right, that you got to tuck when you put on a sundress to go sell pussy. Now go ahead.
I'm highly educated and I'm not going to let your insults throw me off my game because I'm going to come up here and speak.
Say what you got to say, Miss Nigga. Go ahead, say what you got to say.
Anyway, like I said, I will put a foot in your ass, Marcel, if y'all ever think that you're going to do that to Kamala Harris. Let's be very clear. Democrats have been dominating election after election since the 2024 election. Kamala Harris is a civilian on a book tour. What was the purpose of Black Alpha Network and Marcel Dixon going to that speech to harass Kamala Harris? If y'all are afraid of white people, then just say that, because I'm not. So Black Alpha Network, you got so much mouth and so much smoke. Why don't you go up to Gavin Newsom and do that? Why don't you go to J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Donald Trump?
We didn't brought the heat to Gavin Newsom. We brought the heat to him out here in California. We already went up to, we were very present in all the events up here in California. So we had that on lock. And y'all know that y'all trying to groom Kamala to run again. So people are on her bumper early. They're getting on her bumper early, letting her know what the campaign is going to be when she goes ahead and throws that hat in the arena.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's what the energy is. They know they're going to run her because y'all ain't got nobody else. Who else y'all going to run?
Right.
First of all, we would let the primary campaign, we'll let that process start as such. Kamala Harris has not stated that she's going to run, but if she does decide to enter the race, I will be her #1 supporter, as I was in the 2024 presidential campaign. She's the best candidate. Now, let me tell you something. I can tell you one thing. You may not want to talk about facts, Tariq Nasheed, but the fact is that Black Americans will be in a far better position under the leadership of Kamala Harris than the disastrous position that we are in today.
Also,
I've already addressed this with you, and you ignore the fact. Okay?
Talk about gas prices and all of that. When
You're damn right we're going to talk about gas prices.
Okay, you got enough gas money to go down to the Bussy Hole Stroll? We ain't thinking about that. We're talking about tangible, specifically for foundational Black Americans. We want our check. We want.
And what tangible can a civilian Kamala give us? She is not an elected official. The government of this country is dominated by Republicans. The executive branch with President Trump, the legislature with the Republican majority in the House and the Senate, and the judicial branch with the right wing.
Y'all saying the same talking points. Anonymous, you want to say something? Anonymous or Super Dave?
Yeah, I want to talk about the event that happened in Detroit for the Democrats.
What happened?
First, I was walking back from my lunch break because I work on the Riverwalk, and it stank up. These folks is musty as all get out, and it was a bunch of white folks, very little Black people in Detroit. That should send up signals. And then the Arabs, every Black person that went up to speak, the Arabs, the Indians, the Sikhs, all of them, they were booing every Black person. So they're developing groups to go against us. Even though they're not smart enough to understand, you can take Dearborn, Highland Park, Hamtramck, combine them all together, y'all still don't have numbers.
Right.
Not compared to Black Americans in Detroit.
There it is, my man. Thank you so much.
I'll let my plane there.
Thank you, Super Dave. Yeah, Kamala. I almost called you Kamala. Giselle.
Exactly. You're speechless because you can't come up here and address my point. And that other stunt that other man in New York pulled at the National Action Network, I want y'all to, the #1 lie that you told tonight, Tariq, was that Black Americans have abandoned the Democratic Party. Black Americans have not abandoned the Democratic Party. I want to be very clear. Kamala Harris received 75 million votes. She received more votes than Barack Obama did.
And her ass didn't win. See how that works? Because enough of the votes weren't there. The Black Grassroots made sure enough of those votes weren't there. That's why y'all been attacking the Black Grassroots relentlessly, because y'all panicking.
Yep.
Panicking for what? Democrats have dominated the elections in this country since the general election in multiple states.
Why y'all this then?
Excuse me, your connection.
Ain't dominating enough. Y'all ain't coming with it. Y'all not coming with it. Let me get Brother Sage in here. Brother Sage.
Brother Flex, how's everything going?
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
Always good. Always a pleasure to hear from you, brother. I just wanted to correct one thing. Black Alpha definitely did run down on a Trump rally when it came down to South Carolina as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
And what was said? Did he ask the Republicans for reparations? Because I think that FBA is afraid of white people. That's what I think. Y'all got all the smoke for Black women, the Black LGBTQ, but have nothing Black Democrats. But you have no smoke or vitriol.
Yeah, FBAs are Black women. So what you talking about? A lot of LGBTs are FBAs. What you talking about?
Exactly what I just said. And
Makes sense. None of that makes sense. Okay, you're just saying stuff. Yeah, a lot of LGT are FBAs. But thank you so much. You're just saying shit. You're just throwing the Democrat Shield talking points up against the wall to see what shit sticks, and nothing is sticking. Like I said, it's a new day, ladies and gentlemen, and they don't know what to do. The Democrats are panicking, and they really need to get in front of this thing. It is too late.
Right.
This is the new norm. We're standing on lineage business. They're going to have to sit down and talk about tangibles. They're not going to be able to run, duck, dodge, hide, deflect, scare. Those days are over. All of that making us wait. With us, it's always, okay, we know what y'all need, but right now, man, there's a pandemic. Well, we ain't got time for all that now. Let's put all that tangible on the back burner now. Oh, no. I know y'all need tangible, but there's a housing crisis right now. Ooh, we can't do nothing now. There's a housing crisis. I know y'all want tangibles. There's a war going on. Oh, no. We got to stand on, we got to save democracy. Oh, I know y'all got a need for some tangibles, but there's about to be an alien invasion from Mars. There's a bunch of Martians coming. Come on now, we got to save democracy. So all of our shit getting pushed to the back burner to save democracy. We're the sacrificial lambs. We got to save everybody. No, we're going to save ourselves. We're going to save our check.
That's right.
That's the new norm, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
That is the new norm.
That's the new norm.
Let's get
Brother Flex, if I must say, as you know, I live in New York, and in New York, we're 100% Democrat, from the mayor to the governor, city council, state representatives. They're all Democrat. And notice we still have to fight in order to get any type of reparations on the board. Right. You got Brooke right there in the listening section, Brother Divine. We're all up here fighting to get reparations. So all that stuff about Rolling saying you need a majority vote, we have that here in New York. You have that in LA. Oh, yeah. What happened with y'all reparations, brother? These are the Democrats. These ain't the Republicans, brother.
Right.
Oh, yeah. My man, thank you so much. All right, let's get on. What's your name? Molek? Hope I'm pronouncing your name right.
Hey, what's happening, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
Pretty good, man. I was hearing about aliens and everything. From my understanding of politics, it's Republicans and Democrats going to Bohemian Grove and Bilderberg meetings. It's very weird. I'm not sure how that works, but basically all the elites go down there. Do you think your votes even count?
Okay, thank you, white man. Okay, he's just coming in with a whole different conversation. All right, thank you, Mr. White Man. The conversation just went left. Okay, we ain't talking about that. That's a whole different conversation. All right. I hate when people come into black business and just bring some whole different shit. Hey, dude, you know about the Bilderbergs and the Illuminati, dude? There's a secret meeting on a submarine, bro. Okay, man. All right. Go on back in there with your Michelob and your pipe.
Right.
All right. I don't know what you're talking about, Molek. Go on back in there and make that mayonnaise sandwich and go to sleep, brother.
Right.
It's okay. We'll get you on when we're talking about some bullshit. All right. Anyway, let me roll up out of here, family. I'm gonna go live on TikTok a little later. All right. I'll go live on TikTok later. But listen, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Get your tickets to join me and Dwan B and so many others. We're going to have a great time Memorial Day weekend. If you've never been to the museum, y'all need to come on out Memorial Day weekend. Y'all fly on out here. Come join us. Have a good time with us, man. The museum is a vibe. All right, I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lola Vuve to the family. Peace.
All right, y'all. So Democrats is in full panic mode, and we're loving every minute of it. And they're gonna stay in panic mode until they produce some tangibles specifically for us. Otherwise, they're just gonna keep losing all the presidential elections and the midterms. So moving along, we got the Latinas. They found themselves being unapologetically anti-Black. Go figure, right?
There's a video trending around on social media regarding 3 Mexican high schoolers who are in a car and they have some pretty greasy things to say about Black folks. Check it out.
My tongue is so blue. You're too blue. You're put Black. Oh my God. Black is so crazy. Who the fuck is it? Right? Same here. No, this got pressed. Someone said you need to stop saying ooh, that's Black bro. Let me tell you the story. Okay, so Haley, we were talking and she was like,
so as you saw and heard there, they used the N-word, which was bleeped out 11 times, and a whole bunch of other disparaging things about Black people. And so the conversation is like, why are they doing that? Why are they so anti-Black? Now, there's another conversation going around regarding Afro Man. He's a rapper that won a lawsuit, and then he was sued, for exposing rogue police officers that broke into his house. But from that, he had an interview with somebody, and they asked him, how do you feel about Mexicans using the N-word? And he says, I don't like it. Right. And he said some other things. And so they got pretty mad with him and said, oh, well, we're going to cancel Afro Man because this, that, and the other. So he took to his social media, like, you going to cancel me because you can't say the N-word and I don't like it. Right. So going back to these high schoolers and them saying the word, and they use the hard ER as well. Right. And they use, in a sense, the trope that white supremacists use. So when I heard him say that, I was like, oh, OK, yeah, for sure. For sure. They're learning from them people, right? The triple OGs of racism regarding Black folks, especially Black Americans. And it's like, well, they learned it from their parents, right? We hear all the time, oh, racism is not the way it is, or the whole Black and brown thing. And it's like, well, what does the Black and brown thing really mean? Does it mean that the brown people should be able to use words that we don't like, call us those words and use them all out in the open? In fact, I was on social media not too long ago and I saw an Asian dude drop the N-word like it was just a regular day, right? Just something that was naturally in his vocabulary. And I was like, wow, is that what we're doing? Now, again, we don't have any ownership of the word because we didn't create the word. I don't want a pink slip to the word, which is why I always say I kind of take issue with some of us who like, oh, that's our word. You ain't Black American. It's like, is that our word? That's not our word. That's them people's words, right? But other groups of people are using it and then have the audacity to be mad, right? They're mad that we don't want them to use it. Oh, well, then I'm going to cancel you. You're going to cancel me because you can't call me the word? Well, what word can I call you that's not nice that you would be okay with? You wouldn't be okay with me calling you some of the things I won't say here, but you wouldn't be okay with that. I'd be canceled and a whole host of other things, whatever that even means nowadays, right? To cancel, but you wouldn't have it. Oh, that's a racist. Oh, this, that, and the other. And what about the Black and the brown unity? It's like, again, it's only Black and brown unity when they want the Black to get together with the brown, but never the brown to get together with the Black. But as I think about it more and more, it's like, okay, well, do you want the Black and brown unities so you could say the word and we'd be all right with that? And then I also raise my eyebrow at Black folks who are cool with them talking like that around them. Now, I'm from California, and the justification that I've heard from them is, oh, well, we cool. We don't mean it like that. It's a term of endearment. It's like it's not. See, you need to study the origin of that word. I know a lot, of Black Americans, we unfortunately made that word popular. And then, of course, in the music industry, some of them executives is like, yeah, you need to use it at least 20 times in a record, right? But that is not a term of endearment at all. It's rooted in hate, and just a whole host of things that happened to our people on those plantations. So again, I'm just wondering what word can we call them that they don't like? And they would say, well, I understand you don't mean it in a hateful way. It's just a term of endearment. If I tried to justify that would never fly. So as far as those girls are concerned, you know, I'm not surprised that they're doing that. What surprises me though is why y'all doing it on camera. Are y'all that comfortable? Because that's the behavior that we usually see, you know, them people and they kids, they get all up on the camera and say that type of stuff because in a sense, they know that's going to be explained away. Oh, they're just kids. They didn't mean it that way or whatever. So now you're seeing the Latinos adapt that behavior, but it's not new. They've always adapted that behavior when it comes to Black Americans, because in a sense, they were taught that, hey, if we disassociate ourselves from the Black and we try to acclimate to the white, then the whites will see us as more acceptable and all that, which is why a lot of their leaders was like, we don't believe in civil rights and we don't think that the Negro should get what we should get, or we're not trying to align with the Negro, let them fight their own battles. And so they just taught their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, just like them people, the same old hate and the disrespect for Black Americans. But I will say this, you notice how they said it in the car. They didn't say it around that girl, whoever she was that they was talking about. See, because they know better. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please.
That's a good point. That's a real good point, Demetria K. Thank you for that update. So in other Latino anti-Black hatred news, we got a pig in Houston that got caught saying nigger 16 times and calling Black's animals name on camera. So Big Anthony spokesman gonna give us an update on that. And then I'm gonna follow up with Bishop George. And I'm gonna close out with either Lisa or Uncle Phil.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate niggas. Oh my god, I hate chimps. Like I hate y'all. Like you, like I don't. Oh, we were slaves this and that. I don't give a nigga. Like for
you hate
the reason you guys were.
So
if you guys don't know anything better than steal, like oh my god, like I was literally eating food with my friend. He had his. Oh my god, like I don't know. Por Dios, por gracias. I had my wallet next to me, like my whole purse, and those, like that little small him decided not to do my fucking nigga. Oh my god, I would have grabbed my heel and like whooped up that nigga's. But like whatever, right? How good it felt to say like out loud, like God, like oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like I kid you not, I don't know what the over me. I grabbed that the neck and I was like, come here, you. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace.
6 received a video today from a viewer who claims it shows a police officer using a racial slur time and time again. Fox 26's Karis Belger joining us in the studio with more on those allegations. Karis.
Well, Anthony, the video is disturbing. Fox 26 received it from a viewer, as you said, alleging the woman in the video is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston police say they are aware of the video. While the department has not publicly confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it, HPD says she's been relieved of duty as the investigation moves forward. Now, we're not showing you the full video, but I can tell you the woman in it uses a racial slur to describe Black people at least 5 times. The video was posted to an Instagram story, and in it, the woman also describes an arrest and says she used that same word toward the person she was taking into custody. Now, later, the woman says she felt, quote, at peace being able to say it. After watching the video, Bishop James Dixon said he was shocked and disturbed by the content. He says this goes beyond offensive language and raises serious concerns about public safety and trust.
That's a dangerous mindset to be out on the streets with a uniform and a gun and a badge and saying, I'm a peace officer.
Again, HPD says it is aware of the video and they are investigating whether or not Gonzalez is the person in it. At this point, it's still unclear whether she could face additional discipline or whether investigators are looking into any of her past interactions on the job. Anthony?
All right, so Karis, I mean, beyond the video here, what are the bigger concerns? It's got to be a larger conversation happening here.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's the language itself, right? But the concern is whether bias may have affected the way this officer interacted with people on the job. And that's why Dixon says this investigation needs to look not just at the video, but at the larger issue of public trust and accountability.
All right, we'll see where that goes. Karis Belger, thank you so much for that.
Yo, it's Big Ed, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and let's give Officer Gonzalez a round of applause before we let the commentary begin. And y'all clap it up 16 times for this, how many times she did say the N-word in there. I think she said chip about 4 or 5. And this is just one of those situations, y'all, because the people that support this channel and watch it, you normally know that I would be turned up with this type of conversation. I would be mad, but I'm actually happy today because I went and I looked at Fox 26 Facebook, and I had a link in the description where you can watch that clip in the beginning in full. And I looked at their Facebook comments. I see it going on around. I'm looking at other comments, and it's people defending her, saying that's her opinion. And they showing us how they really feel about it. And I'm glad that people have to see it in real time because so long now, people want to tell me racism don't exist. Oh, there ain't no racist cops. Racism ain't even out here no more. Them people that was racist, they already dead and gone and left the world, and y'all just complaining. And she's telling you in real time while she's breaking the law, might I add. She's clearly drunk and intoxicated on the road, DUI or DWI, however you want to slice and dice it. But then she come out and tell you her real thoughts. Shout out to whatever bartender served her that tequila that night, because now we know how she really feel about it. Then she's bragging about arresting somebody and calling him an N-word to his face. Now I ask the black people that say, hey man, that don't affect me. Hey, racism, they ain't did it to me, they ain't did it to me. What if they did it to your kid, your son, your daughter, your cousin, your mama, your auntie, your uncle? Because she just showed you she think black people is a monolith because she got mad because she want the black person to steal from her so she can make a scene. She said they decided not to steal from me. So they telling you how they feel. Now ask yourself this. Do y'all really think that she the only cop that feel like that in H-Time, bro? Let's keep it all the way 100. And we can take it past H-Time with the precincts we got out here, whether it be HPD, the sheriff's office, whatever, deputies, all that, whatever. Let's take it to the other counties in the surrounding area. But then furthermore than that, take it to every county throughout Texas, then take it throughout the country. How many of them you think don't have the mindset, the mental thought and stereotype that's been programmed into them to look at black people as a monolith? This is somebody who's dealt with the police stereotype of me, asking me what a crack at, asking me what a dope at. I ain't never sold crack a day in my life, but I'd have been asked multiple times what a crack at. Because I'm black, because I got a certain type of car, and they act like we don't got jobs. Like, hey, bro, I got a job, bro. Oh, no, where it's at? I'm like, hold on, what? Like, what you really mean, bro? That's offensive. You know, when you're younger, you just take it as, oh, this part of the game, but then you get older, you realize, hold on, now, what's really happening? And it's so crazy for these cops to do it because of the simple fact the black people in Houston who have been working in this country for half a millennium plus, some of us even more before that, but building this country are paying the taxes because most of us have jobs in America, believe it or not, as black Americans, or providing the taxes that put food on your table, sweetheart. So why would you go get you a job where black dollars are not funding up to you at all? See, this is why I tell people, that's why I like today, I'm not mad because y'all have to face it and see it. This right here should be the thing where I don't hear that no racism exists. She's using her job as a weapon. She's using it at black people, saying that she's this and that, intentionally, oh, I feel good to call them an N-word at work. And y'all be telling us, I love y'all that say, man, y'all just looking for something. Y'all are just being victims. Oh, y'all are just complaining. How come y'all don't tell that to the other groups? Let's put the shoe on the other foot right now. Let's lace these boots up and get in that mud. What if a black officer was saying that about Hispanics? What if a black officer was saying that about the group of people that's upset with Kanye West and Kyrie Irving and others right now, or the Asians, or any other group? What if a black cop was getting out here saying all that? They'd be losing their mind and going insane and probably outside protesting. But with us, hey man, y'all y'all this, y'all that. Hey fam, ain't nobody telling me how to think, how to feel, and I'm gonna continue to stand on that business. That's why I keep demanding respect. You can feel how you want to feel. I'm not affected by how you feel. I'm not bothered because I already know people feel this way. This is why I don't monolith nobody. Hey, tools and fuels, or 3 or 4 good people from that race or that group, the 3 or 4 good people from that race or that group, or my own anecdotal experiences with my friends or associates or people that I've dealt with growing up as a kid from a certain group. They don't represent their whole group, bro, because this type of stuff right here goes on and they're in positions of power. That's the difference. That's the issue right there, where you're in a position of power, and this is how people's lives get lost. This is how people get sent to prison. This is how people get set up. Hey, I like it because it makes everybody face the reality. Go check them comments and see how the people y'all think that don't exist really feel out here. Stay on your pivot. We got more coming. Urban Politics TV Patreon, on the app or the website. We're going to dive into more conversations on there. Already new videos out, but stay on your pivot. More coming.
All right, Big Ant, thank you for that update.
Foreign-born immigrants, while 10% of the total black population are.
No, Brother George gonna give us an update as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not shocked. This stuff don't amaze me at all. So you have this woman, Ashley Gonzalez. Ashley Gonzalez got fired from, she was forced to turn in her badge and gun prior to investigation because she was online saying the N-word, calling us all kinds of names. And these are the same people that our Democratic Party wants us to align with. They want to have POC. They want to have black and brown coalition. Then we have the chairperson for the city council in Los Angeles have to resign because she said some very disparaging things about us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, Roly Poly and his crew, they've been calling us idiots, trying to get us to align with a lot of people, man. It just doesn't make sense, man. Let's get off into this video, man. Let's break some of this stuff down. Check this out.
Folk ain't understanding that. So it's like, if y'all want to play the game of trying to be vehemently anti-immigrant like the white folks, all you're doing is hurting yourself.
Absolutely.
And trust me, they're going to be real mad. I just said that. So they're going to cover all the videos, but they can all kiss my ass. Go ahead.
But certainly when you think about also the children, people like myself who are born.
Oh my God. God damn it. How did I close that out? I was talking about you. Sorry, y'all. I don't know what the hell I just did. I just closed out the queue. Well, let me try this again. So this bro was talking about she's a damn immigrant. Probably a tether anchor, baby. Tether.
So before we go any further in this video, what I want to do, based on the 2020-2024 data, right?
Right. Born outside this country, or their children of people born outside this country, such as myself, such as Westmore, some of the other names. The amount of time.
Now hold on. Now y'all see how she broke that down, right? So before we go any further in this video, what I want to do, based on the 2020-2024 data, right? Roughly 40 to 41 million black people in the United States are American-born, not counting foreign-born immigrants. While 10% of the total black population are immigrants and 10% are children of immigrants, the vast majority of the remaining 80% are born Americans, frequently with ancestors from the transatlantic slave trade rather than direct immigrants from the Caribbean or Africa. Approximately 50.6 million people identify as Black alone. Foreign-born share 4.6 million. Black people were born in different countries, approximately 10% of the population, right? So again, therefore, the overwhelming majority, roughly 40 to 41% million American-born Black individuals do not come from recent immigrant backgrounds from the Caribbean or Africa. They are largely descendants of enslaved people, with many tracing their ancestry back to the 17th and 19th century America South, right? So again, they told a blatant, bold-faced lie, but we got to come over here and tell the truth and shame the devil. Now, let's get to Ashley Gonzalez, because she came over here going in on Black Americans, right? And Black people. And these are the people that your boy is trying to get us to align with. Let's get off. Let's go.
Times that I will always and forever say that oh my God, I can't. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't, we were slaves this entire, I don't give a, like, for a reason you guys don't know anything better. Yo, like, oh my God, nigga, like, I was literally eating food with my friend. He had this, oh my God, like, I don't know, por Dios, porque that's why they next to me, like, my whole purse, and, like, that little small ass chimp decided not to put it, nigga, oh my God, nigga.
Now, I had to cut, because she was cussing and effing and so much. In order for the video to not be demonetized, I had to cut a lot of stuff out. She was very potty mouth.
I would have burned my heel and like whooped up, but like whatever, right? Some other, but no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud, like goddamn, oh my God, I felt like I was back in the break.
So this is the thing, right? This is the thing. So she came out, she said those very nasty things about us, right? Those very nasty things. Now, this is how they think, period. This is the mindset that they have towards us as a people, right? We're not shocked. So my whole thing is Roland Martin and all these Black folks, they know this. They go out of their way to undermine us and disrespect us. They go out of their way to undermine us and disrespect us, man. This thing is crazy, man. This thing is crazy, man. But so now she was forced to turn in her badge. She was they doing an investigation. People all over the country are outraged. Houston police, Fox 26 down in Houston is reporting on the story. They're saying this.
A lot of outrage behind this video showing an HPD officer using racial slurs, including the N-word. Now, sources say the officer in the video, Ashley Gonzalez, is being investigated for her behavior, and she joined HPD in 2024. Now, HPD tells us Gonzalez was assigned to the South Gessner Patrol Division. If you're familiar with that area off 59, it's an area known for its diversity. Now, the Afro-American Police Officers League, or AAPOL, says while the departments continue recruiting, officers must still meet the standards required to wear the badge. APOL says training alone is not enough, and they're calling for a swift and thorough investigation. The group says complaints have been pouring in, describing the remarks in the video as disgraceful, distasteful, and despicable. They add this moment calls for restorative justice, and they also say they don't want Gonzalez to join another agency, and they hope the state will revoke her license.
I also urge that this department takes a deep look into this officer's body camera footage and her files and JPR, her reviews with her supervisors, to see what type of character she's had since joining the HPD. There needs to be some type of conversation to restore the trust in that community. It's very disheartening from what we saw in that video.
And I was like, come here, you. And oh my God, like I felt like the world just stopped.
Just as it states in our general orders when it comes to employee misconduct, if an officer has any type of suspicion or anything that an officer carries in their mind or carries or have a belief towards, you need to say something. You know, you're not.
Now, we had an incident a couple years back where a police officer was fired. About 17 police officers were fired because they got caught saying racist things here in Philadelphia about Black people, right? Man, listen, I keep telling y'all, we don't have anything on the books to protect us from people, man. Black people in America have done nothing to Mexicans. We never invaded Mexico. We never unalive Mexicans and made you speak their language. We don't mess with their economy. We haven't done anything to Mexican people. You may have had some stuff happen in Los Angeles here and there, but as a whole, the Black race has done nothing to Mexican people. How you have this much vitriol to us? We've done nothing to you. Well, let's proceed.
Tattling or ratting someone out, you are protecting the integrity of this profession.
And tonight, HPD confirms that Officer Gonzalez has been relieved of duty as this investigation continues. Reporting from HPD headquarters, Leslie Dellis for Fox 26 News.
So the thing is, man, like I said, we got these Democrats going tooth and nail, man. They're going out of their way to make us, to try to shame us to supporting these Hispanic groups, these African groups, these Caribbean, the ones that come over here, and a lot of them come over here with these same talking points towards us. And we're calling it out. We're saying that we're sick and tired of it. We don't want to be disrespected no more. We got enough raccoons and sambos amongst our own group. Then you bring in something like this, and there's nothing to protect us, because this is the thing. She was bold enough to come out and say something out in the open. What about the ones that don't? That's patrolling the streets every day, every single day, putting felonies on Black people. Let's move on.
Times that I will always and forever say that I hate.
This is video of what police say appears to be their officer, Ashley Gonzalez, going on a racist rant. The Instagram post was clipped and shared by community activist Dr. Candace Matthews Monday night. The officer is heard saying a racial slur at least 25 times. Since the post has gone viral, Gonzalez has been relieved of duty.
Also from Houston, Ashley Gonzalez.
Sources with Houston police tell us Gonzalez graduated from the academy in January of 2024. And in the social media video, references being in the Marines.
I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
The president of the Houston chapter of the NAACP, Bishop James Dixon, says he was shocked when he saw the video.
That's a sick mindset, and it's violence waiting to happen.
According to the Houston Police Department's general order, officers must comply with the code of ethics that mentions acting without prejudices. And they have a social media policy that prohibits them from posting anything that would harm the reputation of the department or city.
Let's start a dialogue and let's re-engage officers as to how we see people in this very diverse community that we live in.
The HPOU president, Douglas Griffith, said in his statement, quote, "In no way does the HPOU or its leadership condone or tolerate racist behavior from any of our officers." District 8 Councilwoman Amy Peck, who oversees the Public Safety Committee, says she understands the concerns over how this officer may have acted while off duty.
We have many safety measures in place to make sure that if
y'all have safety measures in place to make sure, man, they all full
if
of
something
crap,
like
man.
this happens, that they will be held accountable and we can go back and look at all of these cases.
Now hold on. Let's go here, right? Right. Federal judge rules against 20 Philadelphia police officers who sued over discipline for posts deemed to be racist. The Philadelphia Police Department fired 15 officers and disciplined dozens more in 2019 over Facebook posts deemed to be offensive. 20 officers sued alleging free speech violations, right? The Philadelphia Police Department was within its rights to fire or discipline 20 police officers who made racist or offensive posts in February on Facebook in 2019, right? So they said a whole bunch of disrespectful stuff about us, right? And they got fired. A lot of them were immigrants. A lot of them were immigrants. So this is what I'm saying. But these are the people that they're trying to force us to bring into the country and to have a POC with.
Going, he did call me. He wants to have breakfast with me.
What's taking him so long?
I just said, hey, we need to talk.
Now this is the California City Council member president, right? Well, she was forced to resign. Listen to this.
What supported him from the?
All right, don't worry, I got you. So you'll start seeing them line up.
Whatever the kid's name is, I'm like, it's like the oddest thing. It's like black and brown on this slope, and then there's this white guy with the little black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has they're not even, they're not doing, the kid is bouncing off the effing walls on the floor, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. Parece changuito. And I'm just like, oh my God. They're raising him like a little white kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back.
Yeah.
¿Se me entiendes? Ven para acá.
It's a pinch.
Yeah.
But yes, he's the fourth black.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. This is how they talk about us. This is how they talk about us, right? This woman was the city council president. God darn, man. Man, this is crazy. How come the Democrats just conveniently ignored us?
So anyways, getting back to redistricting.
Yeah, let's go Cape Town.
Yeah,
I see a lot of little short, dark people.
Yeah, puro Oaxacan. Puro Oaxacan Korean. Not even like Kevin, little one.
I was like, no, I don't know where these people are from. I was like, I don't know what village they came, how they got here, but.
Little short, dark people, she don't know what village they came from.
And they're wearing shoes.
So one, I get what we have to do, right? Just massage to create districts that benefit you all, right, and the future. But we got to figure out Mark's seat too. You know, that benefits you three.
Is if the African Americans look at this now that he might or may not be suspended, I don't know what's going to happen. I think he should be, but anyhow, if he goes away.
You mean resign, not suspended?
No, here's.
You're right. I think there is a difference.
If I may.
If he resigns, hold on. If he resigns and the African Americans look at this as a hostile takeover because he's gone, we'll have to figure that shit out because politically they're going to come after.
Yeah, but can I say something right now? And this is what I call the.
Yeah, what she just said. They just draw a line in the sand. Politically, they want to come after us. There's no coalition. And the funny thing is, like, we should play off, like, they don't want to sit down and have a conversation with us. Remember, I told you, they can't get things passed specifically for Black Americans. So they tried the POC, right? And thought they would have sympathy from the other groups, right? And they would align with us to allow us to get reparations bills passed off Congress floor. Well, that strategy hasn't worked because those immigrants that you want to have a minority coalition with, they don't rock with us. They don't like us. They don't want to align with us politically for nothing. Nothing. So your plan failed. Let's listen more.
¿Cómo se llama this guy? The movie, the Wizard of Oz effect. And what I mean by the Wizard of Oz effect is when you're at the side of the curtain, it's like this big voice. It sounds big. And it sounds like there's powers sometimes. And then when you actually pull the curtain, is that you see the little Wizard of Oz.
Wow.
You know what?
I've never watched the movie.
It's the same thing.
All right.
It's real simple. You got 100 people, right? 52 of them are Mexicanos. I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty good about my chances of beating your ass.
25 are for Black. 25 Blacks are shouting. But they shout like there were 250. Yeah. When there's 100 of us, they're like, it sounds like
so, but if somebody slides in, right, temporary.
Listen to what they're saying. And Roland want us to join with these people?
Or however you do it, right? That person has to support the three of you. It has to support the three of you. And Danny,
you know who wants to run for that seat?
Reggie.
No, Isabel.
I ain't gonna support Reggie. Reggie was over there with Karen.
Who was
after he was fucking sweating his ass off.
The one who will support us is Heather Hutt.
Yes.
So if you think for a second that they are the only ones that think like that, the masses of them think like that. The masses of them think like that woman Ashley, and so many of them, Ashley Gonzalez, so many of them think like that. And we supposed to align ourselves with these people? And we get called Simple Simon Negroes. We get called idiots for calling this stuff out. How come you Latinos And so many other groups don't call. That's why when I was talking about the brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, y'all know what y'all parents and people say about us, but y'all don't never make videos about that. Where we can come down the middle. No, look at this. But these ain't even our people at all. They ain't black people. That's how they talk. This is crazy, man.
From this very powerful position, the president of the city council, but it is important to point out that she is still a member of the city council, at least at this point she is. I want to get straight to the statement that she released just about an hour or so ago, where she says, "I take responsibility for what I said, and there are no excuses for those."
She only take responsibility for what she said because she got caught.
Comments. I am so sorry. Then she goes on to say in the statement that in the end, it's not my apologies that matter most. It will be the actions I take from this day forward. I hope you will give me the opportunity to make amends. Therefore, effective immediately, I am resigning as the president of the Los Angeles City Council. That audio, and at first they're talking about redistricting. This is not just her, it is a number of prominent Latino leaders here in Los Angeles. And they begin to then talk about another council member, Mike Bonin, and he is a white man who has a black son. And so she begins to talk about an incident where they were at a parade together with the child, and she alleges that this child was misbehaving, trying to jump off the rails. She was afraid that the parade float would tip over, and then she makes these comments. Take a listen.
And then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. They're raising him like a little white kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back.
Now, she also goes on to say that he handled his child like an accessory, described him in Spanish as a monkey. So, of course, she apologized for all of these comments. But for the parents, these apologies are not enough. They not only called for her to resign as the president, but they want her to resign as a member of the city council. Her and the other members who are heard in this recording. I want to get to the statement from the parents of the child, because that's important as well. Here is what they're saying. They say, "We are appalled, angry, and absolutely disgusted that Nuri Martinez attacked her son with horrific racist slurs and talked about her desire to physically harm him. It is vile, abhorrent, and utterly disgraceful." Now, they did go on to talk about in this statement about an effort to weaken the Black political power here in Los Angeles. And of course, this is coming just weeks.
They want to do that everywhere. But Roland Martin and Al Sharpton want us to align with these people.
Before an election where LA voters will decide their next mayor and also a number of city council seats here. But people here, of course, are very.
So I'm gonna stop it right there, right? I'm gonna stop it right there. Man, this thing is crazy. We ain't got no allies. We ain't got no allies. We ain't got no friends, man. These people do not want to align with us at all, right? You have people like this, Ashley Gonzalez, on there calling us all kinds of names. Roland Martin and them is not going to. They're not going to really criticize a whole Latino community accountable. They are pro 1,000% hat thrown into the ring immigration. They don't care about none of this stuff that these people say. We don't have no allies and no friends, man. We don't have nobody. We don't have nobody on our side. People use us for what benefits them. That's it. That's it. And that's where we at with it, man. So, man, this thing is crazy. Y'all know I was going to be all over this, but I had to show Roland Martin, and then you got the Jamaica, whatever she said her family's from. She's on there lying, talking about some 1 in 5 of us. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's like 4 million of them. It's like 40 to 45 million of us, right? So I don't know, man. Like it gets crazy, right? This whole thing is crazy. And our biggest sellouts are some of our foundational Black American elders, unfortunately, man. And that's just where we at. But don't make no mistake about it. This woman, Nuri Martinez and Ashley Gonzalez, they're not lone wolves. There's so many of them that think like this. So many of them. But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comments section. Remember, I love y'all. Till next time, peace.
News. And subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Yeah, man, these moms is just as anti-black as the rest of them. We have no friends, FBA family, no friends. Hey, little baby keep getting on the keyboard. All right, let's see what Lisa got to say about this. So she wasn't fired. I just got information that she wasn't fired. So I might play that first and then play what Lisa had to say. This bride was not fired for her antics. Ashley Gonzalez. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
What's going on with the Ashley Gonzalez lady? You know, the one here in Houston that was caught doing a anti-black rant about black people, even though she is a police officer. And now they end up suspending her and taking her badge and gun away from her, but they have not fired her as of yet. And a lot of people are like, okay, you got a video. Why hasn't she been fired? And if you have not seen the video, we're going to recap that video. Let's go ahead and put that video back up.
I was like, what are you going to possibly say? Like, are you going to call 911 because I called you? No, right? Oh, my God. I don't know. This didn't record, but it was like, I'm kind of glad it didn't record because it was like me expressing how much I hated people after this. Like, dog, like, let me get a black person on a 911 call tomorrow, especially. You're going to jail. I don't know. You're getting treated like a bunch of because the amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate. Oh my God, I hate chimps. Like I hate y'all. Like you. Like I don't. Oh, we were slaves this entire. I don't give a. Like for a reason you guys were slaves. I don't know anything better than a skill. Like oh my God. Like I was literally eating food with my friend. He had his. Oh my God. Like I don't know. Por Dios, por gracias. If I had my wallet next to me, like my whole purse. And those little small ass cheats decided not to steal my wallet. And oh my God, I would have grabbed my heel and like whooped up his ass. But like whatever, right? Some other, but no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud. Like goddamn. Oh my God, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like I kid you not. I don't know what came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you. Oh my God. Like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, because I called him up downtown chimps were there, they could have beat him my. And then he like stopped like, you did not just call me a like you're in her. I was like, oh my God, like you're and I called you and like world peace.
Okay, so that's a recap of that video that went viral, and everybody is saying, okay, what's gonna happen with this female? Well, let's go on and go to the Houston Chronicle real quick and say Houston leaders and activists call on the police to fire the officer accused of the racist rant. It's not accused. I mean, hey, you saw the video, right? So they definitely called to mount it to HPD to fire the officer accused of repeatedly using a racial slur in a social media video that's going viral this week. They say the police officers union, the NAACP, a Houston City Council member, and a prominent local activist have denounced the video, which reportedly shows Officer Ashley Gonzalez going on a racist tirade about black people and describing her use of the slur during a prior arrest. This HPD told the media that Gonzalez was relieved of duty. The department did not respond to multiple requests for comment from the Chronicle. Gonzalez is still employed. So when people say, oh, she got fired, she is not fired. She's suspended with the department. They say, but turned in her gun and badge and say as an investigation gets underway. Okay. So they got, you know, the union president, you know, all them saying their things, that they disturbed and all that sort of thing. You know, she was in the, they say the military as well. So, you know, of course, they're quoting Dr. Candace Matthews here in this. But let me go ahead and get back on the screen here. There's a lot of people having comments about this particular story. A lot of black people in Houston has been talking about this story, and they were saying that, you know, yeah, about half of them, feel just like Ashley here, and the other half, you say we haven't had those kind of experiences. You have them like Ashley want to hang around Black people, go to Black clubs, even fool with Black men, and feel that way about Black people when they get upset. And so you not right now during the time of delineation and the time of everybody just kind of looking out for Black America, they calling all these other groups out now with their anti-Black racism, and as we should. Every person, because this is the thing, if you don't deal with Ashley and her mess, then how is it that, if a white person would have said it, you know what I'm saying? I say, I've been saying that for years, and I never saw consistency with Black people. That wait a minute, hold on. If a white person say this stuff about you, you ready to just lose your mind. I said, but these other groups say it, you may comment on it, but you don't respond in certain fervor. So now what I'm seeing that, oh no, Black folks are finally responding the right way to this sort of thing. And here's the thing, Ashley, you're so dumb. You live in an area where there's a lot of Black people, and everybody's seeing your face, and everybody know who you are. And that means somebody gonna pull up on you eventually. That's probably what will happen. You won't even see it. You probably be at the gas station, they recognize your face. That's the thing about going viral. Is that everybody see your face, but you don't see who saw your face. So I guarantee you right now, she probably staying in the house. Because somebody see her, wait a minute, that female from that video? And then they pull up on you. That's one thing I never understood about people who are just racist in general. Why is it that you have so immense hatred for somebody? If you don't like somebody, it's like you really truly feel that way, then there are places in the United States of America you can move where you won't have to interact with Black people. You feel me? I say the same thing with the white supremacists. There are many places in America. Matter of fact, why don't all y'all go to West Virginia? That's a good state for y'all. Go to West Virginia and you can build an ethno state for the most part in West Virginia, right? And you don't even see a whole lot of us over there. Because I've been to West Virginia before. I'm telling you, you don't really see us over there like that. So you can go to a place like West Virginia, have your little, communities, or do whatever you like to do, and we wouldn't even be nowhere around you. One thing about America, it's a big country. And there's places all over America, there's a lot of Black people not at. Just like with Ashley here. She can go places in America where just her community is located. We're not even there either. So it's no excuse to be that way. It's no excuse because you don't have to live around Black people. When there is a choice for you to go to other countries. Well, yeah, that too, but to go to other parts of our country. You understand what I'm saying? So now people remember your face. And the deal is, you can come out here apologizing or whatever, it don't even matter at this point. The video's out there. You can say, well, I deleted the video, and y'all, guess what ended up happening? It's been reported that one of her so-called friends saw that video and hurry up and recorded it and went on ahead and put that video out or sent it to Dr. Matthews, let me say. That's what happened. One of her so-called friends who was disgusted at her, or maybe had a beef with her and say, ooh, I got her, because she talks that way on a good day, and her screen recorded it and sent it to Dr. Matthews. Yeah, whoever that friend is, shout out to you. Shout out to you, because you helping us big time. Now, see, this is how you become an ally. That's a real ally, okay? Whether you did to her for revenge or you just was discussing what she said, we need to know when these people are talking this way, especially in those positions. Judge, prosecutor, any kind of politician, police officer. We need to know. People at the bank talking that way. We need to know, because that's people who can directly harm Black people. You understand what I'm saying? But Ashley is not fired. She's just suspended. And that's usually what they do. They do an investigation, and then I guess they're going to do something. I guess if they don't fire her, that'll be a problem. I promise you there will be a problem here in Houston if that woman not fired. I don't know why she's not fired a lot quicker. Now, unless they're trying to tell her, well, hey, just go ahead and resign. It's better you resign than we fire you. Right? Now, she got some time and whatever else. Well, she don't have much time. She's only there 4 years. She's not even there for the 5 years to be fully vested in her 401k. Well, yeah, they better fire her. Don't try to do a backdoor, bring her back in, because yeah, it's not gonna be a good celebratory look for y'all. Yeah, allowing a open racist to back. No. Y'all got to do that, even if y'all don't want to. And I know she's not the only one on HPD feel that way. She is not the only one. Trust me. Because if she was the only one and everybody else around there didn't feel that way about Black people, she wouldn't feel comfortable even saying that. Because say, wait a minute, I'm working in an environment with people not racist like that. I can't be enjoying myself. And we know the folks. You know how they feel about Black people. They probably loves her over there. But one thing about them, they don't like being exposed. But yeah, she need to be fired. And if she was smart, she'd start dropping a dime on everybody in the Houston Police Department as racist. And would they say it too? Because she shouldn't be the only one fired. So maybe, Ashley, if you see this, drop the dime on all the other cops too that's been saying things about Black people.
Denver topped out in the 80s today, the 10th time this year.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. She needs to keep exposed. She needs to expose them else. All right, so Lisa's going to go even further in this. We'll play her next.
All right, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate.
That video is going viral of a Houston police officer going on a racist rant, and it's sparking a lot of backlash. HPD says that's Officer Ashley Gonzalez, who is still employed but has been relieved of duty while they investigate. And now activists are demanding action. Dr. Candace Matthews says she's pushing for a deeper look, including the officer's certification and possible legal action.
So I want to have the legal resources to be able to help them navigate through that process.
She's asking for anyone who's had contact with the officer to come forward to look into potential civil rights violations. Community leaders like the Houston area president of the NAACP are also reacting.
She undermined her own credibility with this racist ideology.
The Police Officers Union says it's disturbed by the video and that they do not condone racist behavior. Now, the Houston Police Department says their investigation is ongoing.
For you tonight at 9, Fox 26 received a video today from a viewer who claims it shows a police officer using a racial slur time and time again. Fox 26's Karis Belger joining us in studio with more on those allegations. Karis.
Well, Anthony, the video is disturbing. Fox 26 received it from a viewer, as you said, alleging the woman in the video is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston police say they are aware of the video. While the department has not publicly confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it, HPD says she's been relieved of duty as the investigation moves forward. Now, we're not showing you the full video, but I can tell you the woman in it uses a racial slur to describe Black people at least 5 times. The video was posted to an Instagram story, and in it, the woman also describes an arrest and says she used that same word toward the person she was taking into custody. Now, later, the woman says she felt, quote, at peace being able to say it. After watching the video, Bishop James Dixon said he was shocked and disturbed by the content. He says this goes beyond offensive language and raises serious concerns about public safety and trust.
That's a dangerous mindset to be out on the streets with a uniform and a gun and a badge and saying, I'm a peace officer.
Again, HPD says it is aware of the video and they are investigating whether or not Gonzalez is the person in it. At this point, it's still unclear whether she could face additional discipline or whether investigators are looking into any of her past interactions on the job. Anthony?
All right, so Karis, beyond the video here, what are the bigger concerns? It's got to be a larger conversation happening here.
Well, absolutely. There's the language itself, right? But the concern is whether bias may have affected the way this officer interacted with people on the job. And that's why Dixon says this investigation needs to look not just at the video, but at the larger issue of public trust and accountability.
All right, we'll see where that goes. Karis Belger, thank you so much for that report here tonight.
Well, new at 10, Fox 26 received a video from a viewer who claims it shows a police officer using a racial slur. Houston police say they are aware of this video and that officer, Ashley Gonzalez, has been relieved of duty while the department investigates. Local community leaders say this video calls into question Gonzalez's policing. Fox 26's Karis Belger joining us in the studio with more on these allegations and what we're learning tonight. Karis.
Yeah, Caroline, the video is disturbing and we're not showing it in full, but I can tell you the woman in it repeatedly uses racist language and describes using that language during an arrest and later says she felt, quote, at peace after being able to say it. And that's now drawing serious concern from community leaders as HPD looks into this.
Okay, now
And sent to Fox 26 by a viewer who claims the woman seen in it is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston's police say they are aware of the video. While the department has not publicly confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it, HPD says she has.
Have you guys seen that video of that? I don't know what she is. Mexican something, I don't know. Woman that was in her close friends talking about how much she hates Black people and that she was calling Black people the N-word with the hard ER or whatever. I guess just because, I don't know, they made her mad or something. But yeah, she was calling whoever it was she arrested or detained or whatever went on the N-word. She was talking about she sees why Black people were slaves and that she really hopes that she doesn't get a 911 call from a Black person the next day because they're going to jail regardless. It doesn't matter what they did, what they didn't do. Somebody Black will be going to jail tomorrow just because. Like, some of those people just have so much hatred towards Black people. It's really just so crazy to me because, like, do you guys forget that you're not white? It's like they look in the mirror and they see themselves as like a white man or white woman. Sweetheart, they don't see you like that. Like, Black people literally live on these people's minds rent-free, and it's just so weird and crazy to me. But really, that tells me everything that I need to know about being Black. For us to be living on your minds rent-free, like always 24/7, and you always have so much like hatred towards us randomly for no reason, that really tells me everything I need to know. But yeah, she posted that in her close friends, like somebody wasn't going to screen record and release that. And I'm glad they did because now she's out of a job. You're not white, ma'am. I swear they see themselves as white. But then they wonder why Black people were not like on the front lines protesting for them. Like, why would we be? If somebody were to call ICE on her family, then they would be wrong though, right? I'm not mature enough to have that type of interaction because I'm calling those people. I am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not mature enough to ever be in that type of situation. You guys would just be mad at me. Everybody always wants to say, stop fighting hate with hate. No, I'm not mature enough for that. Why is it always Black people that are the ones that are just supposed to sit back and not do shit back? Other people can do shit to us, but we shouldn't be responding with the same energy. That shit does not fly with me. I'm not mature enough for that shit. You guys just would be mad at me.
Ashley Gonzalez, come to the front. Come outside. Ashley Gonzalez, I need 5 seconds, please.
Officer made these racist remarks on her close friend's Instagram story, and a shared screen recording has been gaining a lot of traction online. The Union tonight calling her comments offensive and disturbing.
Let me get a Black person on a 911 call tomorrow, especially. We're going
So HPD tells us tonight Officer Ashley Gonzalez has been relieved of duty. She's been with the department a little over 2 years, assigned to the South Gessner Patrol Division. And in that video, Gonzalez appears to express hostility toward people of color, making comments that reference slavery and stereotypes. So there's a comprehensive internal affairs review going on tonight, and the union tells me that'll likely include a good look at body camera video of Gonzalez's interactions in the community. Right now, the Harris County District Attorney's Office tells us no action is being taken on cases connected to this officer, but that could change. In the last hour, the DA's office telling us in a statement, there is a process in place to notify prosecutors, defense attorneys, and the courts when a police officer has been disciplined or terminated for conduct that would tend to impeach their credibility. Earlier today, the police officers union telling us it is our belief that the department is diligently working to confirm the authenticity of this video and will take appropriate measures to ensure public confidence and trust between our department and our community. Late today, Gonzalez answered my phone call. She did not answer any questions, though, but did say she'd follow up. Despite these comments in that video, we did check, and records show Gonzalez has completed several trainings on implicit bias and cultural diversity.
Officer is under investigation after she posted a racist rant on social media.
The police department confirms Officer Ashley Gonzalez has been relieved of duty. A warning here, the video, it is disturbing, and we are only sharing just a portion of it.
Megan Raina live downtown with the backlash from the community as well as the police department. Megan?
Yeah, well, the community is obviously very upset, but my sources with Houston police tell me that her fellow officers are deeply disturbed. Now, right now, Gonzalez is suspended of her duty. She has to stay at home with no badge, no gun, as police here fully investigate.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate.
This is video of what police say appears to be their officer, Ashley Gonzalez, going on a racist rant. The Instagram post was clipped and shared by community activist Dr. Candace Matthews Monday night. The officer is heard saying a racial slur at least 25 times. Since the post has gone viral, Gonzalez has been relieved of duty.
Also from Houston, Ashley Gonzalez.
Sources with Houston police tell us Gonzalez graduated from the academy in January of 2024. And in the social media video, references being in the Marines.
I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
The president of the Houston chapter of the NAACP, Bishop James Dixon, says he was shocked when he saw the video.
That's a sick mindset, and it's violence waiting to happen.
According to the Houston Police Department's general order, officers must comply with a code of ethics that mentions acting without prejudices. And they have a social media policy that prohibits them from posting anything that would harm the reputation of the department or city.
Let's start a dialogue and let's re-engage officers as to how we see people in this very diverse community that we live in.
The HPOU president, Douglas Griffith, said in his statement, quote, "In no way does the HPOU or its leadership condone or tolerate racist behavior from any of our officers," end quote. District 8 Councilwoman Amy Peck, who oversees the Public Safety Committee, says she understands the concerns over how this officer may have acted while off duty.
We have many safety measures in place to make sure that if something like this happens, that they will be held accountable and we can go back and look at all of these cases.
One of those safety measures is an independent oversight committee for the police department that's by city council. Now, Councilman Peck told me that they're going to wait until police here finish their investigation before they think about starting an investigation of their own. Meanwhile, just in the last hour, we were able to confirm that the Gonzalez had served 4 years with the Marines. Reporting live downtown, Megan Raina, KHOU 11 News.
Certainly not heard the last of this story. Megan Raina with the update. Thank you.
Hello. Ashley Gonzalez is a Hispanic Houston police officer who was just released from duty for posting a nearly 3-minute long racist video. Okay. And I want you to pay attention to who you do see reporting this and who you don't see reporting this. Preferably the people under that name that ICE agent hashtag. Thank you.
And what's the bitch name? Ashley Gonzalez. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That racist cop that's saying all that fucked up stuff. This is why I said you can't trust none of them. I'm not going to keep trying to find a needle in a haystack and be nice to these non-Black people. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Did they love to talk about how they when they in positions of power, they deny us housing, they deny us stuff, deny us jobs. She just full blown going off. That's why I said I'm not messing with none of them. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I'm Hispanic and I'm embarrassed. Girl, shut the hell up and get the fuck out of my comment section. Period. Go say something to Ashley Gonzalez. Go help us get the bitch fired. Stop coming in our comment section trying to save face. They always want to save face saying that dumbass shit. Man, get the fuck on, bruh. Get your Hispanic ass on somewhere, please. Leave Black people the fuck alone. Y'all always harassing us and bothering us, and then everybody always want to save face. Oh, I'm white and I don't feel like that. Get out of here. Like, you need to be telling these people to get the fuck on, because they need to be going to talk to the racist people instead of trying to save face. That's why we can't mess with them, because we're never going to get anywhere. Oh, I'm not like that. But they family members like that. They friends like that. The people that they walk past like that, and they don't say nothing. It's not getting us anywhere. It's making these people feel like, oh, well, I'm not like that, so everything good. But they people around them is saying stuff, though. They don't deserve to be around us. They don't deserve to enjoy how we make people laugh, how we make people feel. They don't deserve Black women's, nurturing nature and stuff like that. I'm just tired of seeing y'all bend over backwards for people that want you to die. Bro, look at that girl video. Look how she talking. This is nothing new. They get in these positions and they are literally doing detrimental things to our community. You can't be trying to sift through and be nice to some of them. Y'all always talking about some Black and brown. That's why I'm like, bro, Black people are so pathetic. Honestly, every time y'all always talking about some Black and brown, I always want to include them. They don't like you. Oh my God, just because it's a few of them that's not like that. Bro, they're pretty much just like every other group of people. They don't like us. Get that through your head. That's why I don't understand why y'all always being nice to them. They do the same thing over and over again. I'm embarrassed. I'm a Hispanic and I'm embarrassed. You're not embarrassed enough, because I guarantee them motherfuckers be saying the N-word around you and you don't say anything. I'm telling you, it's all fake. Get them out your comment section. Ignore them. Don't be friendly with them. It might feel mean, but bro, how are we going to get somewhere? Everybody's mean to us. I'm tired of being a part of a race where we all nice and stuff to everybody else, and everybody gets to be mean to us. I can't even get on social media and enjoy social media without being the butt of the joke as an African American. We always got to fight. All my life I had to fight head asses, like literally. Now I see what she meant by that. Like, oh, why do I got to fight every day? Bro, like, stop being cool with these people. Pay them dust. Let them know we do not fuck with you. Y'all people don't fuck with it, and it got to go the long way. It got to go the long way. We need a new way of living. We need a new way of life. We need to separate from these people somehow, some way. Stop being cool with them. I'm starting to really hate seeing Black people with other races of people in any type of capacity. I don't care how that sounds, because it's just making it seem like everything okay when it's not. We go through so much shit just to step outside the house and be around all these racist people, and everybody just ignoring it. Kumbaya, all these elephants in the room. I can't even get on social media. With the first video I see is a Hispanic bitch in the car talking about nigga this, nigga that. I'ma lock these niggas up and all that. Bro, your nervous system not tired. Your psyche not tired. You're not realizing that you're one of the only groups of people in the whole world that got to deal with this shit from people all over the fucking world. I'm telling you, man, I ain't fucking with no non-Black person unless I have to. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I go somewhere and I got to deal with them, I'm not going to be friends with them. I'm not going to kiki with them in the comments. I'm not going to do none of that shit. We should have never integrated with these people. It's that simple. We are never going to get anywhere. Like, bro, how is it almost 2030 and Black Americans have the most popular culture, but we have the least resources and all this type of stuff? We not demanding that shit. We not being mean enough. We have what they want, and not the other way around. What do we want from the Hispanic community and the white community? They don't have much that we want, except for our reparations. We the ones that's in control, honestly. Like, y'all gonna have to get it together. Black and brown unity. Like, every time a video pop up, there was something Black and brown. Why you keep including? Talk about yourself. You need help more than any other group. They can help themselves. They don't even like you, bruh. Damn, pathetic.
I'm mad about her comments. Surprised, discombobulated, bothered, perturbed, disturbed. No. They do this all the time at their tables with their friends, behind closed doors, and text messages with those who allow it. And then they come out in the real world and actually say the words and forget that there's consequences. The fact that her friend turned her in, And the fact that she thought that she was going to make the video private and nobody was going to see it but TikTok. This is what got me bothered. Is you thought you were going to say all that, then go accost any Black woman or man that you see because you're fucking mad. Her, Ashley Gonzalez, the Houston police officer, to go on this World Wide Web and put a target on her family back. It's actually insane. I don't think I would be bright enough to post that on social media knowing that I'm a police officer in the Houston, Texas area. More than likely know somebody that knows somebody, if they're not close relatives of mine, that's ducking and dodging ICE. That was stupid. If this was a real incident that she was somewhat trying to fucking explain, because I didn't understand the damn thing she was saying. Sound like she just wanted to say the word. Don't want to see is that she be fired from Houston PD and then get hired for another police department.
Video is disturbing. Fox 26 received it from a viewer, as you said, alleging the woman in the video is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston police say they are aware of the video. While the department has not publicly confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it, HPD says she's been
Okay. Now, when I went out there, the actual video is not there. It looked like somebody took it down, but that's okay. If I come across it, I'm going to keep looking. If I come across the whole thing, I will do another live and we'll come back and watch it. But at the end of the day, it is not the first time we've seen a cop go on a racist rant. First time we have seen cops openly show disdain for us. And see, when we talk about policing and how it is, you know, it stems from slavery and they have kept it that way in all these decades where we're still and always have been the target of police violence and shootings, and how it never changed over the years. And we also seen it when all these groups go out protesting, we don't even see cops. When the Latinos came together to protest ICE, we didn't see no cops. When they do the No Kings March and it's overwhelmingly white people, we don't see no cops. But when we hit the streets, not only do they show up in mass, they are militarized and they're ready to come and get us. We are the only group that will hit the streets and there is a huge police presence. But we have already seen, you can't even say, y'all do this with everybody. You can't even say it because it's been too many protests from the time that Donald Trump got in office all the way up until now. We don't even see a cop. We don't see no cop. Not one. But if we hit the streets, oh, honey, they'll bring several police departments together to come after us. So, you know, if the Most High can take down one thing, this would be, to me, this would be perfect. It would. You know, taking down all of policing throughout America. And y'all ain't doing well anyway. Police recruiting has been down for years. Y'all can't even you can't even beg people to become cops anymore. You know, low pay, low morale, you know, and a couple of them, yeah, here and there got put in jail, but it's still not enough. You know, it's still not enough. It will never be enough. But y'all, you know, Donald Trump ain't even, if you notice, Donald Trump ain't paying attention to these cops like he did in his first administration. And they are actually noticing it. Donald Trump has been so focused on the war in his ballroom and, you know, his golfing. Donald Trump ain't even so much as mentioned the police. They are largely being ignored this time around. So, good. All I have to say is keep putting the videos out. When you can catch these people doing this kind of stuff, ranting, and we're always the target of who they want to go after, keep putting those videos out, keep posting them, and keep outing them. Plain and simple. Keep outing their asses. T-Key 116, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we all had enough of these cops, you know. And I think they are so upset that they can't get to us because we are not going in these streets no more like we used to. And I think they are outdone that they can't get us in a large group and go after us anymore because we're just not interested in protesting in the streets. I think it has shocked their world. But it's not about them anymore. It's about us. It's not about them. It's about us. And we must continue on this path of staying out of these streets and not falling into their hands so easily. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. And don't forget that name, Ashley Gonzalez. Ashley Gonzalez. That was her name. She was the racist cop that went on a long rant about how she hated our people. So, Ashley, you should go home. Now that you don't have a job and you're under investigation, you need to be deported. If you are a naturalized citizen, you should be stripped of your citizenship and sent the hell out of here and go home. That's what I'm for. When these cops do this and they are Latino or they're from another country, they should be stripped of their citizenship. And it should be automatic. And get their asses the hell up on out of here. We don't need the likes of Ashley Gonzalez here. Take your ass home. So y'all, I will see you on my next live. Out in I think the Gulf of Oman, Iran has shot at 3 cargo ships, and they said they don't recognize, nor do they care about Donald Trump's ceasefire. So there you go. Donald Trump made the ceasefire all by himself. He did not consult with Iran, and Iran said they don't even recognize Donald Trump's ceasefire. and just what I told y'all, I knew in less than a day they were going to come out and debunk all that crap Donald Trump was saying in the media, and they did just that. So y'all, I will see you later. Have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On this Earth Day, we're continuing our look at community resistance to the construction of AI data centers. We go now from the state of Maine, which just passed a statewide moratorium on the construction of new data centers, to the city of Memphis, Tennessee. Last week, the NAACP sued Elon Musk's XAI, accusing the artificial intelligence company of polluting Black neighborhoods with toxic emissions from its makeshift power plant fueling its data centers in Memphis. The lawsuit alleges XAI is violating the Clean Air Act by operating over 24 methane gas-burning turbines without legal permits. The massive XAI data centers are known as Colossus and Colossus II. We go now to Memphis, where we're joined by Keyshawn Pearson, Executive Director of Memphis Community Against Pollution. Keyshawn, thanks so much for joining us again. We talked to you almost exactly a year ago. Can you talk about what is Colossus and Colossus 2? Talk about the power these data centers require and what kind of regulation there is.
Thank you, Amy, for having me back. It's good to be back. And we are, unfortunately, in an even worse position than we were a year ago. At this point, we now have two facilities, Colossus 1 and Colossus 2, that are being powered by illegal and unlawful methane gas turbines. These turbines generate enough power to power over 500,000 homes. This is unprecedented, the amount of pollution that we're being exposed to, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, chemicals that we know cause cancer. And so in this moment, we have to do something similar to what Maine is doing. And we are demanding a moratorium of some sort come to fruition. But here in Memphis, we are unfortunately a cautionary tale about what will and possibly can happen if you don't have the right rules and guardrails in place.
Last year, Elon Musk explained why he decided to build Colossus in Memphis.
Well, we needed a building. We can't build a building, so we must use an existing building. So we look for basically for factories that had been abandoned, but the factory was in good shape, like the company had gone bankrupt or something. So we found an Electrolux factory in Memphis. That's why it's in Memphis. Home of Elvis, and also one of the oldest, I think it was the capital of ancient Egypt.
So that's Elon Musk. Keyshawn Pearson, you're the director of Memphis Community Against Pollution. That's MCAP. It's the NAACP that's suing XAI, accusing the company of polluting Black neighborhoods. The facility next to historically Black neighborhoods runs on 24 methane gas-powered turbine generators, which you've said emit significant amounts of nitrogen oxide and other toxic chemicals. Talk about what Elon Musk has said and why you think that this is particularly hurting Black communities.
What Elon Musk said is basically smoke and mirrors, because what we know is that Southwest Memphis continues to be targeted. Memphis Community Against Pollution has stood up against multiple corporations and billion-dollar organizations who've sought to see our community as the path of least resistance, where they could push forward these environmentally unjust and these environmentally racist projects. These projects specifically focus on a neighborhood, on a community, and on a region where you see an increased poverty level, and you also see an increased amount of Black families. Just like all over the South, you see a concentration of AI data centers in communities that are largely Black or marginalized. This is nothing new. This is Elon Musk presenting an option for Memphis, which we know is untrue. Elon Musk was invited to Memphis. Unfortunately, our city mayor joined with Ted Townsend of our Greater Memphis Chamber, and these folks wooed the terrible decision that we continue to see operate like a cancer in our region. XAI has not promoted or really led to the jobs that they said they would. They have not been in communication with the community in any significant way. But what they have done is continue to pollute our air, to do it unlawfully and illegally, and not include even our government officials. We are in a place now where we are literally worse off than we have ever been. XAI continues to pollute at a level even higher than our Memphis International Airport. This has been terrible for our region, and it's terrible for our future because our community is going to continue to suffer. Our children have the highest rate of ER visits for respiratory illnesses and issues in the state of Tennessee, and it's only going to continue to get worse.
Elon Musk claims he chose the former Electrolux building in Memphis because he wanted to expedite his AI applications using an abandoned building instead of a new one. What was Electrolux previously? And how did Musk's company, XAI, go about purchasing the building?
Yeah, so Electrolux was a company who came into Memphis doing something very similar to what we're seeing XAI do. They offer hyperbolic promises and ended up a Colossus failure. And Electrolux was a company, machine company, and they got breaks from our Shelby County Health Department, from our Shelby County government, and our City of Memphis government. They actually received the building at a discount and got payments in lieu of taxes, or a pilot program to help them finance it. And then they left. They got the money and then they left, leaving this facility open. And XAI purchased the facility and started their environmentally unjust project. And so we are seeing this cyclical activity, and it's in the same area. We cannot bifurcate the fact that Southwest Memphis has continued to be the site and target of a lot of these extractive corporations in an extractive ecosystem. One last thing I do want to add is that in 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King came and he marched with sanitation workers in the city of Memphis. That was fighting for environmental justice. And that is the fight that we are continuing. It is no mistake that environmentally unjust projects continue to put pressure on the city of Memphis and continue to extrapolate what we know is our right to healthy environment and clean air. And so with this project, we will continue to fight back, and we will continue to work alongside the NAACP, the Southern Environmental Law Center, and Earth Justice, as well as our partners in coalition in South Haven, the Safe and Sound Coalition. Our families are suffering. Our region is suffering. We can't continue to fall for smoke and mirrors. We have to do something that protects us, and we have to do it now.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Peace, family. It's your brother Chase back at you again with another reaction video. And I know, before we get into it, y'all like this brother got on a turtleneck in April. Listen, man, that Atlanta weather is something serious. Okay, something serious. You know, shit, I've been wearing turtlenecks, swim trunks, Timberlands the last couple of days. It's been like 40 degrees at night over here in Atlanta. But nonetheless, regardless of the weather, regardless of my conditions, we got to come and do some straightening. It's a must, because these tethers are still out here popping off at the mouth about foundational Black Americans. And for the babies who listen in the room, we got to do some straightening. We got to do some knowledge of self. Okay, we got to check them with real facts and real information. And with that being said, as you see by the title below, we got a Black Brit, okay, out here talking crazy and celebrating what she perceives as backlash towards foundational Black Americans. So, we got to do some straightening on that. But before we do all that, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hype it up for me. And most importantly, go get one of my newest books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging. Get you in that real revolutionary spirit. Go get that on Amazon at the link down below. And with that being said, let's jump straight into the video.
Foundational Black Americans are being they're getting the pushback they deserve. Because as a Black British person, if I said something, you tether, you hate us, they would have just come at me in a way that would have just been so annoying. But
as we should, family. I'm glad we're out here sending messages, that we're not going to allow non-FBAs to sit up here and attack us, demonize us, and just, say all type of lies about us, okay? We absolutely should get on your ass if you're saying something disingenuous about the lineage. But one, you're not even part of the lineage, so why are you so emotionally invested? Not only are you not FBA, you're not even in the United States of America, ma'am. So why are you speaking on us anyway? You hating from outside the club. Your ass in cold, dry Britain over there hating. Ain't even in the club. Probably don't even know no foundational Black Americans in real life. But you're there celebrating what you perceive as members of our own lineage attacking us, okay, and telling lies about us, and you gassing them up. And that's why we get on y'all ass. And we're going to continue to get on y'all ass. You not safe. I know you thought you were safe when you put out this video. No. Foundational Black Americans, we're going to pull up. Okay? And do some straightening as usual. But let's just continue. Let's see what else you got to say.
Loving to see the discourse of Black Americans come at them and say, hold on. What you're doing here is wrong. They are calling Africans filthy. That's why when I heard someone say they are adjacent to white supremacy, I was like, thank you. Because I knew they felt familiar in a horrible way. Like they just felt familiar. And I was just like, you're literally tethering onto them.
This is why I tell y'all, family, this is why the backlash never sticks. The backlash doesn't stop the delineation movement. They've been trying to stop us since we coined the term Foundational Black American. But the backlash never sticks because it's rooted in babble, lies, hatred, jealousy, and envy. You're trying to tether onto them. Tether onto what? What are we tethering on to? You don't know. You just saying shit. And again, this is why the backlash never sticks. This is why no matter how much y'all attack us, the delineation movement continues to grow. Because foundational Black Americans who are very smart, very intelligent, know how to analyze situations and know how to see through BS because they've been presented with a lot of BS. So they look at somebody like you and say, wait, hold on. What do you mean that people who identify with their lineage and heritage are adjacent to white supremacist groups? What do you mean by that? What have foundational Black Americans done that other groups around the so-called diaspora haven't already done? Last time I checked, we're the last group in the diaspora to delineate. Those Africans who were dropped off in Jamaica, they don't identify as African Jamaican, they just call themselves Jamaican. They don't identify as African Haitian, they just call themselves Haitian. They don't identify as African Brazilians. They just call themselves Brazilian. Okay? Those Africans in the continent of Africa who are descendants of European colonization, they call themselves and they name themselves based off the countries they were colonized in. They call themselves Nigerian now. They call themselves Ghanaian now. They call themselves Benin now. Okay? They call themselves all of these European names, many of which were given to them by European powers. They took on that identity. You didn't have a problem with delineation then. So many foundational Black Americans, when they do their homework on what we're doing in delineation movement, they understand with context clues. Hey, man, they're doing the same thing all these other groups do. They're just highlighting their unique heritage and specific culture and lineage in which they come from. Plain and simple. And when they take the time to truly look up and see what we mean when we use the terms like tethers, tether is not someone who's just simply a Black immigrant. This is somebody from a Black immigrant background, heritage, or lineage, comes over here to undermine us, okay? To upend progress that we're trying to make. That's what a tether is. Tether is an action term. Your actions make you a tether, not simply your background. And no one who's in their right mind has an issue with us calling out people who seek to undermine us. And then the great awakening comes when they start seeing people like you for what you really are. See, they like to throw around we're adjacent to white supremacy, and these are the folks who take up white supremacist tactics. See, it's a white supremacist tactic to misrepresent our position and redefine who we are. They want to redefine FBA as some type of cult or organization, okay? Even though it's clearly been defined as a lineage-based identifier. People who come from the American system of slavery, they know that, but they want to redefine it because they can't tether on to it. They want to take words that we use like tether and misrepresent it, make tether synonymous with Black immigrant. Okay? That's what somebody does when they're adjacent to white supremacists. That's a white supremacist tactic. Miseducation, misinformation, setting a false premise, encouraging and clapping up and applauding people who are of the same lineage for attacking their lineage. That's what she's doing. Oh, I'm so glad Black Americans are calling out FBA. What are you talking about? These are the same people. Why would you be happy that a group of people who belong to the same lineage we belong to are attacking people in that lineage? for identifying with their lineage. That's someone who's adjacent to white supremacy, and you're doing it when it don't even concern you. You ain't even over here. Again, these folks hate from outside the club. Well, let's see what else she got to say.
What the hell is this? You're now coming up with slurs. Like that level of vitriol and hate. And these are the same people with the track record of you were Hebrew Israelites and you were Cherokee and all these things. Like the lack of education with respectfully Americans in general is quite diabolical.
And a reminder again, this is why their backlash doesn't stop the delineation movement, family, because they're hypocrites. And their so-called backlash is rooted in hatred, jealousy, envy, and just flat up and down lying. For one, she said, oh, nigga, you're coming up with slurs like tether. You're coming up with slurs like tether. Ma'am, you're a Black Brit. Black Brits have been over there talking shit about us for years now. Where were you? Hold on, let's roll a couple clips because they like to draw the line at tether. Okay, they like to draw the line at tether. First of all, they misrepresent the word tether, as I've already went over. Again, tether is an action term. Okay, these are people of Black immigrant heritage or lineage, and they work to undermine us. Their actions make them a tether. All right, just like your actions make you a coon. A coon is not somebody who's just Black. This is a Black person who comes over here and is among us and works to undermine their community. That's a coon. It's an action term. Your actions make you a coon. Your actions make you a tether. But nonetheless, let's just say, let's play God's advocate, and let's just say tether is a word we call all immigrants. Well, that shouldn't be a problem because y'all sit over there and talk all type of shit about us all day as foundational Black Americans. Let's roll the clip of your Black British family. This is one of your fellow Black Brits.
People can call me a culture vulture sometimes. I'm like, I'm so sorry, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. But what is Black American culture? What is that? Because you guys don't know where you're from. So what is
I
Black
don't
American?
like when people say that.
Okay, cool. But I get what you're saying. But then when people say I'm a culture vulture, it's like I was growing up on hip hop and rap and stuff like that. That's my culture, hip hop and rap. I'm Jamaican, but I was also brought up on hip hop, Nas, like that was my culture.
Your family's probably like the Windrush.
Yeah, God knows I don't know into that depth.
God knows I don't know. This is a Black Brit of Caribbean heritage over here talking about we don't have no damn culture and we don't know where we're from. Over here trying to hostile take over our culture in hip hop. Okay? Where was this young lady when this was going down? Where are her videos on this? Let's play some more.
Who's smarter, Americans?
Definitely not. No.
Really?
Black people don't even know what country they come from.
I said
Black people down there don't even know what country they come from.
So what country you come from?
Me, a few. I'm African and Caribbean.
Where were you born?
Here.
So if your kids are born here, where are they from?
No.
Huh?
There it is. Shout out to our brother Adonis. They be over there all the time talking about we don't know where we're from. Let's play some more. We don't know where we're from. They're talking about Black men. We don't know where we're from. Y'all are dumb. Y'all don't even know where y'all from. These are Black Brits.
What do you say when people say where you from?
America.
No, where's your country?
My country is America. I was born in New York, raised in.
Where your parents from?
My parents are from New York.
Americans, they don't know where they're from, you know.
Americans don't know where they're from.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
Because you must be Caribbean or African or.
What do you mean Caribbean? Isn't Caribbean a part of America as well?
There's some in there.
Jamaica?
It's not really America, but it's near. It's near, but it's not.
What continent is the Caribbean in? Jamaica? What continent is that? Why are you running? LOL!
You're trying to draw me out.
Okay, they over there talking crazy. We don't know where we're from. That's one of their favorite things. We don't have no culture. We don't know where we're from. You Black Americans are dumb. It's her Black British family over there. Okay? Which, and I get what a lot of y'all are saying, because some people get mad at me. They be like, Chase, there ain't no such thing as no Black Brit. These are nothing but descendants of African and Caribbean fleers. And I get it. But nonetheless, we're going to call it for what it is.
We love hip hop.
Okay, here's another one of their Black British brothers and sisters. Listen to what he got to say. We reacted to this video a couple months ago.
Pop culture, because that's where essentially this topic started from. Obviously, the battle line. We love American culture. They dominate everything.
the dollar dominates everything and all that stuff. We love it and stuff, yeah. But I think the Black Americans, yeah, I don't want to diss them and stuff, yeah, in America, yeah, but like, they are literally a cancer to the rest of the blacks in the world.
Huh? Oh, but they draw the line at tether. The word tether, that's the worst thing ever. We're adjacent to white supremacy, but they're not.
Well,
oh, here come your favorite $5 aunties over there, okay? And I've been meaning to break these women down. I just haven't had the time, family, and I'm gonna get back on it. I'll be working on so much stuff. I've been working on more books, working on some more film and footage for the family, X, Y, and Z. But these are the $5 British aunties, and they got a podcast called Your Auntie Could Never, okay? They always got a bite off of our AAVE or whatever you want to call it, okay? But here they go.
They don't understand that actually they don't understand that we have our own version of soul food. That, and though we call it, we might say it's African food or Nigerian food, Ghanaian food, Caribbean food, Canadian food, and traditional dishes. We have soul food over here. Soul food isn't exclusive to Americans. We just don't call it soul food.
Yeah.
But again, it's about education. If you haven't had these conversations, you're going to ask these questions.
Sometimes.
Okay, so they over there trying to hijack soul food. That's all they do. All they do is sit over there in Britain, mimic our culture, and then try to hostile take it over. I heard a Black Brit the other day talking about they started drill music. Drill, if you listen to drill comes from over here. What? Huh? Oh, so now soul food isn't exclusively a Black American thing. Everybody has soul food. This is what they always do. You heard the first Black Brit. Hip hop is Jamaican. Oh, they always got to remove something from us because they have to paint the narrative that we have no culture. We don't know where we're from. We're some lost generic Africans. Okay? But remember, we're the ones who are adjacent to white supremacy for standing up against this nonsense and this illogical BS that they spew. We're adjacent to white supremacy because of that. But they can sit over there and call us cancers, all of this. And I guess they're revolutionaries. They're the second coming of Garvey over there. Stop it. Miss me with that whole I'm drawing the line at tether. Y'all been over there talking crazy about us for years. Which leads me to point number 2. Black Brits love to paint this picture, and a lot of people do this in the so-called diaspora, Africans, Caribbeans, Black Brits, which are none but descendants of African and Caribbean fleers in the UK. They sit over here and love to act like we have the identity crisis. You don't know where you're from. You don't know where you're from. She was over here talking about some, y'all think y'all are Black Hebrew Israelites. Ma'am, you're Zimbabwean. Ma'am, y'all have 16 different official tribes in your homeland with 16 official different languages, with over 70 plus unofficial tribes. Y'all got 3,000 different ethnic groups on the continent of Africa. And amongst these 3,000 ethnic groups, who many of which are genetically the same, DNA-wise, you have the Yoruba people who have oral traditions. They say they come from Mecca. You have the Limba man down in South Africa. They say they're descendants of 7 Jewish men from Yemen. You have the Igbos of Nigeria who say they're one of the lost tribes of Israel. Look up what I'm telling you. Hell, you got the Dogon people of Mali. They don't even say they're from this planet. They say they from Series B, a whole nother planet. But we have the identity crisis. We have the identity crisis. When you're 90% of the population in Africa getting controlled by the 10%, when you're 90% of the population but can't come together to get stable electricity, to pave the roads, to have running water on a consistent basis, when you're 90% of the population in one of the richest pieces of real estate on the face of the earth, but a third of your population on the continent is living in extreme poverty, making it less than $1.30 a day, but we have the identity crisis because you can't get over your tribalism? No, that's us. Which leads me to point number 3. They love to bring up American education. Oh, the education system in America is so horrible. Obviously, ma'am, the education system in your homeland ain't no better. You can't figure out how to fix it. You ever seen so many people, family, who claim they're so much more smarter than us, so much more intelligent, they're so wittier, they have the knack to survive, They're such hardworking people, but can't seem to fix their homeland that's full of their people. All them hardworking, smart, and educated. Oh, their education system is so much better. But you go to their homeland, they still washing clothes in the river. You go to their homeland, the electricity ain't stable. You go to their homeland, they ain't got no medical service. They don't have basic amenities. Go to their homeland, they still eating bush meat like this the 1800s. But then have the nerve to talk about an education system or the education system. Use all that education you got to build your homeland and to stop fleeing. But let's continue.
And you would have thought with Speed going around Africa and actually just showing how welcoming and warm a lot of Africans actually are. Because that's an excuse a lot of FBAs make, which shows their doctrine is just built on being hurt, basically. No different to Hebrew Israelites who are just claiming that the white man is Esau and they're just angry. Like, it's stupid.
Now, these folks really be thinking we stupid. They keep running around here bringing up I Show Speed. This is going to be their new thing they talk about for 10 years. When I Show Speed came to Africa, he got treated well. He's a celebrity. Are we going to sit here and play dumb like I Show Speed isn't one of the top streamers in the world? Do these folks think we stupid? Are they going to really act like when I Show Speed goes to Europe, he doesn't get mobbed by people? When he goes to different parts of America, the United States, he doesn't get mobbed by people? When he went to different parts of South America, he didn't get mobbed by people? He got the celebrity treatment. He gets treated like anybody who's a top streamer in the world. With over 50 million, I think he has like over 50 million subscribers, 50 million followers on social media. You coming up and running up to him, showing him love is the same love he gets everywhere else. They keep acting like it's oh my God, this debunked all the lies. No, it didn't. We've always known if you're a celebrity, if you're somebody of any type of status, you have any type of wealth, and you go to Africa, yeah, they're going to treat you good. Just like they'll treat you good anywhere else. Speed went over there, dropped off $1 million bag, gave y'all free publicity. Of course you're going to treat them good. But the bottom line is that ain't how the average Black American gets treated when they go to Africa. Stop the cap. They're not going to roll out the red carpet. You're not going to go over there and they're going to have 30, 40 security guards on you. You're not going to go over there and get access to high political officials.
Because with with FBAs, there's this whole narrative that, oh, Africans, they never accepted us. I don't understand how they don't understand that. You weren't the only ones affected by colonization, slavery, like the white people doing what they did. You're not the only ones who were affected by that. All you encountered was what you call coons and Uncle Toms. Certain African people are coons. A lot of them are, even towards us who are Black British.
Okay, so let me get this straight. It's cool for us to call out our domestic coons, Black Americans who act the fool. Okay, because you just acknowledge we call out our coons. We call them coons, Uncle Tom, Sambos, sellouts, etc. That's cool. But when we decide to call out your coon class and give them a name like Tether, that's where you draw the line. Family, this sums up Pan-Africanism for you. This sums up the mindset of the diaspora. Let me know in the comments, am I tripping? Did I miss it? Am I missing something? Is she not celebrating people of our lineage, calling us out, disrespecting us, talking about we're adjacent to white supremacy, pretty much calling us coons, but then turns around and has an issue when people of that same lineage calls out her people and calls them tethers, which is pretty much an immigrant coon? Unbelievable.
Some of them, my own family members have sometimes said, well, just claim UK, don't claim Zimbabwe. Like,
oh, okay, nigga, that coon energy ain't got nothing to do with us. If you fine with them cooning, let them coon. Don't try to rub that off on us.
What are we really doing here? I don't even understand. Like, why are you letting? Would you let a few Uncle Toms that are Black American? Would you turn to them and say, and now you use that as a reason to just basically disown your Blackness and separate yourselves? No.
Okay. So we as foundational Black Americans, we're disowning our Blackness by calling ourselves foundational Black American. Oh no, we don't want to be Black, but we decide to use Blackness in our identifier to describe our lineage. Again, they continue to prove our point, family. I really want you to understand, they have no substance to their argument. Their arguments, their backlash is rooted in jealousy, envy, and hatred. Everything they're saying, we can simply just point to them doing the very same thing in them celebrating it, calling it culture. Oh, she says we're separating ourselves from other Black people. Okay, are you doing the same thing when you call yourself a Black Brit? Are people on the island of Jamaica who have the similar skin complexion as me, are they separating themselves from the diaspora when they say they're Jamaican? Are they separating themselves on the island of Haiti when they call themselves Haitian? Huh? Are those 3,000 ethnic groups in your homeland, 70 plus in your native Zimbabwe? Are they separating themselves from Blackness when they have all these other identifiers and tribes that they identify with? Show me where you made a video on that. Show me where you did a deep dive on that. Show me where you went to your homeland and said, y'all are adjacent to white supremacists by having all these different ethnic groups, when genetically, pretty much, you're damn near the same. Show me where you went around Africa and did that. Show me where you went to the Caribbean and said, hey, you're not Jamaican, you're not Haitian, you're not Cuban, you're not Trinidadian, y'all just Africans who happen to be in Jamaica. Nah, y'all don't do that. Y'all don't do that because you're hypocrites.
You just understand that, okay, they're just colonized in the mind, they don't know better, whatever. But with Africans, suddenly you took those few idiots who were uneducated and didn't really have like a good understanding. So they said some really wrong and painful things. But
remember what I said, side note, in my last video with FD Signified, the kitty glove. The kitty glove ideology. Whenever they fuck up, whenever they mess up, whenever they're disrespectful, kitty gloves, they just don't know. Just the lack of understanding. Okay, that's always their ideology and concept. Can't critique them because they're kindergartners. They're pre-K students.
you took that as Bible and as a representation of the whole continent. FBAs need to grow up. They really do, because it's sad. Like, it's just sad.
Okay, so family. And so in closing, as usual, they end with the same logic. We should have just ignored them. We should have just ignored them and continued with the status quo of being the punching bags of the diaspora. People can disrespect us. They've been doing this for decades. People can undermine us, disrespect us in every way imaginable. But we should have just ignored it to keep the illusion of this one-sided unity. But by the way, they don't have no unity in their homeland. They're not unified at all in Africa. There's wars going on right now in Africa over tribalism. They're not unified in the Caribbean. But we're the ones who have to keep up the fake illusion of unity while we get disrespected. And here's my question for the people in the back who say that we as foundational Black Americans should just ignore the disrespect. Why don't you take the same logic and advice and apply it to yourselves? Why is it okay for you, ma'am, and your fellow tethers and your fellow Pan-Africanists and people who don't like the term FBA? Why is it okay for y'all to, on a weekly, and I would even say daily basis, come out and attack us? Why don't you just ignore us? That's the question. Somebody in the audience, answer that question for me. Why don't they never take their own advice and just ignore us? She said that because people have been undermining us, we decide to demonize a whole group of people, which is not true. But let's just say it was true. Aren't you doing the same thing? Aren't you celebrating people attacking a lineage that is foundational Black Americans? That's what it's defined as. Not what you think it is, not what you want to emotionally make it. That's what it is, a whole lynching. Aren't you celebrating it? Didn't you start the video saying you're so glad? So because you ran into, quote unquote, a few foundational Black Americans online, because I know you don't know one in real life, because you're over there in cold, dry Britain, which ain't no FBAs over there like that. So because you ran into a few online who called you a tether, you decided to attack a whole lineage of people. I'll be telling y'all, our theme song needs to be finessed 2 times. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when we do it. Ignore them, foundational Black Americans, but they ain't gonna ignore us. Anybody call them a tether? Here they go making documentaries on it. Here they go going on TikTok rants about it. They don't ignore us. Call us everything other than a child of God. They say, hey man, you can't let those 1 or 2, because they always have just 1 or 2. You can't let those 1 or 2 make you call out a whole group of people. But they'll list some Negroes online who claim to be FBA, make them call out a whole group of people. Hypocrites at its finest. But hey, tell me what you think, family. Let me know in the comment section down below. Do you agree with her, not agree with her? The haters and detractors in the back, let me know. Vent in the comment section. Vent in the comment section, because I know you're watching it. And I'll read it. Okay? I'll read it and I'll take it with a grain of salt, but I'm going to listen and try to get something constructive from it. It's your brother Chase. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Go get one of my newest books, best-selling books, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging. Go get that ASAP on Amazon. And until next time, family, you know what it is. Peace and Black power. And don't ever forget, foundational Black Americans, despite what these folks say, you are phenomenal, phenomenal people in an unstoppable force. I'm out. I'm gonna go ahead and respond because, you know, like I said, he's making this video an inspiration to you. So yeah.
You know, it's always awkward whenever I see somebody react to my videos, because they always, I notice how they kind of propagate it, like, and only the segment that he put wasn't even really the context of that video that I was even talking about. That was more like that I was trying to make. But anyway, I think this young man has found his lane of immigrant pandering. I really do. I think that, like you said, he's a Democratic shill. His talking points are just, I mean, to me, his talking points sound like he's an immigrant himself. I mean, if he didn't exclusively express that he was Black American, I would just assume that he was from somewhere else. Like, I mean, to call it a fascism or whatever, I just think that that's a bit of an extreme. Like, ICE agents are just doing a job. Like, they act like ICE is just running rampant through the streets and just bum rushing through people's houses and grabbing people up and dragging them off to some prison colony or something. Like, that's not. There's so many layers to this that frustrate me, and I don't want to ramble on.
No. Do your thing. Like I say, you understand. It's definitely frustrating listening to it and just, you know, constantly have to debunk the same lies.
The thing is, what frustrates me is that they purposely try to highlight Black ICE agents, and the way I interpret that is they're saying that Black people in general should not be in law enforcement. I've even seen some comments that say that Black people shouldn't be in the military. And I think that they see us so low on the totem pole that they feel like we shouldn't have any sort of standards. We shouldn't join anything. We shouldn't be a part of anything that is structural to America. Anything that has to do with law and order. We're kind of supposed to be beneath the system, not in it. Like, that's like, I mean, I feel like a lot of what he was saying, it seemed like he kind of went to Google to try to find a bunch of like talking points that he could bring up to make his argument sound like it was legitimate. But all I heard was a bunch of babble, to be honest with you. It just that to me was just a bunch of babble. It just, whatever he was saying, talking about fascism, none of that stuff is legitimate. Those, whatever he's saying, it's just stuff that he found. It sounds to me he's just making this stuff up. Like he found some points, and he's just like, I'm gonna just make this relevant to. I'm gonna make this relevant to Black ICE agents, because it just didn't really seem fitting. I don't know. Do you feel like?
Absolutely.
To be honest.
For sure. And to add to what you're saying, you can tell these are passed down Democratic talking points, family. We've all heard these before. Even when he starts talking about, you're supporting this fascist system, and ICE is on steroids. Family, when they start that bullshit, all you got to do is mention two things. Number one, Obama deported more illegal immigrants than Trump. So his leftist buddy, he's a fellow immigrant. Okay, well, not a fellow immigrant. He's descendants of immigrants. Okay, he has a white mother, Kenyan father. He deported more immigrants than Trump, illegal immigrants than Trump. Obama deported more illegal immigrants than any president over the last 3 decades. But they went out here whining then. ICE has been around since like 2008. Nobody even talked about ICE under Obama.
Nope.
Okay, the only people, like, you had some immigrant activists, they used to call him the deporter in chief. No one said nothing about Obama when he was doing it, but now it's a fascist system. Now ICE is on steroids. Was it on steroids under Obama? No, y'all were cool with it because the talking points weren't to push that. So stop it. Now it's just, they love to have this boogeyman concept with it. It's the boogeyman. You got to take down the boogeyman, Black Americans. Trump is the boogeyman. When your boy was doing the same thing, you were chilling. And number two, the reason why I personally don't give a damn if Black people want to join ICE is because Latinos, who are the biggest people deported, or the biggest population of illegal immigrants, they voted for Trump. They voted for Trump in record numbers. This is what they asked for. Understand, this is the Latino vote for Trump was the biggest Latino turnout for Republicans in history, 48%. So damn, now we supposed to throw on the cape and save them? And let's be clear, most foundational Black Americans, because foundational Black Americans are lineage, voted Democrat. Most foundational Black Americans were the main ones out here trying to save Latinos and tell them, hey man, dude gonna deport you. They were like, oh no, we cool with that, because they view themselves as honorary white people. They thought they were team white supremacy. They thought they were cool. They thought they were down. They thought they were on the end game. Okay, and then they found out, damn, we on the outs. Damn, he coming after us, like he told you he would. So now
he was gonna come after. Sorry. Again? I said I don't know who they thought he was gonna come after.
They thought they were white. They thought they were good. And Latinos have always had this mindset that we're honorary white people. That's what they were doing, family. We break this down all the time on the page during the civil rights movement. They were over here during that time too. They were sitting on the sideline. Their president, Blacc, was saying that our problems are not the Negro problems, or excuse me, the Negro problems are not our problems. They were famously quoted for saying that. So they have the same mindset now. They went out there, voted for Trump. So damn it, give them what they asked for. If you somebody who Black, you might be unemployed, or you might be looking for alternative opportunities, and you want to participate in ICE and cleaning up the illegal immigrants out of this country, then hey, knock yourself out. That's where I'm with. That's why it's laughable, honestly, for me, Queen. It's like, come on now. Because if your boy Obama was in the office, he wouldn't be making these videos.
No, of course not. No, because see, this is all a part of that leftist propaganda, like that it's all fitting into. And then you got to think too, most ICE agents are Latinos. So like really think about, like, most ICE agents are Latino, but there's no crash out over Latino ICE agents, but their people are the ones being deported. So who's really a sellout to their own people? It's not us. A Black ICE agent cannot be a sellout, because Black ICE agents cannot deport Black Americans. Like, I don't know why they think that we're supposed to have some sort of allegiance even over and beyond what they have to themselves.
Right. Like, this thing we always owe them.
Yeah, like we just kept the same hold to the whole immigrant world. Like, literally, that's how they treat us.
So they're targeting everyday workers, everyday construction workers, and even United States citizens or legal residents who look like immigrants. And that just goes to tell you that that's straight up racial profiling, and it hits Black and brown communities the hardest. So when white ICE agents, brown ICE agents, and especially Black ICE agents, when they start dragging people out of their homes or apartments or businesses, locking them up in cages and sending them away from their family, it echoes a painful history. It mirrors the same kind of fear and control and family separation that our ancestors went through on those slave ships and plantations, just in a modern form. No excuses like it's just a job or they're just surviving under capitalism or a shared skin color changes that. If your family comes from or has a history of Africans who were enslaved, this hits different because it's the same system of control and terror, just dressed up in different uniforms.
That is complete garbage. Everything that he just said there is just straight garbage. Like, how can you even compare ICE or anything that's going on right now cannot be anything close to compared to slavery, Jim Crow,
right.
Anything that happened to our people back in those days. Like, it's nowhere near the same thing. I don't even know how. I'm not even sure where that thought process, how that even got downloaded into his head.
It's a talking point, you know, and you spot on, sister, like the audacity. And then they want us to do something for them. And you disrespect us like that. I didn't know ICE agents were unaliving illegal immigrants, because that's what they were doing during the times of slavery, these slave owners. I didn't know they were being told they couldn't read or write. It was illegal for them to read and write. I didn't know that they were being not only captured, but dismembered. You know what I'm saying? Even you have books like The Delectable Negro, where they're talking about eating us during slavery. That's a great book for people to read. I didn't know illegal immigrants were being captured and eaten. I didn't know they were being passed around like trophies. Family, understand, the skull of Nat Turner just got returned to his family in 2016. How dare you sit up here and compare ICE deporting illegal immigrants to what happened to our ancestors on slave plantations when they were running away? They made oil out of Nat Turner's skin, passed his head around like a trophy. Look up what I'm telling you, family. It was a white man by the name of Richard Hatcher, like in 2016, finally returned the skull of Nat Turner to his family. Where are they doing that to illegal immigrants? Come on, man.
And the thing is, I feel like their comparisons are, in my opinion, it's coming from a place of privilege. It's like you're over here, like you're making a comparison to something. Okay, I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I don't want to. Sometimes when I get frustrated, I start to lose my train of thought.
I'm the same way.
Their view of oppression is coming from a privileged standpoint. That's what I'm trying to say, because our ancestors didn't have any privileges at all. They were just literally trying to survive, trying to stay alive. They were going through real oppression. They were going through like unimaginable things. Like so the oppression that they feel like they're going through right now is nothing more than them just not wanting to go home. They just don't want to go home. They don't want to be. He said, "Oh, they're ripping families apart." Well, I mean, did you fill out your paperwork? I mean, why are you being detained in the first place?
Right.
Like, they're not just running them up, just tearing families apart. That's straight propaganda. That's why I said that's straight garbage, because that's not what's happening. They're not just ripping apart families just for the hell of it. They're going after people who I guess they have a system, something is in the system, and they're going after that person. It's not an intentional G-side. It's not an intentional, like, just trying to destroy people's lives. That's not what this is.
Right. They're doing their job, and I'm all for letting them do their job. You know, because these are the same illegal immigrants family who would not piss on us if we were on fire, as my grandma used to say. These folks don't give a damn about Black America. These are the same people that come over here and tell us they're doing better. They're more hardworking. Where is all that hardworking energy, Miss Theo? Where's all that? Where's all that pick yourself up by your bootstraps? Okay, now it's time. Fight your own battle. Don't come hollering about us. Just like I was laughing the other day, I seen some Somalis on the bridge in Selma. These are the same Somals who used to tell us they ain't black. We don't have a culture, but now you eating off FBA culture and the civil rights movement we created. See, nobody really has a real argument. Illegal immigrants really don't have an argument or justification of what they're doing. So they have to latch themselves onto what we went through.
Right.
That's why he don't have no real talking point. He has to go back to slavery. See, slavery was actually a crime against humanity. That was actually a crime against foundational Black Americans. They don't really have no case for no crime. You're already here illegally. You see what I'm saying? You're already here illegally. You don't really have a case. So you have to latch yourself on to something that we went through. The same people you say are just complainers, are just lazy, didn't really go through nothing. You make fun of our genocide. They call us Akatas and cotton pickers and different things of that nature. But now all of a sudden we're supposed to crash out for them. Stop it.
Like you said, that they have to latch themselves onto our pain, our history, because they know that what they're fighting for really doesn't hold no real weight. They don't really have any. They don't really have an argument as to why they feel like they're being persecuted or why they feel like they're being oppressed. They don't actually have anything solid. So the only thing that they can do is try to make a comparison that don't match up to what our people went through.
Absolutely.
And try to see if they can draw some parallels between those two things.
Right.
Yes, we're just not letting people walk all over us and use us as their whipping pole or use us as their shield, their bullet shield or whatever. You know, so they want us to take the shots. And it's just like, it's so crazy. Like, it's so many things that have become so obvious to me just from doing TikTok. Cause like you said, it's like, this is Tether Central, and it's like, the TikTok streets are crazy when it comes to like people talking about Black Americans and just all of the stereotypes. Right. And it's like, it's so weird because they'll literally say something super disrespectful and then in the same breath try to shame us for not being in solidarity with them.
Come on now.
It's in the same, and they'll do it in the same like conversation. They'll be dogging us about that's what y'all neighborhoods y'all fathers, y'all baby mamas, y'all welfare, y'all on welfare, y'all this, y'all that. And then at the same time tell us that we're divisive and that we should why are we not in solidarity with the immigrants? It's what? You can't like, no, I'm like, this, it don't work like that. You can't dog me and then expect me to shake your hand. Like, you can't spit and slap in my face and then still expect for me to rock with you or ride with you.
Absolutely. And I'm sure this guy, I don't know if he is, but I'm sure he would claim to be a Pan-Africanist. And that's the interesting thing. They claim to be about unity, but the only group they attack is foundational Black Americans.
Exactly.
And a lot of people who take these jobs come from struggling communities. Capitalism puts people in desperate situations, so some people take the badge just to survive. But once you start doing the raids, once you start filling those for-profit detention centers and helping run the fascist state machine, you're on the wrong side of history, and you should not be shocked or surprised when criticism comes your way.
All right, family. That's the end of the video. And like I say, I wonder what he thinks about Barack Obama and the fascist regime he ran when he was deporting all these illegal immigrants. I think they said Obama deported about 2.5 to 3 million illegal immigrants during his 2 terms in office. I just wonder what he think about that, Queen. You know, what's your thoughts on it?
I'm pretty sure that if you were to ask him that question, he would probably have a very vague answer like, oh, well, yeah, that was wrong too at that time. And then he probably wouldn't have anything else to say about it because there really wouldn't be he couldn't really say anything to that because it would go against his narrative that this current administration is doing something worse than what Obama did. And that's just not the case.
Right. And they're here illegally. Like I say, what is your real case? They're here illegally. Okay, somebody got roughhoused or a child unfortunately got separated from her parents who were here illegally. Like, okay, shit happens. Things happen, unfortunately. But to compare that to slavery, like, what are we talking about at this point? Slaves weren't immigrants. Our ancestors weren't immigrants. That's number one. Number two, we were dismembered, unalive. And all of this was done in the name of the Constitution. The Constitution said we were 3/5 of a human being. Like, come on, like, what are we talking about?
No comparison. And then the other thing that he said too was that a lot of people who take these jobs are from low income communities or something like that. He said at the beginning of that last segment. And a lot of people who go into our ICE agents are actually ex-military, so they're not impoverished at all. Like, they're the one girl's video, Black ICE agent. She's actually Dominican, but she presents Black. She
the lady who was in that ICE, she's not even FBA.
Yeah, she's not FBA. No, she's Dominican. That's what I heard in my comments that people were saying. But they were still dogging her because she presents, she's Black. She presents as Black, and that's what she looks like.
Whenever it's negative, it has to fall on her.
Right. But she's military though. She has her on her profile. She has pictures of her military uniform, like with the pew-pews and all of that. Like, she's military. So that statement that these people are just seeking a job, they're just taking a job as an ICE agent because they're desperate. That's definitely not the case. And ICE, that position pays a lot of money. That's like a 6-figure job with a big $50,000 sign-on bonus. Like, that's not chump change. This is not just a desperate job that people take because they're desperate. Not the case.
Absolutely. And it brings me to our next point in our next video, because he's doing all this pandering, as the Queen said, and all this save an immigrant. You shouldn't do all this for immigrants. But then when it comes to us as foundational Black Americans, they start talking very unapologetic and very disrespectful towards us, our heritage, and our lineage. Listen to him.
Crazy, but there is no such thing as foundational Black American, because from the start, Black people in the United States came from different African regions, and the label foundational Black American divides more than it actually builds, which we see it online all the time.
All right. We got to break this one down, family. Go ahead and pause it right there. Okay. There's no such thing as foundational Black Americans because we came from different regions in Africa, and it divides more than it builds. Okay. So you want to speak on that first, or you want me to go? It don't matter.
I don't understand how it divides. Like, what is divisive about the word foundational? See, they have a problem. And when I say they, I mean Pan-Africans and other people in the Black world who are not American. They have an issue with this foundational word. Like, they don't mind being called African American or whatever else, but for some reason they feel like calling ourselves something empowering like foundational is divisive.
Right.
And there's no such thing as being foundational. We just scattered random generic Africans in the Americas that just don't know who we are.
Right. And the thing is, it's divisive because they can't tether on to it. It's very specific. FBA, you can't act like you're FBA. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a lineage that goes back, at least on one side, to the American system of slavery. And with African Americans, the thing about African American, you can come here and you can have 2 Nigerian parents, but be born here, be considered an African American. The thing about Black is very vague. Anybody can kind of get into Blackness. FBA is very specific, and it's like you said previously, foundational makes it powerful. The foundations of anything, the foundations of a house, the foundations of a city, the foundations of a culture, that word is a very powerful word. You're saying that, but you supersede anything. You supersede before any of those other things sprouted up from it. You're the foundation. And I think that's the real issue with it. And it's scary from some people like him, who is allegedly a foundational Black American heritage. It's scary to stand in that power. Okay. And then for the tethers, it's like, damn, we got to find a way to demonize it. You have to give credit where credit is due now. And we know a lot of these tethers, they'll rather chop off their arm than to give us credit for anything.
Oh, yeah. Because, like you said, they can't tether onto the word foundational. So to demonize it, they have to make it something negative. Because, okay, well, I can't, there's no way for me to attach myself to that. So it's divisive because I can't attach myself to it. So you're being divisive.
Absolutely. And just to add, okay, let me just play devil's advocate. Everything he's saying is correct. Okay. And since we have African ancestors, we come from different regions in Africa, and the FBA doesn't exist. Jamaican doesn't exist.
Right.
Haitian doesn't exist. Cuban, Afro-Brazil, none of these ethnicities exist. But he would never say that because it's cool for them to be able to delineate or have an ethnogenesis, but it's a problem for us because our ethnogenesis is what everybody latches themselves onto around the globe. Nobody's really walking around trying to be a Jamaican. No disrespect. Nobody's walking around trying to be a Haitian. Nobody's living vicariously through Haitian culture and hollering 1804. That's not a thing. Everybody eats off of foundational Black American culture.
Yeah.
Foundational Black American culture for them, in my opinion, is the epitome of what's cool. And they feel like we're almost a kid in school taking away their cool card. It's like to say that you can't be FBA, you can't latch on to us and our identity. It's like, oh, you can't be cool no more. That's how they feel like we're telling them. So that just shows you how powerful of a people we are, and just shows you the hypocrisy in which they talk about. It's divisive when we delineate, which we're the last group to delineate. People have been hollering they Jamaican, Puerto Rican forever. They've been having in Africa, they delineated inside of delineation. They're not only Nigeria, which didn't exist 200 years ago. They're Igbo. They delineated inside of delineation, and that's cool. But it's the problem when we do it. Okay.
Yeah.
There is nothing liberating about the term, and the term is mostly used to gatekeep, rank, or dismiss other Black people outside the United States, and I find that deeply xenophobic and rooted in a desperate attachment to patriotism and white supremacy. There's nothing.
That's literally what you was just saying. Like they feel like it's a way to dismiss and separate from other Black peoples, or across. They call it diaspora. I don't even use that word no more.
I feel you. Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, that's the same thing. And I always say this: we can't be held responsible for your insecurities. You're insecure about your lineage.
Right.
You don't feel like your people invented anything or achieved anything. You're insecure because a lot of these folks, they're fleers. They had to flee their homeland, and they come over. And when they look at the culture that they embody or act or try to be like, it's really FBA culture. And that's what we're putting a name to this coolness. You didn't come up with hip hop. You didn't come up with jazz, blues, none of this cool stuff. You don't have a culture of resistance in this country. You didn't build America. Okay, we did. What you build is back home in your homeland, and it ain't really nothing to be proud of. Okay?
Right.
So you have a deep-seated insecurity, and they try to push their insecurity on us. Oh, you're attacking us. We ain't attacking nothing. We just owning who we are. We just saying my lineage is my lineage. Okay, so it's crazy. So we can't be held responsible for your insecurities. You need to go to therapy about that. Like I tell them all the time, this African booty scratcher stuff. They go to therapy. You still talking about in 5th grade, you got called Africa, but go to therapy. I'm not going to be held responsible for childhood jokes.
Yeah, and who wasn't called an African booty scratcher? That was a joke amongst Black Americans. Most of us didn't even go to school with African immigrants.
Right.
Most Black Americans, I know I didn't. Most of the people I know never met an African immigrant until they went to college. That's when we started seeing like different immigrants from different places.
Right.
And then he said that there's nothing empowering about the word, about calling yourself foundational Black American. I'm assuming that he feels that it's more empowering to call ourselves African American. That would be my assumption, but
so
I don't really see how calling myself from a continent that I don't have any association with, don't have any cultural association with, or no relatives. I don't really see how that should empower me more than calling myself foundational to the country that I'm actually from.
Right. Because the first thing they used to, I remember when I was in my Pan-African times, that the first thing they used to say, well, where in Africa are you from? They used to try to get real smart with you. Oh, well, where in Africa? You calling yourself African American, where in Africa are you really from? That used to be the comeback. When they kind of like want to check us, or when we were speaking on African politics or African history, you're not really African. You see what I'm saying? I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Tanzania. I'm from Kenya. Okay, cool. So it was nothing, like I say, empowering about us. That was more of a flex towards the continent. That was more of us trying to big up the continent of Africa. Saying, hey, when you look at us, you're looking at our brothers and sisters in Africa. So everything we do it's a reflection of them. You know what I'm saying? And that end up harming us in the long run, because the same people will turn around and say, yeah, that's right. You really have no culture. That's really our culture. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But, we live and we learn.
Foundational about Black America, because there is no Black American written in the Constitution. When the Constitution was written, Black people were enslaved. We were still enslaved. We were not citizens. And we weren't named as people with rights. We were treated as property. So therefore, you can't be foundational to a system that legally excluded you. And I know this is going to go over a lot of people's heads.
That makes no sense. Like, our identity is not tied to what the Constitution says. We're an ethnic group. You don't have to be written into the Constitution to be an ethnic group. That's like the Native Americans are not written into the Constitution. Does that mean that they're not? Does that mean that they're not an ethnic group? Does that mean that they don't belong here? Does that mean that they're not a part of this nation, or that they don't? That they were not originally here? Like, I don't like, what does the Constitution have to do with our identity?
Right, absolutely. And what's interesting is they always call us the white supremacists. We're parroting white supremacist talking points. But now he's using a white supremacist document written by slave owners to use that as justification that we don't exist, basically. We're not a real thing. So now it's okay to use white people's talking points. And what's interesting, like you said as well, he uses the term African American. Show me African American in the Constitution.
Right.
Show me Black American. All the words he said that it was okay for people to use. He didn't like using foundational Black, but you can use African American, Afro American. Show me that in the Constitution. It don't exist either. So I guess that means what you're talking about is made up to. But it never works both ways, I guess. So I want people to be very clear on that. The system sprouted from off the backs of our labor, our free labor, our ingenuity, what we invented, our blood, sweat, and tears that was spilled on this soil. It's not the other way around. Okay, we're not attached to it. So this man is trying to act like we only exist if we are attached to this piece of paper.
Right.
Crazy. That's the crazy.
That is wild work for him to even say that. Like I said, I don't know where he's downloading these talking points from, where he's getting them from, but it's just don't make no sense.
I'm a Black American with parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandparents, all from the South. But I never want to be called a foundational Black American. I can accept Black American, I can accept African American or Afro American, but not foundational Black American, because foundational ties your identity to a system that never included you.
Okay, and that's what we were just saying earlier. He's talking about all this Constitution again. He keeps trying to tie us back to a system family, and none of the names that he just said he calls himself are in the Constitution. So that would just debunk this whole thing. Then African American don't exist, and that's all I ever say, Queen. I always say the same standards they give FBA, give it to everybody.
Yeah.
If you see, because a lot of them say, oh, well, y'all hate Africans, because I seen a foundational Black American online saying he hate Africa. Well, I'm gonna show you a million Jamaicans saying they hate foundational Black Americans. But it's never, they can never be judged off individuals. It's always this double standard. You know, you have to go and interview every Jamaican before we can say they have an issue with Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? You have to go visit every African country before you can make a statement about Africans. It's always this very broad, straw man, anecdotal type arguments.
But if it's us, if it's one foundational Black American, then that just represents all of us. As long as it's something negative or perceived as negative, then they'll take that and they'll just run with it and just say, oh, this is how Black Americans think. This is what Black Americans do. But it's just, as long as it's negative or they can perceive it that way, then they'll take that narrative and they'll run with it. But if you say something, if you say Africa, then they'll be real quick to remind you that Africa is 54 countries and you need to be more specific. You need to say which one, when in reality, let's just be for real, all 54 of those countries really are having a lot of the same issues and really look very similar as far as their poverty levels and as far as the G-sides and the civil wars and things that go on. And like, there's a lot of similarities across the entire continent. So even if we say Africa, I mean, does it really matter? Like,
absolutely. And you know, one thing I found, or running, I don't know if you ran across this, Africans don't like to be called African.
No,
like you say, but then want to call us African. the craziest thing I ever seen before. They don't like being called African, especially when it's anything like it's time to critique them. Well, I ain't just, I'm Nigerian. Don't y'all know it's 54 countries, like you say? Oh, but then we got tribes and we unique different people. But then when it comes to us, we're one big, gigantic African, indistinguishable from anybody in Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they don't want you to say that you look different from them either. Like they get offended, they get very insulted. Like it'd be so many Africans in my comment section that's talking about how we look, at how they can't tell the difference between a Black American and a person from West Africa. I even had this girl who I think she was from Namibia, and she like screenshotted a picture of me and then posted like a silence. It was like really weird. Like we didn't look anything alike. Like she's like, we look like we could be sisters. I'm thinking like, I mean, maybe you could probably be a second or third cousin, but we don't look alike. And I just feel like that's just giving a really weird, desperate energy. It's like, where's your pride?
Right.
That was just, I don't know.
Crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. The double standards. They always, they thrive on the double standards,
Lineage doesn't need a gatekeeping level. Besides, Black Americans retain around 90% of African ancestry. So reconnecting with Africa makes far more sense.
Okay, and that's the end family. Okay, so of course we got to get more shaming, more of a you have African ancestry. We got Native American ancestry. We got European ancestry. So I guess we should connect to that too. And I guess all the other people who have African ancestry connect to that too. But again, we're the only group we have to center. We have to center Africa. Africa has to be first. There's no such thing as an African Jamaican. No such thing as an African Haitian. No such thing as an African Nigerian. Everybody else gets to have their own ethnogenesis, and they respect it and love it and hold it in great light. But the moment it comes to us, family, no, we have to be shamed. You're nothing but just a generic African who's lost. But Ms. Dio, go ahead and close it out, sisters.
I'm about to tell you why that is though, because I can guarantee you that let's say if Black Americans, let's say we had our own segment of country or something that was just for us, our group, right? And it was our country, and we called it Solana or something like that.
Right.
And let's say this country was third world with nothing but scrap metal housing, the same issues that every other Black nation has. They would have no issue with calling us what we want to be called by. They would have no issue with us not calling ourselves Africans, because I really think that people feel a way about Black Americans because we're from a first world nation, and I don't really think that they want to put any respect on us. They already think that we need to be humble. They've said that. They already think that we have such arrogance. Somebody had just put that in my comment section, talking about how arrogant, and the video that he was commenting on, I wasn't even talking about Africans, but they have this conception of us, and I feel like they feel away. Like if we was out here really messed up like how they are, they would have a lot more. They would respect our boundaries more.
Absolutely. I always say that the only time we see unity amongst the so-called diaspora is when it's time to gang up on us. That's the only time they display unity. They form the Avengers when it's time to unify against us. But the reality is, a lot of these people, they're always going at each other's neck. We're the only group they really can't say nothing about us because we ain't living like you living. You see what I'm saying? Our culture is world renowned. Nobody knows your culture. If we're being honest with you, we didn't have to flee. We built this land that all of you are addicted to. These people are obsessed with America. I believe you go on their timeline, it's nothing but America. Yeah. Like I had a sister from the UK talking about, and I use this term sister loosely, that's just part of my vocabulary. But I had her from the UK tell me, oh, you guys, you don't care about what's going on in the UK. We're not from the UK. We're not, that's weirdo energy to me. Why would I be waking up seeing what's going on in London? That's weirdo energy to me. And then they try to shame you for, oh, we know what's going on in America. You're a weirdo. I
Right.
just call you a weirdo. You're a weirdo.
Right.
You sitting over there struggling in London, and your biggest thing, the first thing you do before you even brush your teeth in the morning is see what's going on in America. That's weirdo energy to me. But you know, it is what it is at this point, man. It's this deep-seated obsession, and that obsession turns into entitlement, where they're entitled to our culture, they're entitled to what we do, they're entitled to what we say, they're entitled to everything we've achieved. You know, so man, it's really a disease at this point. It's a sick case.
Yeah, and then they'll call us uneducated for not knowing what's going on in their nations, or not caring about their culture, or not knowing about them, or wanting to learn about them. And they have all of these different weird shaming tactics. Like they'll talk about, oh, you guys don't have a language. Like you don't have a country to go back to. You don't have a language. You don't have a culture. And they always say these things. And I always look at them and I go like, you not even really proud of your culture or your language like that for real, because you mocking us. You trying to be like us. Y'all trying to look like us. Y'all trying to dress like us. Y'all want to do everything that we do. Like y'all, they literally want to be us, but you so proud of your culture and your language,
right?
And trying to shame us, but you don't even want to be a part of that. You're not even representing that.
Absolutely. And like we always say, it's nothing but projection. They're the ones who are ashamed of these things. They're the ones, you know, they're desperate trying to get attention. And like you say, trying to humble us. We're like we're like a goal for them. Like if I could just take down the Black American, my life is complete. Like, you know, I was seeing that chick, she passed away in South Africa. They were calling her the Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
Like all this woman did was like we're their biggest op, not white people.
Yep.
The people calling out, they don't really care about all that. They cool with that. Black Americans, we have to humble them. We have to take them on, you know. So
it goes back to that third world stuff that I was talking about. It's because we're not third world, we're first world. So they feel like they need to humble us. Like who y'all think y'all are? How dare you be Black or brown or look anything like us and be from a first world nation?
Right. Absolutely. Yes, indeed, man. But yeah, man, it's been a great video. And family, I showed you this video just in general to show you that these are the folks, we ain't worried about what these folks talking about. This dude has no respect for foundational Black Americans, but wants the same FBAs to look out and pander for illegal immigrants who don't give a damn about us. You see what I'm saying? But has no respect for us. And that's always the story. People want to use us. They want to use our labor, our ingenuity, our fight, our culture of resistance in order to empower themselves while not giving any respect in the process. And those days are over with. So they can cry, they can whine, they can try to shame us. We're going to continue to step 10 toes down and continue to speak truth to power. So it is what it is. So Ms. Theo, you got anything you want to say to close us out, or, you know, final thoughts on this gentleman right here?
I always have so much to say, and I'm just glad that this type of stuff is being exposed. I'm glad more of us are talking about it. I'm glad that we're sharing our opinions, and I know we get a lot of backlash on our channels from the, you know, Africans and everybody else. We get a lot of backlash, but they need to know what we think. They need to know how we feel. They need to know, like, no, you can't just sit up here and talk ish and think that we just turn the other cheek and still shake your hand. No, we gonna expose you. We gonna give you our real thoughts, and we probably gonna hurt your feelings. But you gonna learn to respect us, because at the end of the day, you over here with us, you trying to be like us. So put some respect on our name.
Absolutely. Family, it's been a pleasure. It's your brother Chase. Ms. Theo, let them know where they can follow you again, where they can subscribe to your channel, XYZ.
Yeah, so y'all can find me on TikTok. I'm on there every day. I post content every day on TikTok at Theo the Truth. It's spelled out just like that, with the A instead of the E for the, and it's all pushed together on. That's where you'll find me on TikTok, and then I'm also on YouTube as well. Same name, Theo the Truth. And yeah, just go ahead and follow me. You won't be disappointed. I keep it real from my perspective. I give people what I think. I do reactions, and you know, I hurt feelings, but at the end of the day, people got to know the truth. So
absolutely. And let me challenge you. I always challenge any of my guests. I would love to see you write a book because I feel like you have a unique perspective, you know, on the game, and the family can really learn a lot because you in these TikTok streets heavy and you know a lot about how they think. You know, you hear a lot of these talking points because they pretty regurgitate pretty much the same talking points, and they even push them on the mainstream media and stuff like that. So, you know, of course, I'm an author, and if you ever need any help writing a book, I would love to get a book out of you, you know, for you to write a book and, you know, just to help educate the family because I really want to start pushing this type of information and debunking this type of misinformation for the school system. And one of the ways to easily put that in the school system is through books and different things of that nature. So I don't know if that's anything you ever thought about, but you know, that would be dope. I just want to put that seed in your ear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I appreciate that. That is something I definitely could think about. Consider like just kind of figuring out like what angle I would take, what I would talk about. I actually used to write stories. I was actually thinking about writing like an actual like film script.
Yeah.
You know, like writing the storyline. The script part I have to hire out, but
right.
Story.
Absolutely. Because you know that'll help reach more the masses of our people. You know, some people, especially like you have movies like Sinners. You know, Sinners took over last year. You know, when Brother Ryan Coogler said he was FBA, that again took it to another level. And I want us to have more of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, more books, more films, more people on YouTube speaking truth to power. Where you know we're a real group of people. You know, we're gonna speak truth to power regardless of the situation. So, you know, just want to plant that seed, like I said, in your mind, and you know, challenge you to go from there.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, family, listen, it's been a great episode, great collab with my good sister, Miss Theo. And I want y'all to do me a quick favor. I want you to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, follow her on all social media platforms, like YouTube and TikTok. And, you know, just go over there on her channel and show us some love. And until next time, family, you know what it is. Peace and Black power. Foundational Black Americans. You're phenomenal, phenomenal people. I'm out.
Yeah, guys, Malcolm Watson's family held that balloon release over at Pioneer Park in Commerce City. That's, as you mentioned, where he was shot and killed last Saturday. The family of both Watson and Lumumba Sayers in court yesterday. There were heated interactions between the two of them. And because of that, a family member that I spoke to today wished to remain anonymous for their safety.
He was a father of 3, an uncle of, say, about 15.
A family man is how his relatives would best describe Malcolm Watson.
He was definitely our protector. We knew that we were safe with him.
One whose sense of humor, they say, will be sorely missed.
There was nothing that Malcolm couldn't make a joke out of and make sure that everybody was smiling.
One family member tells me she spoke with Watson last Friday, not knowing it would be her last time talking to him.
And we had a short conversation, but we said our love yous and that we'll talk later.
He was killed the next day. Lumumba Sayers Sr. now charged with his murder and held on a $5 million bond. Watson's family thankful for that, not only because their brother was killed,
but because what he did was heinous. What he did was terrible.
In court on Wednesday, tensions were high, with shouting back and forth between both parties. Watson's family tells me they feel unsafe even with Sayers behind bars, saying his supporters are still out there.
Who is to say that they won't come after us because he's in jail?
Despite that, they felt it was right to come out and honor him at the park with a balloon release. And if his family member had known that last time talking to him would be forever, she would have wanted him to know that he'll live on.
He'll never be forgotten. And I have his back just like I did when he was here physically.
As you heard, Sayers Sr. currently being held in the Adams County Jail on that $5 million bond. His next court appearance is set for early October. Reporting live in Commerce City, Nate Bell, Fox 31.
Your reporter Joel Hillen at the desk right now, working ahead of a court case we're following out of Adams County.
Michelle, the jury trial for Lumumba Sayers is on the docket to start this morning in Adams County Courtroom F. Sayers accused of shooting and killing 28-year-old Malcolm Watson in August of 2024, gunning down Watson during his son's birthday party. Sayers was well known for leading anti-gun violence initiatives in the Denver metro area. The former MMA fighter founded a youth mentoring organization called Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts. violence. Sayers' son, Lumumba Sayers Jr., was killed the year before in a quadruple shooting. A suspect was charged at the time, but his case was dismissed. Now, Brian and Michelle, the arrest affidavit says Sayers may have killed Watson as a form of retaliation for his son's death.
All right, Joel, thank you. 5:38 is the time right now.
New this morning, within the last few minutes, the Adams County DA has officially filed charges against a man once known as an anti-violence advocate. Police arrested Lumumba Sayers for a shooting in Commerce City over the weekend.
Now, News reporter Courtney Yoon is joining us live from Adams County Court this morning. Courtney, Sayers is expected in court pretty soon. The DA, though, just submitting those charges to the court.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Anusha and Jordan. Right now, he faces a first-degree murder charge and also felony menacing. It's a case that Commerce City police call a revenge killing. And today, Sayers, a former MMA fighter and once known for his staunch views on anti-violence, is set to be in court in a little less than a half an hour today for those charges to be officially filed. Now, the shooting happened this past Saturday. Police say 28-year-old Malcolm Watson was shot at Paradise Island Pool, a water park for kids. His sister told 9 News Watson died while leaving his son's 5th birthday party. Officers quickly found and arrested Lumumba Sayers Sr. Investigators have already identified a possible motive. Court documents show Sayers' son was murdered about a year ago by a friend of Watson. The arrest affidavit says witnesses saw Sayers, quote, walk up and shoot the victim in the head at a close range. The affidavit goes on to say witnesses believe Sayers may have killed someone in retaliation or revenge. According to Watson's sister, her brother was innocent and wasn't involved in the death of Sayers' son. She says Malcolm was someone who wanted to be a great father and was a loving little brother. In 2021, 9 News profiled Sayers Sr. and the Aurora gym that he created as a safe space for children. And now he faces these charges and is expected in court around 8:30 this morning. Crime and Justice reporter Kelly Ranke will be here inside the courtroom and will be sure to update you with everything that happens inside on air and online. Live in Brighton, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Yeah, a lot to follow with this one, and we're going to stay on top of that. All right, Courtney, thank you.
As the Trump administration continues to rapidly expand its immigration jail system across the country, we look now at the rising death toll of people in ICE custody, which has reached a record high in over 2 decades. At least 17 immigrants are reported to have died in ICE custody since January. That's on average about an immigrant death a week. The most recent death is of 27-year-old Aled Damien Carbonell Betancourt, an immigrant from Cuba who was jailed in Miami. He reportedly died of a presumed suicide, but the cause is still under investigation. At least 48 immigrants have died in custody since President Trump returned to office. The cause of death has varied, but includes at least 1 homicide. In January, El Paso County's medical examiner found that 55-year-old Geraldo Lunas Campos died from asphyxia due to neck and chest compression. Lunas Campos was pronounced dead January 3rd at Camp East Montana, a sprawling immigration detention tent camp at the Fort Bliss military base in El Paso. ICE claimed the Cuban father had died after experiencing medical distress, but several immigrants that he was jailed with later testified they heard Lunas Campos pleading for medication shortly before guards tackled him to the ground. One of the witnesses said in a sworn court declaration he heard a guard tell Lunas Campos, "Shut up or we're going to make you faint." He added, quote, "The last thing I heard was Geraldo speak in a voice that sounded like he couldn't breathe. He said, 'Let go of me, you're asphyxiating me,' unquote." The Associated Press also reported a witness saw Lunas Campos handcuffed as at least 5 guards held him down while one put an arm around his neck and squeezed until he was unconscious. Meanwhile, a San Francisco Chronicle investigation found over a dozen deaths under the Trump administration could have been prevented with proper medical care. The Chronicle examined several cases, including Maxim Chernyak. He had a seizure, but they waited to call 911. Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz. He complained of chest pain, but wasn't seen by a doctor for weeks. Santos Venegas Reyes. He was in withdrawal, but not sent to the ER. Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas, he couldn't breathe, but they told him to wait. And Ismael Ayala Uribe, he was in severe pain, but they sent him back to his cell. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Satara Gandahari, Advocacy Director at Detention Watch Network. Can you explain this surge in deaths, Satara? I'm talking about deaths of immigrants in ICE custody. Explain what you have found.
Good morning, Amy, and thanks for having me. As you said in your intro, we've already seen 17 people die in ICE custody this year, which is an average of about 1 death per week. And I can tell you I've been tracking these numbers for several years now, including during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was another point where we hit a record number of deaths. And I have never seen anything like this, where I'm seeing ICE reporting out at least 1 death per week. It's really shocking. And of course, this comes on the heels of a record number of deaths in ICE custody last year, which also, doesn't include the number of deaths that have occurred as ICE has been chaotically and violently targeting immigrant communities, during their enforcement actions. At this point, if we continue to see the same pace of deaths with 1 death per week, we're set to far exceed last year's record by the end of this year.
And Satara, how do you explain, given all the extra additional skyrocketing amounts of money that the Trump administration has given to ICE, that they seem unable to provide the kind of care necessary for the people they detain?
Sure. Well, ICE has been acting with impunity now for decades, and we have seen really that the system is inherently violent. It's inherently abusive. We've seen these kinds of conditions now that have been documented for decades. And as the Trump administration came into office last year and embarked on its violent and cruel mass deportation campaign, we know that immigration detention has been a key pillar of that campaign. They issued several executive orders in the first days, all of which emphasized the need for expanding ICE detention. They, really kicked off this entire campaign with their announcement about expanding migrant detention at Guantanamo Bay. And they entered into an agreement with the government of El Salvador to offshore detention. And so these 2 announcements in many ways really serve to normalize the sort of everyday expansion of the system, where we have seen ICE expand its usual contracts with local jails and sheriffs and local prisons. We've seen them expand into military bases, as you mentioned, at Fort Bliss and Texas and others. We have seen a massive expansion into the federal prison system, the reopening of shuttered Bureau of Prisons facilities, agreements, really unprecedented agreements with state governments to open facilities, including the cruelly dubbed Alligator Alcatraz in Florida in the Everglades, as well as the reopening of a shuttered state prison in Indiana. So they have really gone all out. And of course, last summer, their efforts were boosted by a massive, unprecedented infusion of funds from Congress that has allowed them to really ramp up this expansion of the ICE detention system. So as Congress is pouring more and more money into ICE and CBP, this money is being used to really expand the system. And of course, the conditions remain as dire as ever and are being exacerbated because we know that ICE doesn't really care about the well-being of the people in its custody.
And who is responsible for providing medical care and mental health care in ICE facilities? Could you talk about the third-party contractors?
Sure. Yes, ICE contracts with third parties to provide medical care. The reality is the system is set up for with a profit incentive, and of course ICE isn't really interested in caring for the people in its custody. They're interested in getting as many people into detention and deporting as many people as possible. So routine care goes ungiven. People are ignored to the point of emergency. And so we see all deaths in ICE custody really are preventable because no one should be in the system to begin with. It's inherently violent, but we're seeing more and more that people are, reaching the point of emergency for issues that could easily be dealt with if proper medical care was given.
Can you talk about the growing opposition around the country to the ICE detention facilities and what has happened since Kristi Noem left, purchasing warehouses across the country to imprison thousands of immigrants? What's happened to those facilities, Sitara?
With the warehouses, this is the most recent venture that ICE has gone into in order to expand its system. Of course, in December, they announced plans to purchase dozens of former industrial warehouses across the country and convert them into ICE detention facilities. And of course, we have seen a massive opposition to these warehouses. It's been really inspiring to see people across the country standing up in solidarity with their immigrant neighbors and saying, we don't want these types of facilities in our communities, in our country. It's wrong. And, this is, again, part of a much broader effort that has been going on for many years now. At Detention Watch Network, we coordinate the Communities Not Cages campaign, where folks across the country have been fighting against ICE detention centers in their communities for many years. But what we've seen with the announcement of these warehouses is really a grassroots sort of swelling opposition to the growth of this system into facilities that are warehouses. They're meant for industrial labor, for warehousing goods, not for detaining people. And they've been successful, and it's been such an inspiration to see.
Well, last week, Todd Lyons, the acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, resigned. Now, he'd never been confirmed by the Senate in his appointment. Your reaction to his resignation and his tenure?
Sure. I mean, what we've seen over the last several weeks is sort of a superficial shakeup of the leadership at ICE and DHS. And I think it's really important to note that, Todd Lyons might be out, but the agenda and the goals of this administration remain the same. And I think what it does speak to, however, is this growing opposition to this violent and chaotic and cruel mass detention and deportation agenda. People across the country are saying, no, this is not the kind of country that we want to live in. And so I think that's why we're seeing this sort of shaky place where the leadership is. And, I think we are prepared to continue that opposition this weekend together with folks across the country. We're engaging in coordinated actions in more than 160 locations across the country to stand up and fight back against this warehouse expansion. And I think, hearing that, seeing that opposition over the last several months has forced ICE to sort of put a pause on that. But I think it's important to remember, first of all, ICE lies. I'm sure that there's negotiations happening behind the scenes. Several warehouses have already been purchased and are set to open. So we're gonna do everything we can to stop that infrastructure from being established. And it's important to remember that this is really part of a broader scheme to expand the ICE detention system. So we really need to keep paying attention to this, because ICE is determined to expand its capacity to detain people to more than 100,000 people at any given time, which is really a shocking number, and parallel to the number of Japanese Americans that were incarcerated during World War II. So I don't think we can overemphasize how dire and how unprecedented this agenda is by the current administration.
Before we go, Sitara, if you could describe the ongoing detention of families and children at the Dilley Immigration Processing Center in Texas. That's the ICE jail there. Reporter Sarah Stillman writes in The New Yorker, under the Trump administration, thousands of immigrant children have been detained. Many have suffered from medical neglect. If you can explain that. And then ultimately, who is responsible for providing medical care all over? Talk more about these third-party contractors.
Sure, yes. Well, as you mentioned, the Dilley Detention Center in Texas is a family detention center. That means people are being detained there with their children. This was a practice that the United States has done for many years. It went away during the last administration, and the Trump administration has brought it back. And as you said, hundreds of kids have been detained in really horrific conditions. I mean, you know, the ICE detention system overall is, as I said before, inherently inhumane, and we have seen really unconscionable conditions throughout the system that, you know, no human being should suffer through, and especially not kids. And we're seeing very similar conditions to the adult detention centers at Dilley, where kids are being detained on a regular basis with their families, you know, being denied proper medical care, you know, their education's being interrupted. I mean, there's really no amount of detention that is appropriate for a child, and yet we're seeing kids in these prolonged situations in detention, and it's really horrific. And ultimately, ICE is responsible for the health and well-being of the people in its custody, and they're utterly failing to provide that care. They do contract with third parties. There's a number of them that are contracted to provide medical care and other services inside of ICE detention centers, but ultimately it's ICE's responsibility. And ICE fails to hold their contractors accountable. Congress has failed to hold ICE accountable. So it's really just a vicious cycle that continues. And the whole time, we have these private corporations profiting off of the pain and suffering of adults and children alike.
Sitara Gadahari, we want to thank you for being with us, Advocacy Director at Detention Watch Network. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in San Francisco with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. I'm in San Francisco for the national theatrical release of the documentary about Democracy Now! Called Steal This Story, Please. We're headed to California's state capital, to Sacramento today. The film will be showing at the Tower Theater in Sacramento at 7 p.m. I'll be doing the Q&A afterwards with the film's director, Tia Lesson. And then tomorrow, the film will show at the Roxy in San Francisco. I'll be introducing it at 6. And then in Berkeley at the Rialto Elmwood, and we'll be doing a Q&A afterwards. On Thursday, we'll be in Seattle at SIFF. That's the Seattle International Film Festival on Thursday night and on Friday night. And then we're headed to Portland, Oregon, and beyond. It's continuing to play in New York at the IFC and all over the country in Los Angeles and beyond. You can go to democracynow.org to get the latest details where I will be. As we continue now to look at President Trump's immigration crackdown, we turn to an in-depth investigation into the law enforcement response to protesters. In cities across the country, from Los Angeles to Chicago to Minneapolis, residents took to the streets to oppose the militarized immigration sweeps, enforcement tactics, and violence by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The investigation by A.C. Thompson for ProPublica is headlined, Caught in the Crackdown, as arrests at anti-ICE protests piled up, prosecutions crumbled. The accompanying Front Line documentary is Caught in the Crackdown. This is the trailer.
Immigration officials conducted several raids and arrested dozens of people.
An investigation into the Trump administration's months-long crackdown.
Are you encountering a lot of resistance?
The most I've ever seen.
The pushback.
They are creating the emergency and the crisis that we then need to deal with.
I'm asking who's detaining me
And the fallout.
President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made.
That was the trailer for the new ProPublica Frontline film Caught in the Crackdown. In a minute, we'll be joined by the investigative reporter A.C. Thompson to discuss what they found when they looked into the tactics, the arrests, the legal cases, and impact of these protests. But first, another clip. This scene is from Minneapolis, shortly after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE officer Jonathan Ross.
We were reporting in the neighborhood where Renee Good had been killed. Agents were surrounding and questioning a man.
Take your guns home. We don't want guns in our neighborhoods.
Y'all need that hardware. Ridiculous.
People were coming out of their houses.
Get the out! You don't belong here!
The agents started to leave.
Get out of here! Move out! You heard them!
One protester was pepper sprayed in the face at close range. I spoke with the man they were questioning, Christian Molina. He said the officers had rammed his vehicle.
They hit my car for no reason, man. They hit me. What happened? They followed me for no reason, hit my car. They looked at me and they decided to pull me over for no reason. You believe that? Ford SUV? Yep. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Suddenly,
oh, here, careful.
Someone threw a snowball in the direction of the agents. One of them tossed a tear gas canister into the crowd.
Neighborhood! People live here!
An agent pepper sprayed protesters and a news photographer up close. Another fired pepper balls into the crowd. I was hit 3 times.
I got shot repeatedly with pepper balls. There's a f***ing neighborhood! I was in the car and they threw the underneath the car. Yes, I can't see. Shame on you.
As they left, an agent shot pepper spray from his window. It hit my colleagues in the face.
You need this? Here. Give me the camera. Give me the water! I got water!
Was that spray? Will they just spray from UV?
In the months I've been covering this story, I'd seen the same pattern everywhere we went. Federal agents using weapons like tear gas and pepper spray against protesters and bystanders. The courts would try to rein them in, but they'd move on to the next city and do the same things. On local TV, Bavino was unapologetic.
We're here to conduct that Title VIII mission. It won't stop, despite rioters, agitators, and vast amounts of violence against federal officers. We're not going to stop.
There's also a scene from the Frontline documentary where A.C. Thompson shows this same footage from Minneapolis to former law enforcement officials. First, Christy Lopez, who spent years investigating law enforcement misconduct for the Justice Department Civil Rights Division.
I showed footage from the scene to Christy Lopez.
We see just use of excessive force after use of excessive force. In no scenario is it okay to be pepper spraying people as you're leaving the scene. It's just they're mad, they're scared, they're able to get away with it, so they're just using the power they have to use force against people.
Then A.C. Thompson shows the footage to Chris Magnus, a former head of Customs and Border Protection, who once oversaw Bovino. Magnus also served as a police chief in multiple cities.
Pretty awful. I mean, one of the things in policing when it comes to use of force, it's proportionality. Is the force really proportional to what you're receiving or what you're dealing with? People may well get under your skin under a lot of circumstances. You don't like it, but professionals don't react to it.
Those were clips from the new ProPublica Frontline documentary, Caught in the Crackdown, now streaming for free on YouTube, pbs.org, and the PBS app. The ProPublica investigation by A.C. Thompson is headlined, Caught in the Crackdown, as arrests at anti-ICE protests piled up, prosecutions crumbled. A.C. Thompson is the investigative reporter on this. A.C., if you can just summarize, I mean, you have very dramatic footage here. You were in Minneapolis right after an ICE officer, Jonathan Ross, killed Renee Good. Talk about the protests from Chicago to Minneapolis to Los Angeles, what people were doing when they were arrested, not to mention brutalized and in some cases killed, and then how their prosecutions crumbled.
It was fascinating for me to watch from June 2025 in Los Angeles to the fall in Chicago to winter in Minneapolis, and following the immigration sweeps led by then Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and the rest of the immigration agencies, and looking at the protests that were erupting around the country. It was this situation where there was allegations of a massive surge in assaults on federal agents. The Department of Justice was labeling the people who were in the streets as domestic terrorists, as agitators, as extremists. They were rounding them up in large numbers, arresting people from city to city to city. And then what we would see after these arrests would happen is, as these cases moved through the court system, the allegations made against the individuals tended to fall apart under scrutiny. So we looked at 300 arrests in these various cities and found that more than a third of them had collapsed. Prosecutors had decided to dismiss them. They had refused to even file charges in the first place, or juries acquitted the defendants. And so the claims that the government was making about this massive surge in assaults, about all these people being terrorists and domestic extremists and all this sort of stuff, it just didn't match up to the reality that, one, that we were seeing on the ground as we were filming, and two, what the courts were finding as they looked at the evidence and prosecutors looked at the evidence and said, this is not going to hold up. We're dismissing this case.
And AC, you mentioned Chicago. There were, you report there were 109 arrests there, but prosecutors eventually dropped 75. That's nearly 3/4 of all the people that arrested. The charges just disappeared.
And that's a conservative number too. I think that number is going to grow in time as we get more evidence about exactly what's happened. But yeah, the vast bulk of the arrests in Chicago have been dropped by prosecutors. And the handful of cases that are still going on are still working through the system, but there seem to be some problems with some of those as well. Experts told us, law enforcement experts, former Department of Justice, civil rights personnel said, look, this looks like a pattern and practice of bad arrests, of unjustified arrests. And that looks like what we're seeing across the country. When you have arrest after arrest that doesn't hold up, that prosecutors don't have faith in the evidence, that juries don't have faith in the evidence, that's telling you that this is sort of more than just your normal run-of-the-mill police effort. These are bad arrests.
And how do these compare to the normal rates for U.S. attorneys or federal authorities in criminal cases?
I mean, that's what stands out so much, right? Is in federal court, federal prosecutors win more than 90% of their cases. Very few are dismissed. They lose very, very few at trial. They are incredibly successful. This wave of arrests stemming from the immigration sweeps and the protests against them, they've been very unsuccessful with. They're having problems in city after city trying to do these cases. And that means, you know, that is a reflection of, in all likelihood, unjustified arrests being made by Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, other federal agents that frankly don't normally deal with protests, with crowds, with these kinds of situations that they've been thrust into over the past year.
A.C. Thompson, we want to thank you for being with us, investigative reporter with ProPublica and the PBS series Front Line. His new documentary, Caught in the Crackdown, is streaming on YouTube, PBS.org, and the PBS app. We thank you for being with us. He's talking to us from San Francisco. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
It's super hot. It's 110 degrees today. So you had to pour a bottle of water on you to stay cool, huh?
Yeah, I think it's way more opposite than it was last time. You know, because last time I would have had to put more jackets on me, you know,
right,
keep me warm,
right,
compared to the water I'm putting on now.
Definitely.
You know, yeah. But no, it's freaking really hot out. Like it's so bad that like you can probably only stand out in the heat. Maybe like 10 seconds.
Not that long.
What do you think? Probably like, you know, like, I don't know, jumping back and forth from shade to shade would be like, shit, maybe like, yeah, like 30 seconds at most.
Miserable. It's you deal with daily judgment from others on a daily basis. You deal with the police constantly harassing you. Right now I have over $1,500 worth of tickets in the municipal court. And when I was taken to jail on them, I told them not guilty, and the judge said he was making it to where finding me guilty and giving me community service.
Welcome, Homeless Life Stories.
106 degrees Fahrenheit. Correct. You did not hear wrong. This is the temperature in Phoenix currently. With ordinary residents, this number is a warning to close doors tightly and turn the air conditioner to the maximum. But with more than 9,700 homeless people in Maricopa County, it is a sentence of exposing oneself on the burning asphalt road. The latest report of 2025 has just opened up a cruel truth. More than half of them are living completely outdoors, without even a tarp to cover their bodies. In this desert metropolis, losing a home is not only falling into financial ruin, it is a confrontation with the survival limits of the human body. The heat is no longer a weather context, but has become. When Phoenix officially steps into the fire pan, The most haunting question right now is no longer who is becoming poorer, but is who still has enough strength to last through the summer. Part 1. Phoenix, City of Sunshine, or the hot zone of survival. While economic reports praise Phoenix as one of the fastest growing metropolises in the United States, a promising new technology valley right at the foot of the shiny glass skyscrapers, another reality is taking shape. It is a cruel paradox. As the light of prosperity becomes more brilliant, the dark... This is no longer a guess. The numbers just published in the 2025 PIT report of Maricopa County have dealt a heavy blow to common awareness. 9,734 homeless people recorded in just one night count. The alarming thing lies not only in the added quantity, but also in the shift of the nature of the crisis. For the first time, the group of people living completely outdoors, without a roof, without a tarp shield, has soared and accounts for more than half of the total number. At Phoenix, homelessness is not merely a story about a place to sleep. Here, it is a direct biological confrontation with the harshness of nature. In the pouring fire sun of the Arizona desert, the ground is not only a place to lie down, but is also a giant roasting pan that can cause third-degree burns in just a few seconds of contact. The heat now is no longer a weather context. It has become a silent killer, a survival pressure crushing bodies that are already exhausted. The city is still transforming, but that development seems to be leaving a part of the residents behind, pushing them into a hot zone where every boundary of safety is wiped out. When the scorching sun officially reigns, every urban management effort is placed under the harshest lens. Because at Phoenix right now, the question is no longer who is becoming poorer or who needs financial support, but who still has enough strength to last through. Part 2. The shadow of addictive substances, when the street crisis becomes more dangerous. In Phoenix, the street crisis does not stop at tattered tents or a shortage of places to rest. Behind those tarps is a reality even more cruel and silent. The invasion of extremely strong, cheap, addictive substances that have a devastating power. Data from Maricopa County has sketched a dark picture. Fentanyl has officially surpassed traditional stimulants to become the agent leading to the most tragic departures in the state. Numbers do not know how to lie. About 60% of human life losses related to addictive substances have the presence of this type of poisonous potion. On average, as each day passes, this county has more than 3 lives that must stop permanently because of not being able to But look at this issue from the perspective of journalism and public health. When a human is pushed to the roadside, they simultaneously lose the final shield of safety. In an environment lacking stable mental health support, with no safe space to recover, the street vortex will quickly swallow them. The extremely strong addictive substances sneak into every nook and cranny, turning the fragility of homeless people into a substance dependency crisis with no exit. This is not only a problem of urban order. Phoenix is facing a dual crisis: the serious housing shortage colliding head-on with the physical and mental health decline of residents. These poisons do not select victims, but they leave the deepest wounds in places where people are the most exhausted. When a body already heated by the desert temperature must suffer added pressure from behavioral crises, that is no longer a single individual problem. That is a systematic tragedy where many crises at the same time collide and resonate. When addictive substances sneak into a body already exhausted from the heat, that is the time every hope of recovery becomes more of a luxury. Part 3. Clear to wear, bring to wear. Phoenix is struggling between clearance and real housing. Sites are enforced. A larger question immediately appears. After clearance, where will they go? Phoenix has just experienced a strong policy fluctuation after the collapse of The Zone, the tent site that was once the symbol for the government's helplessness. The city cannot continue to let a tent city exist forever in the heart of the street. But clearing the site does not mean solving the root cause of the crisis. This is when policy conflict becomes most direct and intense. The 30% figure is an optimistic signal, but it also exposes another reality. The remaining 70% are still stuck in a temporary vortex. We need to be frank. A temporary solution is still forever only a temporary solution. It can make the streets less chaotic in the short term, can soothe the anger of residents who want to see the sidewalk clean and clear, but it does not automatically create a stable life or a sustainable roof. Cleaning up tent sites can make the painful images disappear from the public sight. But if there is no real and sustainable exit, this crisis will never end. It simply changes place from this street corner to another area, smoldering and waiting to flare up again. Part 4. The exit lies in housing, not just in street management. We need to look straight at a grim truth. No one city, even Phoenix, can handle the homeless crisis only with warning signs, iron fences, or forced relocation orders. Those measures are only the way we push the issue out of sight. The only and consistent exit for this problem does not lie on the sidewalk, but lies behind the doors. That is exactly the sustainable housing model attached to medical support. This is not only the provision of a simple roof. This is a more pragmatic and humanistic strategy, bringing homeless people into a stable living space first, then later connecting them with mental treatment services, case management, and functional recovery support. Why? No one can recover from addiction or stabilize psychologically when the body is being heated in the middle of a 100. Housing stability is exactly the compulsory foundation so that every medical protocol can take effect. Phoenix is starting to transform in this direction. Instead of only reacting short-term with temporary tent areas, the city is concentrating forces on expanding the housing fund for extremely low-income people and long-term supported housing areas. That is the transition from a street management mindset to a creating an exit mindset. Wanting streets to be less in crisis, wanting sidewalks to no longer have tent sites, then first of all, the city must have enough doors so that people can step in. Only when there is a sustainable stopping point will the vortex of survival truly. The Phoenix sun may melt everything, but it is not allowed to melt our compassion. Thank you for accompanying Homeless Life Stories to witness the things that many people choose to turn their backs on. Do not let these lives be buried under the layer of asphalt dust. Please share this video if you believe that every human being deserves a way back. See you again in the next journey, where the truth.
What other drugs have you tried?
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
I had my leg smashed out and I wound up getting hooked on pain pills.
It's kind of like, I won't say like, not self, but people inflict, make things bigger than what they are, make people feel down about themselves or whatever have you, It could actually drive people to suicide. I'm talking about the regular folks whatever regular folks are,
Los Angeles, the capital of light, the luxury symbol of the American dream. But that is only what Hollywood wants you to see. Look down at the ground. Right under the sun-drenched palm trees the sidewalk is turning into a shelter for more than 72,000 people. Not in remote slums or dark street edges, crisis is exposing itself right in broad daylight, next to busy avenues, under highway overpasses, and right next to million-dollar residential areas. Tents crowd the walkways. Thousands of dilapidated RVs silently turn into involuntary homes. Lives hanging in the balance, knocked down by mental fractures, crushed by addictive substances, and pushed straight onto the street by a cruel housing system without a safety net. In this splendid megacity, the distance between success and falling to the bottom is sometimes only as thin as a piece of paper. When you slip, this city can swallow you. Los Angeles is facing a tough question. Save the glamorous image of a city, or truly save tens of thousands of people who are crumbling inside it? Part 1. Los Angeles. Glamour versus paradox. Los Angeles does not sleep on red carpets. Tens of thousands of people are sleeping on the sidewalk. Do not let the neon lights of Hollywood or the blue glass high-rises in downtown deceive you. Right beneath the most brilliant symbols of the American dream is a naked reality exposing itself. In Los Angeles, the homelessness crisis is no longer a ghost hidden in dark alleys. It has spilled onto the avenues, occupied the parks, and settled right at the feet of million-dollar apartments. This is no longer an issue of the suburbs or separated slums. It has become an inseparable part of the daily urban rhythm. Look at the speaking numbers. The 2025 Homeless Count Report has dealt a heavy blow to the most optimistic efforts. The entire Los Angeles County is still bearing about 72,308 people without homes. Specifically within the city limits, City of Los Angeles, this number is 43,699 people. Although statistics record a slight decrease compared to previous years, the scale is still a puzzle without a satisfactory answer. The paradox lies in the extreme contrast. On one side is luxurious Beverly Hills with supercars lining up one after another. On the other side are rows of tattered tents, dilapidated cars turned into shelters, and highway overpasses occupied as living spaces. The presence of tents in broad daylight, right in the busiest areas, is exactly the point causing intense debate. The most haunting thing is not the dry numbers on the report, but the sense of fragility. In Los Angeles, the boundary between a stable life and being thrown onto the street is sometimes only separated by one hospital bill or one job loss. The more splendid the city, the more painful the breakdown beneath becomes. When success is worshipped excessively, failure appears in broad daylight like a long scar, reminding us that Los Angeles is facing a war in which the urban image and human fate are clashing more fiercely than ever. Part 2. Addiction crisis. When mental pain meets a street without a safety net. If the tents on the sidewalk are the carcass of the crisis, then addiction is the festering wound inside. In Los Angeles, we are not just talking about the issue of urban order. We are talking about a human crisis prolonged in silence. This is the place where homelessness, mental health fractures, and substance abuse are intertwined, forming an inescapable trap. It is not merely a story about addicts on the street. It is a story about people stripped of every foothold, trying to numb the pain with self-destructive solutions. Look at the grim reality. When a person loses their home, loses the minimum life rhythm and medical care, every crack in their soul will become deep. On the burning sidewalk or the windy overpasses, the use of addictive substances sometimes begins as a defense mechanism, a way to escape hunger, cold, and the humiliation of being marginalized by society. But that very fake life buoy drags them sliding further away from the opportunity to return to a normal life. Los Angeles is standing before an aching question of governance ethics. Is this city truly healing its citizens, or simply trying to clean up the consequences appearing on the surface? The public cares because they see the stalemate. If we only focus on removing hotspots without building a strong enough recovery system, we are just pushing crumbling people from one street corner to another. This war cannot be won by coercive measures. It can only end when Los Angeles dares to face the truth that to save a city, first one must save the people who are being submerged by the darkness of dependency, right in the heart of the City of Light. Part 3. Living in an RV. A mobile home, but never truly a home. If tents on the sidewalk are the most visible part of the crisis, then RVs, recreational vehicles, are the semi-hidden homelessness suffocating the streets of Los Angeles. We often think of homelessness as having to lie on the sidewalk, but in LA, tens of thousands of people are living in a metal trap. Those are old vans, dilapidated, rusty RVs, parked tail to tail along industrial zones, abandoned parking lots, or deserted road stretches. They form nameless, addressless, temporary neighborhoods, but contain very real tragedies. The paradox of the RV lies in the fact that it creates a sense of fake safety. It seems less bad than sleeping outdoors under a torn tarp, but in reality, it is a life of suffocating stress. People living in our verse face a survival war every day. Where to find a legal parking spot so as not to be towed away by the police. Where to find electricity and water to maintain a minimum living standard. How to maintain personal hygiene or preserve medicine when the temperature in the car can rise as high as an oven. That is a painful truth that Los Angeles is trying to evade. Some people still have a door to close every night, but behind that door is not peace. It is prolonged insecurity, isolation in the middle of life, and a symbol of a life suspended between the boundary of having a home and homelessness. The car, once the symbol of American freedom and mobility, has now become an iron cage locking in the final hopes of tens of thousands of people. Art 4. Where does the key lie? All efforts of cleaning the sidewalk are only a chasing shadows game if one does not answer the core question. After leaving the tarp, where will they go? The only solution with weight is housing, but not luxury projects. Los Angeles needs roofs that low-income people can truly pay for. One turnkey key is not enough. The city needs a long-term support system to ensure those who have suffered too many traumas do not return to the sidewalk after a few months. Most important is prevention. There is a need to intervene right from the gateway. Emergency financial and legal support before an eviction order turns a normal citizen into a homeless person. Do not wait until they have to live in an RV to start helping. Los Angeles will not be able to escape the crisis only by making the streets look neater to welcome tourists. The city only truly moves forward when every person has a door to lock in peace and an address stable enough to start life over. It is time to stop cleaning the surface and start rebuilding the foundation. Thank you for taking the time to accompany us on the journey through the hidden corners of Los Angeles. These footages are not only to reflect a crisis, but also a reminder that behind each number, each tent, is a human fate needing to be understood. Please continue accompanying homeless life stories in the next journeys to together tell the stories that have not been heard. Thank you and see you again. Please.
Over 2 years. The Urban Institute, brought in as an independent evaluator, confirmed that encampments of 20 or more people dropped by 98%. Large tent cities essentially stopped existing in Denver, and residents who had watched them grow for years could see the difference. But total homelessness in Denver City grew from 5,818 in 2023 to 7,347 by 2025. And across the 7-county metro area, the figure climbed from 9,065 to 10,774. The program moved thousands of people off sidewalks and into shelter beds. And then most of those people got stuck there. City data showed that of the 2,169 people moved indoors through the end of 2024, only 804 reached permanent housing, which works out to about 37%. The rest cycled through hotels and micro-communities without a stable destination, while new people fell into homelessness faster than the system could absorb them. Kathy Alderman, the communications director at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, described the gap plainly. Providing these alternate shelter locations, micro-communities, hotels, pallet shelters, whatever they are safer places than sleeping on the streets. But they are not housing. The language is a little misleading. And that's the core tension the program never resolved. Shelter and housing are not the same thing, and Denver was spending as though they were. The original $48.6 million emergency budget did not stay at $48.6 million. Denver's host office, the city agency overseeing homelessness and housing, carried a $247 million budget in 2024 and $229 million the following year, with more than $61 million of that directed specifically to All-In Mile High. The cumulative total for the program from July 2023 through June 2025 was reported by the mayor's office as $158 million. That number turned out to be wrong. On March 19, 2026, after a full year of investigation, City Auditor Timothy O'Brien released a report putting the actual figure at $178.1 million, $20 million more than the public had been told. What the audit found behind that gap was alarming. No central expense tracking system for the entire program, 38% of sampled invoices lacking proper documentation, sole source contracts awarded to major vendors without documented justification, and a public outcomes dashboard that had been quietly redesigned in April 2025 to remove data on deaths, jail placements, and returns to the street. O'Brien addressed the mayor's office directly. $20 million in underreported costs is a lot of money, especially when the mayor's office is cutting budgets. It is alarming. There's been no central oversight of spending, and measurements of success keep changing. The mayor's office responded by calling the audit willfully misleading and insisting every dollar was accounted for, while declining to explain publicly how they calculated their own expenses. The auditor's office said that refusal to share the methodology was itself a red flag. While the financial dispute played out at City Hall, the conditions inside the actual shelter facilities were telling a different story entirely. The centerpiece of the program was a former DoubleTree hotel at 4040 Quebec Street, converted into a roughly 300-room shelter called the Aspen. Within 3 months of opening, police calls to that address had reportedly climbed by 2,900%. Two residents, Dustin Nunn and Sandra Cervantes, were found dead inside the building in March 2024. Days later, a woman was shot in the neck. By late 2025, the Aspen had recorded 2 homicides, 1 additional shooting, 36 overdose calls, 19 domestic violence reports, a staff sexual assault accusation, and 431 calls to 911 before mid-October alone, all inside a facility whose security budget of $807,000 had not produced on-site guards or cameras. At Tamarack Family Shelter, built specifically for families with children, an 11-year-old girl fell 6 to 7 stories from a former balcony on July 7, 2025, surviving with a broken femur. Before that fall, residents had already reported 85-degree nighttime temperatures, broken air conditioning, and pest infestations. The doors blocking access to the unsafe balcony area had been secured only with epoxy and screws that any adult could defeat with a basic screwdriver. No charges were filed. Advocates had been raising alarms about these conditions for months, and the pattern across multiple facilities pointed to the same underlying problem. Large congregate settings, rushed into operation under emergency timelines, with staffing and safety systems that never kept pace with the need. August 2025 brought news that further complicated an already troubled program, when the Salvation Army announced it would exit Denver operations entirely at the end of the year, leaving the city scrambling to replace its largest service provider on an urgent timeline. 3 new operators were selected for a combined $64 million contract package, and the most contentious choice by far was Urban Alchemy, a San Francisco-based nonprofit awarded a $30.4 million, three-year contract to run the Aspen. Founded in 2018, Urban Alchemy employs staff who are predominantly formerly incarcerated, a model some cities have praised. Denver's council members, reviewing the contract in December 2025, found reasons for serious concern. By the time Denver signed, Urban Alchemy had accumulated 27 lawsuits alleging sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and unpaid overtime. Austin, Texas, had terminated its own Urban Alchemy contract in September 2025, 3 months before the Denver vote, after the organization self-reported that employees had falsified government data records. A lobbying rules violation in San Francisco added to the file. Councilwoman Chantel Lewis put her opposition in plain language. Are we doing a good job? Absolutely not. My community deserves so much better than what we are seeing from the administration. You might think, well, it's not the Salvation Army, so it's better than nothing. I am sick of that mentality. And this is where it gets harder to defend. Denver's Host Deputy Director, Jeff Kositsky, had worked as Urban Alchemy's Chief Growth Officer from 2021 to 2024, the position he held before joining the very city agency that selected Urban Alchemy for a $30 million contract. That connection was never formally disclosed. The council approved the contract 9-4. Urban Alchemy took over January 1st, 2026, and one of its first moves was to revoke room keys from all residents, requiring them to knock and wait for staff permission to enter their own rooms. A resident named Bobby told a Denver journalist what it felt like. Why are you going to come in here and treat me like a 6-year-old? One piece of context that almost never gets properly separated from Denver's homelessness numbers is the migrant crisis that consumed the city at exactly the same time. Starting in late 2022, approximately 42,000 to 45,000 asylum seekers, mostly Venezuelan families bust from Texas, arrived in Denver, more per capita than any other American city. At peak, between late 2023 and early 2024, the city was simultaneously sheltering between 4,500 and 5,000 migrants in a separate parallel hotel and shelter system, while also trying to run the homelessness emergency. These were two enormous logistical operations competing for the same hotel rooms, the same nonprofit staff, and the same public dollars. To fund migrant services, Denver launched the Denver Asylum Seekers Program in April 2024 with a $90 million budget, and to cover it, every city department absorbed 10 to 15% in budget cuts, meaning recreation centers, DMV offices, and basic city services were reduced directly to pay for emergency migrant housing. By the city's own accounting, Denver spent roughly $40 million on migrants in 2023, another over $40 million in 2024, and around $10 million in 2025. The Common Sense Institute put the total cost, including healthcare, schools, and all city services, at $356 million through November 2024, a figure advocates dispute for double counting certain expenses. None of that migrant spending appears in the All-in Mile High budget. That means anyone trying to understand what Denver actually spent on its homelessness and housing crisis in these 2 years needs to add both columns together. Facing a $200 million citywide budget deficit in 2026, partly because the federal American Rescue Plan money that funded the emergency has run out, and partly because the Trump administration denied Denver $24 million in migrant response reimbursements, the city cut its housing and homelessness budget to $206 million, down $24 million from the prior year. 3 shelter facilities are closing. The Comfort Inn in March 2026, Monroe Village in June 2026, and the Radisson Shelter. Johnston's administration laid off approximately 169 employees and eliminated more than 600 positions citywide. The mayor has set a 2026 goal of reducing street homelessness by 75% compared to 2023, and has stated his intention to end street homelessness entirely before his first term expires in 2027, while running on a budget $24 million smaller than the one that failed to accomplish that the first time around. Nationally, the scale of this problem dwarfs Denver's local version. A record 771,480 Americans were counted as homeless in January 2024, an 18% jump from the prior year and the highest figure ever recorded. Los Angeles spends between $900 million and $1.28 billion annually on homelessness, and recently had an auditor find $513 million unspent, with another $2 billion unaccounted for at its regional housing authority. Seattle proposed a $205 million homelessness budget in 2026, while its own auditor found a $35 million cash shortfall. Portland spent $724 million on homelessness in 2024, with outcomes its own officials describe as mixed. The city held up most consistently as a national model is Houston, which reduced homelessness by 63% since 2011 through a system focused on moving people directly into permanent housing rather than cycling them through shelter as an intermediate stop, the exact distinction Denver's critics say the city's program got wrong from the beginning. Pull back from the politics and the audits and the contractor disputes, and what remains is a set of facts that Denver cannot argue its way around. Street homelessness in Denver dropped 45% over 2 years. Real, visible, documented by an independent evaluator. Total homelessness growed nearly 19% over those same 2 years. $178 million was spent, $20 million more than the public was told, tracked through a system that the city auditor described as having no central oversight. The public dashboard was redesigned in 2025, specifically to remove the data points showing the worst outcomes. The city's largest shelter contractor was replaced by an organization with 27 active lawsuits, a self-reported data falsification scandal in Texas, and a direct employment connection to a senior city official that was never disclosed. An 11-year-old fell 7 stories in a family shelter. 2 people were murdered in the flagship hotel facility, and the 2026 budget is now $24 million smaller than the emergency level spending that still could not solve the problem. The auditor, Timothy O'Brien, framed the accountability question as directly as anyone in city government has. For a program in its 3rd year and approaching $200 million in costs, not tracking expenses is irresponsible. Mayor Johnston argues Denver proved homelessness is solvable with the right commitment. Advocates like Therese Howard at the House Keys Action Network argue the program prioritized the optics of a new mayor over the actual needs of people on the streets. What nobody disputes is the arithmetic. Denver spent more than it reported, moved far more people into temporary shelter than into permanent homes, and closed the 2-year emergency period with a larger total homeless population than it started with. Whether that qualifies as progress depends entirely on what you believed the $60 million plan was actually meant to accomplish.
To the extent you can predict a wildfire, they were predicted today, and they are happening across Colorado at the moment. There's a fast-moving wildfire that shut down westbound I-70 near Flagler, way out east. Kit Carson Sheriff is telling everybody who lives in West Flagler between County Road 1 east to County Road 4 that they need to get out now. Firefighters in Grand County are monitoring this small fire along Highway 40. Some pre-evacuation notices to people in the area have been lifted. Fires also popped up in Pueblo County and Yuma today. Let's bring 9 News meteorologist Kathy Sabin, right? We knew that this was coming. We asked everybody to be on their best behavior around the state. We still got a couple of fire starts. And how long is the weather still an issue?
I think, Kyle, we're going to see the winds diminish or decrease somewhat after sunset. And right outside the studios here, not a lot of wind in Denver. But regardless, we remain under a weather impact alert for elevated fire danger. It's very windy west and south of downtown Denver. And that's where we have a particularly dangerous situation with humidity levels down to about 4%. That's just part of the story. Temperatures trending 25 degrees above average today in the 80s and 90s. And it's really windy up over elevated terrain. And as we see, the winds will diminish a little bit after sunset. Tomorrow will not be an entirely calm day. The winds return over the Continental Divide, gusts in excess of 50 and 60 miles per hour. So this fire weather warning, which will cancel out for Denver at midnight, may be reinstated for many areas again tomorrow. And the area highlighted in orange, a particular concern due to the tinder dry fuels and fire weather developing there. But relief is on the way in the form of this upper level low near Salt Lake City. We're not going to see a lot of relief tonight, but cooler weather is coming. Temperatures in the 60s, along with a chance for showers starting Friday, and then right into Sunday and Monday, a good chance of rain with highs a whole lot cooler than we've seen today.
High gas prices impact some Coloradans differently than others. A Coloradan named Energy Secretary Chris Wright is in a bit of a dispute with his boss about gas prices, because Wright says that gas could be above $3 a gallon until next year. President Trump doesn't want to hear it. He says Wright's completely wrong. The gas prices will drop before the elections in November. Our Evan Krugel caught up with some non-famous Coloradans also impacted by gas prices.
Most Coloradans rely on fuel to get around, but the high prices at the pump are hitting some harder than others.
You know, it's scary, that's for sure.
Jeff Digby owns Voyager Express Trucking in North Denver, where every dollar at the pump gets multiplied, shipping products from the Midwest to the West Coast.
You don't know. It's very volatile, and it's one of the uncontrollables in the transportation business is fuel.
High prices are bad news for companies that rack up big miles, from semi-trucks to Sprinter vans.
We've got, over 100,000 on this one. I think the other van is coming up to that as well.
Michael Eimer owns Colorado Cannabis Tours, where the only thing higher than diesel prices are the tourists in the back of his van.
Oh, a full tank? We're not normally doing full tanks. We're topping up $150 to $200, probably around $175.
For him, high gas prices don't just hit the business, they hit the customer too.
We can't raise prices on the consumers because the consumers are feeling it at the grocery store. They're feeling it at home with their rent.
And the farther you get from the city, the fewer options there are.
Yeah.
Nick Purchase runs the Valley Roots Food Hub, which helps move food between farms and tables in southern Colorado.
There is no other way to do it. There's not a train. We're not airdropping things from parachutes. We got to move it, you know.
Whether it's goods, people, or food, all roads lead back to the same problem, the cost to keep moving.
There's people in our own country and then around the world who are really going to suffer because of the repercussions of this war.
Truckers are very resilient, so they figure out ways to make it happen.
And we're all in it together, so, you know, we got to bear through it together.
Now, according to AAA, the average price of diesel in Colorado is now just over $5. That's up more than $1.50 from a year ago. And businesses say the uncertainty here is making it really tough to budget for that year ahead.
Right, because they want to know, like, how long can they eat it, right? So then, but they don't know how long it's going to last.
Do you pass on those costs to consumers now? Do you try to wait? It's kind of up in the air. And you mentioned that feud between Wright and the president makes it even more unclear how long these prices will stay high.
All right, Evan, thank you.
You bet.
So it was not a software glitch that botched yet another emergency alert from the city of Denver. It was a human making one of those human errors. Somebody at Denver 911 did not set a target area for the emergency message on Saturday, the one that buzzed every phone in the city. It was just supposed to go to like a single block. Over the weekend, the first alert that came out from the city was actually successful. That one was targeted to people along Zunai Street between Florida and Mexico, warned them to stay where they were because of an active threat in the area. 30 minutes later, though, they tried to send another message to those same neighbors giving the all clear, but that went to everybody. They forgot to draw the little box on the map to rein it in. Denver's public safety director says they've been training on this, but there are still issues.
There's a lot of room to perhaps do more training, more scenario training, and then actually add in additional layers and approvals.
So we heard from some of you who said you got the alert even outside of Denver. All right, two possible reasons for that. Check the location services on your phone. They might not be turned on. Also, we know that some cell carriers will send the messages to an overbroad area because they're trying to protect themselves against liability. A coalition of Jewish groups is asking Colorado Republican leaders to reject MAGA podcaster Joe Oltmann's run for state party chair. Oltmann has called for the execution of Colorado's leaders, calling them a synagogue of Satan Jews.
They're demons. These are evil devils.
MAGA podcaster Joe Oltmann from Douglas County says Colorado's governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, who are all Jewish, should be tried for treason and executed.
The synagogue of Satan is a real thing. These are devils. These are demons.
9 News has learned 3 Jewish organizations recently wrote a letter to Colorado Republican Central Committee members who will decide if Oltmann becomes the next state party chairman. The Anti-Defamation League Mountain States, Jewish Community Relations Council, and Colorado Jewish Action Alliance said Oltmann is putting lives at risk with his, quote, dangerous and repeated anti-Semitic rhetoric. The letter echoes similar concerns privately voiced by the same Jewish groups in a letter to the Colorado GOP in January. At the time, Oltmann was running for governor, a race he left to become the only prominent name running for Colorado GOP chair.
I'm going to sue you, all of you.
Oltmann is now threatening a lawsuit against the Jewish groups and calling them satanic.
That our state is literally rotted to the core right now because of pieces of like you. I won't apologize for it. I won't apologize for talking and speaking the truth.
In their letter to Colorado's Republican Party insiders, the Jewish groups said electing Oltmann would send an unmistakable message, writing that Colorado's Jewish community and all who value public safety, human dignity, and responsible leadership are watching closely.
Oltmann has applied his synagogue of Satan label to a variety of Jewish people, from a Republican district attorney on the Western Slope to a Democratic state senator in Aurora, to a random online commenter who simply had a traditionally Jewish surname. An ethics committee at the state capitol is looking into a complaint against Democratic State Representative Mandy Lindsay that she skimmed funds from the Democratic caucus. Democratic State Rep Bob Marshall claims that Lindsay misused caucus funds, saying that she wrote thousands of dollars worth of checks from the caucus bank account to herself on numerous occasions and misused the caucus debit card. If the House Ethics Committee finds probable cause, she could face punishment ranging from a reprimand to expulsion. We reached out to Lindsay for comment and have not heard back. Colorado's beautiful San Luis Valley has economic challenges, and one of them is a lack of childcare. 80% of the kids in the valley do not have access to licensed early care. It is a huge problem, but the community has been working on a huge solution. They're so close, and we can help. This week's Word of Thanks microgiving campaign supports the Boys and Girls Clubs of the San Luis Valley. They are putting the finishing touches on an enormous early care and learning center. The community down there has already raised millions of dollars to make this happen, and they're so close to their fundraising goal and so close to finishing that building for the kids in their community. This is going to be spectacular. It's going to be a licensed nonprofit daycare serving more than 150 kids. It'll be a workforce training hub for rural educators and for childhood caregivers. That's in partnership with the local college and school districts. And there will also be wraparound supports at the same place for families that are struggling with issues like hunger or trauma. This means that parents in the San Luis Valley who previously had to stay home with a kid will now be able to go to work or school, help the local economy, advance their careers, boost their families' economic fortunes. Kids will then enter kindergarten, better prepared to learn. This is also going to create jobs in a rural area that needs them badly. But more than anything, this means stability for families because they will finally have childcare that they can afford on a sliding tuition scale. Scan the QR code on your screen or text the word thanks to 303-871-1491. We'll send you that link to donate. You know, even $5 helps because a bunch of people are going to do this. And that's how you've raised $18 million since 2020. I'll never ask you to give a loan, so I'll match the first 50 donations of $5 to get us rolling, just like any other week. 7,500 of you have decided to set it and forget it, as Ron Popeil used to say. You make a monthly donation to the Word of Thanks Fund. Put in your info once, pick a donation amount. We automatically split it each month about everybody we feature. And that's going to add almost $40,000 to all 5 weekly campaigns in April. The A-Line is 10 years old today. We look back on when it was little and had a tough time being a train.
You think you can ask RTD voters for more money and they'll gladly give it to you?
I think we have a lot of trust to earn back.
A lot of trust before they reach into your pocket to fix the other issues going on with the train and bus agency. That's next. Is the A-Line working today? Yes! Happy birthday, Train to the Plane. The A-Line turns 10 today. Seems like just yesterday. It was a little bitty newborn train struggling to do train things while all of us were watching it too closely on a brand new television show at 6 p.m. Took a couple of years to work out the kinks on the show and on the train. Well, the good news for the train is, like the character in the children's book, the little train never quit. It kept on chugging, and as of today, the A-Line has transported 59 million customers.
By all accounts, the A-Line continues to exceed expectations.
The A-Line did have a pretty good year in 2025. 90% on-time arrivals, beats those years when the train was on the struggle bus for sure. The early days saw it repeatedly get stuck and strand passengers. This was May 2016, one of the times it lost power and got stranded on a 50-foot-high overpass. Passengers had to be evacuated on a catwalk, waving to the TV news cameras. Then there were the problems at the A-Line crossings. Remember that? The timing issues with the arms, so they had to put human flaggers out there to babysit the thing. Couldn't get approval for the longest to let the flaggers go away. And remember, the train had to blast its horns to let people know the A-Line was coming at all hours of day and night as people were trying to sleep in neighborhoods. Then in more recent years, the train itself got its poop in a group, but it still couldn't catch a break because copper thieves stole the wiring out of the signal crossings. And that added extra 15 to 30 minutes to the ride until that was repaired. But the A-Line is good now. It is RTD's entire budget that is busted. The board's been told that they may need to cut bus and rail service by 20% or more. Our Marshall Zellinger explains how one solution might be hidden inside your wallet. But I bet you could have guessed that.
The number of people getting on and off the A-Line is nowhere near enough to keep RTD's board from having to break the budget.
1/3 of our budget goes to overhead and 2/3 goes to services.
RTD board chair Patrick O'Keefe celebrated the 10-year anniversary of the A-Line just after finding out RTD staff recommends $62 million in cuts, equal to 20% of RTD's service.
I know you can't do anything about the date, but is it responsible to be celebrating 10 years of the A-Line while talking about cuts across the board?
I can't tell you how much I would rather not be talking about cuts across the board and talking about the A-Line.
These are merely recommendations, and we're seeking guidance from all of you.
At a special meeting on Tuesday, RTD staff gave its recommendation to the board on how to close a $200 million deficit, which included $62 million in bus and rail service cuts.
I can't support. I suspect many of our board members, maybe all of our board members, cannot support, a 20% reduction in service.
Karen Banker is the Finance Committee chair for RTD's board and listed a series of ideas to make or save money.
The possibility of increasing fares, passes, and parking fees, furloughing employees 1 day a week as opposed to layoffs. We've also briefly talked about reducing driver overtime, a small fee on event ticket sales like sporting events.
Another idea to raise money to prevent service cuts: ask voters for more cash.
We need to refer a ballot measure.
We need to have a serious conversation about going to the ballot this year.
I do think we need to try and go for a ballot referendum this year.
There was disagreement over going to voters this year or 2028. Remember, RTD voters approved fast tracks in 2004, and residents of Boulder and Longmont are still waiting for their train.
I struggle to say this with a straight face. You think you can ask RTD voters for more money and they'll gladly give it to you?
I think we have a lot of trust to earn back before we can go and ask for additional money.
For Next, I'm Marshall Zellinger.
RTD's board chair says their $800 million reserve looks more helpful than it is because it's not all cash. It's not like some Scrooge McDuck vault that you can dive into for gold coins. RTD is going to decide on cuts next month.
I looked at the buttons and it actually looked really awesome.
Yeah, it did. You want kids to pay attention to a lesson? Disguise it as a trash or a recycling truck. That's next. Kids love trash trucks. They love recycling trucks too. They just think that they're also trash trucks. One of the many lessons learned today. Our Byron Reed was there.
All right, we're gonna take turns.
Kids love trucks.
'Cause it's big.
For 6-year-old Bella Hall, this vehicle is part of a very unique lesson.
I think trash.
Hall is a student at Escalante Biggs Academy in Northeast Denver, where they're getting a firsthand lesson on sustainability through their Touch a Truck program.
All about garbage. Because we have to recycle, or else the animals could get hurt if they get stuck in the plastic.
There we go.
The visit is part of a broader effort to introduce sustainability concepts at an early age.
This is a way to build that into our curriculum in a fun and engaging way, and for them to just see how fun it can be and empower them to do things to make the world a better place.
Marta Rodenis is the school's principal. She says this program is part of their Earth Day initiative.
All week, they're going to be learning just about different ways that they can take care of the earth. We'll be doing competitions where they keep their lights off. We go out and pick up garbage in the community.
Waste management leaders say starting these conversations now helps build habits that will last a lifetime.
They learn how to take care of themselves at a young age, so why not take care of the earth at this age too?
Beyond learning about the environment, safety was also a focus, especially around large trucks.
So we take this opportunity to teach the kids about the safety of our trucks and staying away from them and keeping themselves safe more than anything.
For Bella and her classmates, it was a chance to learn hands-on about taking care of their future from a garbage truck with a heart.
I looked at the buttons and it actually looked really awesome.
For next,
and it's so fun.
I'm Byron Reed.
One of Next's most frequent critics is going to get trucked. His feedback is next. Your Word of Thanks micro-giving campaigns have helped a bunch of small communities that do big, ambitious things, and this week's project is one of them. Scan the QR code on your screen or text the word THANKS to 303-871-1491 to join me and a bunch of others in giving to the Boys and Girls Clubs of the San Luis Valley as they finish their fundraising to build a massive child care center that's going to serve that community where affordable child care is scarce. The community has raised nearly all the money needed, but we can help get this project done. It'll bring much-needed child care and jobs and stability to families there in the valley. Feedback from Mark, a frequent critic of the program, calling me out for referencing a kid's book about a little train that didn't quit. Mark says it doesn't exist. He says, I love it when you screw up. Little engine that could. I think I can, right, Mark?
Get the message, because that message went out to
inherent value in this, and that you can be so precise about how you warn people who are in the affected area.
Yet precision hasn't been what Denver's.
There is some inherent value in this, in that you can be so precise about how you warn people who are in the affected area.
Yet precision hasn't been what Denver's known for, using the wireless emergency alert system. Twice in 4 months, the city's 911 center has mistakenly sent messages citywide instead of sending them to the small several block areas they intended. Public Safety Director Al Gardner blames the first on a software glitch, but this past weekend,
we did find that we made a mistake.
This weekend, the city sent a successful message to people along Zunai between Florida and Mexico, warning them to shelter in place because of an active threat. But 30 minutes later, they tried to send another message to those neighbors, giving them the all clear, but someone forgot to draw the box on the map.
There was a second individual who was supposed to confirm that message, and it was also missed in. And that's just exactly what happened.
Gardner says Denver decided last summer to ramp up their use of these alerts, which target every phone in a geographic area.
I think when the system works right and when the process is really good, we can keep people out of the zone.
But Steve on Your Side has found Denver has had some issues, sending confusing and obtuse messages, like during the fire at an apartment building earlier this year, when they alerted people to evacuate because of police activity. Or earlier in 2025, when they blasted out a message to neighbors at 2:30 in the morning. Imagine that, the wah sound, and a message that said people could be killed if they went outside. It directed people to social media for more info, where the city posted nothing. One of 14 times we found that happened.
One of the most important pieces are the communication piece. And that's the piece also that we've had to dial in.
Gardner says the issues we've pointed out have already been cleaned up. Now they're working to make sure the message goes where it needs to.
There's a lot of room to perhaps do more training, more scenario training, and then actually add in additional layers and approvals.
So I've gotten a ton of questions from people who got this message who were far beyond the city and county boundaries, from Arvada to Aurora, Castle Pines to Windsor, even in Park County. I talked to an expert on the wireless emergency alert system who says there could be two reasons for this. First, if your location services aren't on your phone, your phone won't be able to tell if it's in the alert area. And second, some cell phone carriers are now sending messages further than targeted to prevent liability in a case like a wildfire. I'm Steve Steger. Steve on Your Side, 9 News.
I witnessed it. I was with my dad. His went off. Nothing for me. Nothing.
And I was saying that means your phone worked and your dad's phone didn't. Your dad's phone, because I'm guessing just based on Arvada probably is where you were. So think about the cell phone towers that would cover the city of Denver. There are likely some that are in Arvada that would cover people in Arvada too. So if your dad's phone was on that tower, didn't have the ability to tell that it wasn't within the boundaries, then it just would get the message, because that message went out to so many cell phone towers across the
location services, right?
Yeah.
Location services.
All right.
Turn them on. Okay. All right, Steve, we know you're all over those stories, so we count on you. Thank you.
All right, so the last piece of business is this story coming up.
Meanwhile, Denver police have identified the suspect they say killed 2 people and injured another near downtown Denver last weekend. They're looking for Tyrell Braxton. He's 24 years old. A driver's license photo shows he has a tattoo on his neck and above his eyebrow. Police shared surveillance pictures of him from Saturday morning. Police say he shot 3 people at 28th and Welton just before 4 o'clock in the morning. The shooting killed Gulian Musawa and Lumumba Sayers. If you know anything about the suspect, please call Crime Stoppers.
Okay, so that led to...
We are following up with a story we first brought.
That led to a series of murders. So, our brother, Lumumba Sayers Sr., son got killed 2 years ago. And this next story is about him being killed. And then his father, Senior, went and killed somebody. And now he's in
This weekend, 2 people
facing a murder charge. So it's been real convoluted, and kind of got mixed feelings, because I know the person's family members. We used to be on another platform together, so it's kind of convoluted. I got family basically on both sides, and yeah, it's crazy. It's like the hottest topic here in the city right now, so I'm just giving y'all some time to process this.
died after a triple shooting in Denver's 5 Points neighborhood. This was Saturday morning.
And Denver 7 has learned that one of the victims, the son of a community leader here in Denver. Denver 7's Micah Smith spoke to his father about the legacy he leaves behind.
After the crime scene tape and police markers are replaced by flowers and candles, unbearable pain
I just want my baby back.
and loss consume this father whose son was taken from him.
I don't know how I'm going to make it past this one.
Lumumba Sayers says his son, 23-year-old Lumumba Sayers Jr., was changing his community.
This is the Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts Foundation, the Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts Center. And
This is where my son came in and put in his work. He's the founder of the Gloves Up, Guns Down, Get Your Heads Up in the Hood movement. He was stopping a lot of the violence here in the community by putting on boxing matches and stuff and showing these kids that there's a different way.
Sayers Jr. was a talented MMA fighter, just like his father.
It's my son's championship belt. He was better than me. He was going to make it farther than I was. I had the recipe. He had the skills.
Sayers Jr. was also a father to a 2-month-old son.
He had a son, his first son, Damari Tamba Muhammad Sayers. And man, my son loved being a father.
But Sayers Jr.'s life abruptly stopped early Saturday morning at the corner of 28th and Welton in Denver.
This coward shot my son. He just shot my son, man. Community that we protect, that we try to provide for.
This happened 2 years ago.
Community that he tried to help guide in a different direction that he grew up in. They killed my son.
Sayers says it's a slap in the face.
My son wasn't no gangbanger. He wasn't no drug dealer. He wasn't no troublemaker. My son was following after my footsteps.
What can the community do to support you right now?
Give me my son back. They can give me my son back.
Reporting in Aurora, Micah Smith, Denver 7.
And Denver police have released photos of the suspect in the shooting. And if you would please take a look at the screen. Again, the shooting happened Saturday morning at 28th and Walton in 5 Points. So if you have any information, you are asked to call Crime Stoppers. And that number is 720-913-7867.
What a loss.
So the guy, old boy that did it, and they sentenced him to like, I think he got damn near a life in prison. So then Lumumba Sayers Sr. went and did this.
Emotional outburst today in an Adams County courtroom where a bond hearing was held for an anti-violence advocate charged with first-degree murder.
Yeah, the former MMA fighter who'd been trying to help get troubled youth and adults off the street, now accused of killing a man at a child's birthday party over the weekend. Fox 31's Vicente Arenas is the only TV reporter in the packed courtroom today and has more from the courthouse.
It was a very, very emotional hearing here at the Adams County Courthouse today. At one point, the victim's mother began shouting at the podium. Her family members had to come up and help calm her down.
The mother of the victim left the courtroom today shouting at supporters of Lumumba Sayers. She left after speaking at a podium asking a judge to not lower Sayers' $1 million bond. Lumumba Sayers is charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of menacing. Investigators say Sayers shot and killed 28-year-old Malcolm Watson at a park during a child's birthday party in Commerce City on Saturday. In a court affidavit, investigators said Sayers' motive may have been revenge or retaliation. Sayers' son was killed in Denver a year earlier. Today, several of the victim's relatives said Watson had nothing to do with the murder of Sayers' son. During the bond hearing, the victim's relatives said they feared Sayers would continue his path of vengeance. The judge then raised the bond to $5 million, cash only. The courtroom so full today, the judge had to stop the proceedings to set up an overflow room. Lumumba became well known in the community for his Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts anti-violence organization. The former MMA fighter also promoted a Gloves Up, Guns Down program and previously spoke to Fox 31 about the program. At one point, there were nearly 7 deputies in the courtroom during the tense hearing. Outside the courthouse, several law enforcement officers stood by as families of both the victim and the suspect left for the day.
The next hearing in this case will be a preliminary hearing that is set for October 4th. And once again, the judge saying today that so many people will be expected that an overflow room will be set up. At the Adams County Courthouse, Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
All right, Vicente.
New this morning, within the last few minutes, the Adams County DA has officially filed charges against a man once known as an anti-violence advocate. Police arrested Lumumba Sayers for a shooting in Commerce City over the weekend.
9 News reporter Courtney Yoon is joining us live from Adams County Court this morning. Courtney, Sayers is expected in court pretty soon. The DA, though, just submitting those charges to the court.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Anusha and Jordan. Right now, he faces a first-degree murder charge and also felony menacing. It's a case that Commerce City police call a revenge killing. And today, Sayers, a former MMA fighter and once known for his staunch views on anti-violence, is set to be in court in a little less than a half an hour today for those charges to be officially filed. Now, the shooting happened this past Saturday. Police say 28-year-old Malcolm Watson was shot at Paradise Island Pool, a water park for kids. His sister told 9 News Watson died while leaving his son's 5th birthday party. Officers quickly found and arrested Lumumba Sayers Sr. Investigators have already identified a possible motive. Court documents show Sayers' son was murdered about a year ago by a friend of Watson. The arrest affidavit says witnesses saw Sayers, quote, walk up and shoot the victim in the head at a close range. The affidavit goes on to say witnesses believe Sayers may have killed someone in retaliation or revenge. According to Watson's sister, her brother was innocent and wasn't involved in the death of Sayers' son. She says Malcolm was someone who wanted to be a great father and was a loving little brother. In 2021, 9 News profiled Sayers Sr. and the Aurora gym that he created as a safe space for children. And now he faces these charges and is expected in court around 8:30 this morning. Crime and Justice reporter Kelly Ranke will be here inside the courtroom and will be sure to update you with everything that happens inside on air and online. Live in Brighton, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Yeah, a lot to follow with this one, and we're going to stay on top of that. All right, Courtney, thank you.
Yeah, guys, Malcolm Watson's family held that balloon release over at Pioneer Park in Commerce City. That's, as you mentioned, where he was shot and killed last Saturday. The family of both Watson and Lumumba Sayers in court yesterday. There were heated interactions between the two of them. And because of that, a family member that I spoke to today wished to remain anonymous for their safety.
He was a father of 3, an uncle of, say, about 15.
A family man is how his relatives would best describe Malcolm Watson.
He was definitely our protector. We knew that we were safe with him.
One whose sense of humor, they say, will be sorely missed.
There was nothing that Malcolm couldn't make a joke out of and make sure that everybody was smiling.
One family member tells me she spoke with Watson last Friday, not knowing it would be her last time talking to him.
And we had a short conversation, but we said our love yous and that we'll talk later.
He was killed the next day. Lumumba Sayers Sr. now charged with his murder and held on a $5 million bond. Watson's family thankful for that, not only because their brother was killed,
but because what he did was heinous. What he did was terrible.
In court on Wednesday, tensions were high, with shouting back and forth between both parties. Watson's family tells me they feel unsafe even with Sayers behind bars, saying his supporters are still out there.
Who is to say that they won't come after us because he's in jail?
Despite that, they felt it was right to come out and honor him at the park with a balloon release. And if his family member had known that last time talking to him would be forever, she would have wanted him to know that he'll live on.
He'll never be forgotten. And I have his back just like I did when he was here physically.
As you heard, Sayers Sr. currently being held in the Adams County Jail on that $5 million bond. His next court appearance is set for early October. Reporting live in Commerce City, Nate Bell, Fox 31.
Your reporter Joel Hillen at the desk right now, working ahead of a court case we're following out of Adams County.
Michelle, the jury trial for Lumumba Sayers is on the docket to start this morning in Adams County Courtroom F. Sayers accused of shooting and killing 28-year-old Malcolm Watson in August of 2024, gunning down Watson during his son's birthday party. Sayers was well known for leading anti-gun violence initiatives in the Denver metro area. The former MMA fighter founded a youth mentoring organization called Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts. Sayers' son, Lumumba Sayers Jr., was killed the year before in a quadruple shooting. The suspect was charged at the time, but his case was dismissed. Now, Brian and Michelle, the arrest affidavit says Sayers may have killed Watson as a form of retaliation for his son's death.
All right, Joel, thank you. 5:38 is the time right now.
All right, y'all. So that's all I have for y'all. Appreciate y'all tapping in. And staying up super late. Join us tomorrow for Front Line, not Front Line, Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. And we'll see y'all then. It's really unfortunate what happened with Lumumba Sr. I mean, he was heartbroken, distraught after his son got killed. So he was out for blood after that. So anybody that had any kind of connection with it, even though this brother didn't have no connection with it, he took it out on the wrong person instead of the person that actually killed his son. So we'll keep y'all updated on this. It's a very heated topic in the city. There's a lot of people that's upset on both sides, and I'm just reporting the news. So hopefully we can try to make it out to that court date in October. I hate going out to Brighton. I had to go out there with Lady Che one time for her daughter, and that was a long ass trip. So we will see what happens. But Lumumba Sayers Senior is on a $5 million bond. You're not getting out anytime soon. It's just very unfortunate because he was doing a lot to help the community, especially the youth, stay out of gangs and gang violence. He ended up being what he was trying to stop. So it's just very unfortunate. But we'll keep y'all updated. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to M. Hampton. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to Cow Dog. Appreciate you staying this whole time. And chopping it over Shabaki. Shout out to Al Hal 9000. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to the Lunatic Libertarian. Appreciate you coming through. Who else is in here? It's a gang of people that was in here tonight. And it's probably the biggest show we had in a while. Who else came through? I'm trying to know all the people that came through. Kahari, appreciate you coming through. Shout out to Higgins Homestead. Oh, Friend Zone Millionaire, appreciate you coming through. Matt 285, I hope you have a good day at court today. What's coming through? No, I'm forgetting some people. Oh, Brother Gnome, G Gnome, King 33. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Fresh Always. Appreciate you coming through. Yes, Amaru. About to end this. The MD20. Appreciate you coming through. And anybody that was peeking and not speaking, I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I apologize. But yeah, appreciate y'all all for coming through. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode 22, part 3, continuation of part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase at 8 a.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Central, and 11 a.m. in the East. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations in Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, sign off on the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, where I am on the ballot for House District 8. Representation that won't back down, stop displacement in our communities, demand accountability and public safety, and fight for Black Denver rights interests. Jesse Parrish for House District 8 on the ballot. The election is November 3rd, 2026. www.jessefor8.com. So I'll catch y'all tomorrow for Grand Rising. Peace.